Everyone called it a trash game, unfair, unbalanced, and impossible to beat. But for Jinhyuk, it was his only escape. 11 years later, the game merges with reality, and suddenly, every monster, every trap, every nightmare he survived, is now real. But this time, he's got the most broken power of them all, the ability to copy any skill. The story begins with the faint hum of a computer filled the dim room. On the monitor, the flickering light of a virtual world cast eerie shadows across a young man's face. A voice, mocking, disembodied, echoed from the speakers. Another MMORPG, huh? Just another broken mess. Clunky controls, dull mechanics, who even plays this garbage? The young man leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. The pale glow of the screen reflected in his tired eyes as he mumbled, "You're not wrong." On screen, heroes charged toward an enormous tower, a structure so vast it seemed to pierce the heavens. The game's title glimmered faintly in the corner, Tower of Challenges. "This one fits the description perfectly," he muttered, voice laced with irony. He remembered how, when the game first launched, it swept through Korea like wildfire. Veteran gamers, old-timers, as he called them, had made it their life's mission to conquer this digital monstrosity. They stopped eating, sleeping, even living normally, all for the sake of a climb no one could finish. But 3 years later, the truth was undeniable. Tower of Trials, he said, eyes narrowing, isn't a game. It's punishment. Images flashed through his mind, endless dungeons, lethal traps, grotesque monsters that devoured players in seconds. The Great Gate Guardian, an enemy so powerful it had been branded invincible. The polar region, where temperatures plummeted to -60 degrees, freezing even the strongest adventurers within hours. And the labyrinth, a maze that stretched over 10,000 kilometers, an endless loop of despair. This wasn't entertainment, he whispered. It was torture. Anger surged. With a shout, he yanked off his virtual reality headset and hurled it to the ground. The screen flickered, static crackling as the game world faded to black. The company almost went bankrupt after that, he said under his breath, recalling the chaos, walls shattered, blood and debris scattered in his memories of those who'd pushed too far. But, a few maniacs still refused to quit. And among those maniacs was Jinhyuk. His breath came ragged, sweat dripping down his temples. The tower's summit loomed behind him, 50 floors conquered, and the final system notification blinked before his eyes. Congratulations. Player Jinhyuk has cleared the Tower of Challenges. He blinked at it in disbelief. Did I really do it? Blood trickled from his palm, his body trembling. I wasn't even trying to win, he murmured. I was just curious. But Jinhyuk wasn't like the others. He hadn't brute-forced his way through. He had memorized every pattern, learned every trick, and repeated every failure until perfection was all that remained. 11 years. 11 years of his life spent climbing this cursed tower. As he stepped through the final exit, he turned back, staring at the now silent behemoth. I didn't think I'd actually clear it all, he said softly, a laugh escaping him. Should have at least streamed it. That would have made for a hell of a finale. He opened his virtual interface, debating aloud, should I upload the ending to YouTube? Even a flop would get a few clicks. Just then, a glowing envelope icon materialized beside him. Curious, he opened it. Thank you for playing Tower of Challenges, Jinhyuk. System notice, major reboot update scheduled in 12 hours. He chuckled. A reboot? After all this time? A smirk tugged at his lips. How much are they even spending on this thing? Leaning against the cracked wall behind him, he laughed again, tired, amused, maybe even a little sad. They must be planning something big. But whatever it is, I'm done. No more towers for me. The world around him began to collapse, the virtual sky fracturing, the floor disintegrating beneath his feet. He closed his eyes. No matter what update you roll out, he muttered, I'm not coming back. Moments later, the headset came off. The illusion shattered, replaced by the cramped mess of his apartment. Stacks of instant noodle cups and energy drink cans littered his desk. Plastic bags overflowed with trash. The only light came from the moon filtering through his window. He stretched, groaning. Guess it's time for my last broadcast, he said with a wry smile. Not that it matters. No family, no real obligations, just me and 500,000 won a month. As he stood by the window, the cool night air brushed against his face. Stars twinkled faintly above the city, far beyond his reach. People used to tell me to become a fighter, he said quietly. But right now, money's worth more than glory. The moon hung high in the sky, and for the first time in a long while, Jinhyuk allowed himself to just breathe. The faint hum of his PC echoing through his messy apartment. Empty cans, snack wrappers, and boxes of half-eaten food cluttered the table. He had just gone live, and within 3 minutes, over 20 people had already joined his stream. The chat immediately exploded. "Why re you streaming so early, dude? Did you forget the schedule again? Yo, what's with all that food? You throwing a party?" Jinhyuk chuckled as he scrolled through their teasing comments, his face illuminated by the soft blue glow of his monitor. On his desk lay a ridiculous feast: chips, ramen, fried chicken, and a lineup of sodas and alcohol bottles. His viewers laughed even harder. "Streamer buffet. Look at this man living the dream. How's your liver holding up, bro?" For a moment, it was all just light-hearted fun. The kind of cozy chaos that filled Jinhyuk's lonely nights. But then, the smile faded from his face. His expression hardened. He leaned toward the mic. "Everyone, there's something I need to tell you." The chat went wild with confusion. "Wait, what's wrong? Why do you sound so serious? You're not quitting, are you?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared quietly at the monitor, his hand gripping a mug of alcohol. Then, with a forced laugh, he said, "Relax. I'm just catching the mood." He raised the mug and took a long drink before exhaling heavily. But as he looked at the screen again, his voice dropped low. "Still, tomorrow, I'll make it official. I think it's time to wind this down." The chat froze for a moment, disbelief flooding in. Then came a stream of desperate messages, but Jinhyuk barely read them. He kept drinking. One bottle. Then another. Then a third. Hours passed before he finally passed out on his bed, surrounded by the empty bottles. When he woke, sunlight was filtering through the blinds. His head throbbed violently, his stomach churned. "Damn hangover," he groaned, dragging himself up from the bed. "I need to post that Tower Clear video before I forget." He pressed the power button on the PC. The familiar hum started up, but something felt wrong. The monitor flickered. His eyes widened. A live stream window appeared automatically. The title read, "Tower of Trials became reality, live." "What the?" he muttered. Then he saw the viewer count. 331,750. The man who started the stream said that, "This tower is from Tower of Trials launched 11 years ago." The numbers climbed rapidly as the screen's colors distorted, fading into a blood-red hue. The chat box vanished, replaced by a strange static sound. This can't be real," Jinhyuk whispered, staring at the glowing red symbols flashing across the screen. He recognized it instantly. That effect only appeared when someone started the Tower of Challenges for the first time. But that was impossible, the servers were long gone. Then, a clear system notification appeared in front of his eyes, not on the screen, but in real life. System notice: the first stage of the new Tower of Challenges update has been completed. Before Jinhyuk could even react, the world outside darkened. The daylight vanished, replaced by a deep crimson sky. The city was swallowed by shadows, and all power shut down. Then another message appeared, not just to him, but to everyone. Mothers, children, office workers, all over the world, people froze in terror as glowing text appeared before their eyes. All players must reach the next floor of the tower within 90 days. Failure to do so will result in the destruction of humanity. Jinhyuk's chair toppled over with a crash. His breathing quickened. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he stared at the window. Adaptation level increasing. Reality synchronization, complete. "What the hell?" he whispered, trembling. "Humanity, destroyed?" The next message confirmed his worst fear. First phase of the tower update, complete. His room was empty now, except for the overturned chair and the faint flicker of his monitor. Jinhyuk's heartbeat thundered in his ears. "Stay calm," he muttered to himself. "You need to stay calm." But his shaking hands betrayed his words. He snatched his jacket from the chair, threw it on, and rushed toward the door. If the Tower of Challenges really became real, he thought, then there's no time to hesitate. He sprinted down the apartment stairs, jumping 3 steps at a time, until he was leaping over entire flights. His pulse raced. His face twisted into a wild grin. "The world might be ending," he said breathlessly, "but I've already cleared it once." Outside, the city was chaos. Sirens blared. People screamed. The once bright skyline was burning red under the blood-colored sky. In Central City, panicked voices filled the streets. "The sky's gone red. We need to get out of Korea. There's no point, the towers are everywhere." One girl held up her phone, showing the same glowing message hovering in the air. "Look! Every country's getting it." Jinhyuk dashed past the crowd and into the subway station. He stopped at the top of the stairs, breathing heavily as he looked down into the darkness. "Now's not the time to run," he told himself. "It's time to move forward." He hurried down the steps, mind racing. If the tower has appeared for real, then I need to reach the North Zone first. That's one of the few safe territories outside the tower's boundary, and it's the closest. At the bottom of the stairs, a massive fountain stood, marble angels frozen mid-flight. Above it, a sign glowed faintly, Central Underground. Suddenly, a new notification appeared before his eyes. You have entered an event area. Jinhyuk looked around. The underground station was filled with people, dozens of them, all wearing the same stunned expression. He recognized their faces. These were players who had once played the first version of the Tower of Challenges. He walked among them calmly, his eyes sharp. The others glanced at him but stayed silent, too busy sizing each other up. Everyone's watching everyone else, he thought. No one knows what's going to happen next. He realized something important: the number of event items that would appear here was limited. If luck was on his side, maybe 5 would spawn at most. Then, from behind him, a voice called out, clear and familiar. Hey, you there! You're Jinhyuk, right? Jinhyuk turned, his eyes narrowing as the sound of the city's chaos echoed above. The tower had begun. Jinhyuk turned around, startled by the sudden voice behind him. A man stood there with a broad grin plastered across his face, as if seeing an old friend brought him genuine delight. Well, isn't this a miracle? The man laughed. The shut-in gamer himself actually stepped outside. I thought you'd still be in your room, playing with your toys. It was Jong-soo, a BJ, broadcast jockey, from Paprika TV, boasting over 500,000 subscribers, a celebrity streamer and, more importantly, the representative of the company Jinhyuk once belonged to. Jinhyuk's expression hardened. Shouldn't you be doing a live broadcast right now? He asked coldly, glancing at the crowd gathered behind Jong-soo. Jong-soo followed his gaze, his smirk widening. What, this? You can't tell what's happening here? Looks like the perfect scene for another viral broadcast. He gave Jinhyuk a light push on the shoulder, pretending to be casual. So, tell me, what floor did you reach? And why hide it from your dear colleague? Colleague? Jinhyuk repeated in his head, his jaw tightening. He remembered those broadcasts all too well, the company that Jong-soo had built. A company that lured streamers with promises of fame and fortune, only to drown them in unfair contracts. The more they streamed, the deeper they sank into a swamp of debt and exploitation. And those who dared to protest? Their voices were silenced, crushed beneath the weight of corporate greed. Jinhyuk recalled one desperate BJ, crying during a live broadcast. He had stared directly into the webcam, before ripping it off the monitor and hurling it at his contract in despair. That memory burned deep inside Jinhyuk. Because one by one, the friends he had started with, those who had climbed up from nothing beside him, had all abandoned the company, broken and betrayed. Hey, Jong-soo's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He grabbed Jinhyuk's shoulder, smiling brightly. I know you're a great player. And your mukbangs? Legendary. That's why, he leaned in. I'm ready to change your contract. Just for you. But Jinhyuk's eyes were as cold as winter steel. The world's changed, he said quietly. Before Jong-soo could respond, BAM. Jinhyuk's fist slammed into his face. Blood sprayed from Jong-soo's nose as 2 of his teeth hit the ground with a faint clink. Watch your mouth, Jinhyuk growled. Jong-soo collapsed, clutching his bleeding face, groaning in pain. Jinhyuk looked down at him, his voice low and calm. Strange. I actually feel better now. Turning away, he walked off, muttering, it's time. Around the nearby fountain, particles of light began to shimmer. The water started bubbling, then roiling violently. In a sudden burst, a massive tree erupted from the fountain, its trunk twisting skyward, its lush green canopy radiating power. The air trembled with its presence. Players gasped in awe and terror. The same as the Tower of Trials, Jinhyuk murmured, a grin forming on his lips. So my memory was right? A glowing message appeared before everyone's eyes. The mangrove of greed continues to grow. From its branches, red fruits began to bloom, glimmering like rubies under a warm aura. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. Stats boosting fruits. Agility, strength, mana, only 4 of them. The moment those words sank in, chaos erupted. Players lunged for the tree, clawing and shoving each other to reach the fruits. Fists flew, boots kicked, and screams filled the air. Amid the frenzy, a bloodied handkerchief dropped to the ground. It belonged to Jong-soo. He staggered toward Jinhyuk, wiping the blood from his mouth. Listen, he shouted, desperation cracking his voice. If we work together, we can share the fruits. Split them in half, win for both of us. Jinhyuk didn't even look at him. His gaze was locked on the tree. Sit down if you don't know what's going on, he said coldly. It's not time yet. His tone was firm, calm, yet commanding. Jong-soo hesitated. Jinhyuk's confident smile didn't falter for a second. One player managed to grab a fruit and bit into it greedily. A system window flashed. Agility +3. It works. It really works, the man shouted, waving his arms in joy. Jinhyuk watched him silently. Ordinary people, he muttered. They have no idea what this tree truly is. He observed as more players climbed, each one consumed by greed, unaware of the danger lurking within. Then it began. The tree's roots writhed like serpents and lashed out, striking the ground with tremendous force. Screams erupted as players scrambled to escape. The more fruits eaten, one terrified man yelled, the more violent it gets. Panic spread. Players fled in every direction, terrified. All except two. Jinhyuk stood still, calm amidst the chaos. Jong-soo, trembling, turned to run, until Jinhyuk's voice stopped him. Giving up already? Of course. Jong-soo shouted. That thing's insane. Jinhyuk sighed. The real reward of this event only appears after all the fruits are eaten. Jong-soo froze. You're serious? Jinhyuk tilted his head. If I wasn't, would I still be standing here? A bead of sweat rolled down Jong-soo's temple. Then, his expression twisted into a crooked grin. So that's why you didn't move, you were waiting for this. He spat to the side, then asked, so what now? Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve. We go inside, he said, pointing toward the thrashing tree. If we move together, we'll just become easy targets. Approach from both sides, understood. Jong-soo blinked, stunned by his calmness. You're saying, we split its attention? Exactly. Jinhyuk slipped his hands into his pockets and smiled. The plan had begun. Jinhyuk glanced at Jong-soo, his tone sharp and cold. If even one of us hesitates, he said, eyes narrowing, it's over. Jong-soo chuckled, wiping the blood from his mouth. Relax, man. It's not my first day in this game either. A tense silence followed, then Jinhyuk muttered, move. In the next instant, they split apart, Jinhyuk darting to the left, Jong-soo sprinting to the right. They surrounded the enormous mangrove tree, each taking a different angle of approach. But before they could get close, massive roots burst from the ground, slicing through the air like whips. Jinhyuk twisted his body mid-step, dodging the first root by inches. The sharp wind from its swing grazed his cheek. He turned his head to check on Jong-soo. And froze. Jong-soo stood motionless, grinning like a lunatic. Who would listen to a guy like you, he sneered. Why don't you be the bait? His grin widened into something grotesque. Jinhyuk's eyes hardened, his voice calm but dripping with venom. Still the same scum, huh? Another root shot toward him. He dodged effortlessly, landing light on his feet. To those who become bait, he muttered under his breath, that would be, you. The next root, redirected from Jinhyuk's dodge, snapped toward Jong-soo with deadly precision. What? The thick vine coiled around Jong-soo's legs, yanking him off his feet. Before he could react, the roots wrapped around his torso, tightening like a snake crushing its prey. Why me? Let me go! Jong-soo screamed, thrashing in panic. Jinhyuk didn't even glance his way. His steps were steady, focused solely on the tree ahead. If you hate it, he said coolly, maybe complain to your lawyer. The roots climbed higher, encasing Jong-soo completely. Tears streamed down his face as his voice broke. I don't want to die like this. Please. The tree's roots constricted and crushed him into a bloody pulp. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly. Have a nice trip, trash. He turned back toward the mangrove tree. Its massive roots writhed, sensing his approach. Just a little further, he murmured, his boots splashing in the fountain's water. The ground trembled. Roots lunged again, slicing through the air from every direction. Left, 22 degrees, Jinhyuk whispered, eyes darting rapidly as he calculated each attack trajectory. Right, 35 degrees. He weaved between them like a shadow, his movements precise and fluid. Each dodge was perfectly timed, each motion deliberate. The roots struck where he had just been. But Jinhyuk was gone. They crashed into one another, smashing violently into the trunk instead. Cracks splintered up the bark, ripping open the tree's center. The roots opened a path, Jinhyuk muttered, a wicked grin curling on his lips. Inside the ruptured trunk, a pulsating core glowed, a beating heart of pure magic. The mangrove core, he whispered. Just like in the game. No errors. Not a single deviation. His hand brushed against a broken fragment of a root beside him. He picked it up, the faint glow of power running through it. Scarlet light flared in his eyes. How about we make this interesting? Jinhyuk smirked, raising the fragment like a blade. Let's end this quickly, tree. The mangrove roared, its entire body trembling in rage. The roots rose again, this time shimmering with a dark crimson aura. A message blinked in Jinhyuk's vision. Mangrove of Greed has activated, blood-sucking vines. TCH, he clicked his tongue. Even for an old mob, that's gonna be hard to dodge. The roots lashed forward, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Jinhyuk's grip tightened. Then, with a twist of his wrist, Clang. He deflected the first root with a dull thud, the shockwave sending a burst of air across the ground. The vine passed so close that it grazed his cheek, leaving a thin red line. The next roots came in a flurry, but Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed with battle focus. Each motion was deliberate, every strike perfectly timed. He flipped his blade fragment, adjusting its angle, redirecting every incoming root like a master swordsman guiding the flow of a storm. In his head, he smirked. I can twist the trajectory, bend it any way I want. The roots clashed, tangled, and tore into the tree's trunk again, destroying it from within. And amidst the chaos, Jinhyuk stood there, his eyes glowing bright red, calm and unshaken. Now then, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. Let's finish this. The roots of the mangrove shuddered violently, then began twisting together, merging into one monstrous, pulsating limb. The ground trembled as the enormous root reared back like a serpent, its shadow swallowing Jinhyuk whole. Coming for me, huh? Jinhyuk murmured, eyes sharp and calm. No need to get nervous. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Then, his right eye ignited with a bright blue flame. The massive root lunged. In an instant, Jinhyuk moved. His body blurred, blade flashing as he redirected every incoming strike. The roots split apart midair, slamming into the ground around him with explosive force, breaking through concrete and shaking the entire plaza. Dust and debris swirled, but Jinhyuk walked forward, unscathed, his expression composed. Only a thin scratch lined his cheek, glinting under the light. I've been through this 100 times already, he said with a grin, brushing his hair back. He raised his hand. The air around him trembled. Sweat dripped from his brow as he approached the tree's luminous trunk. Behind the dense green canopy, a faint blue light began to shine. Tiny butterflies of azure glow fluttered out from the leaves, spiraling upward like floating stars. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed. Sleep butterflies. He covered his mouth and nose, stepping aside as the glowing insects circled him. Their wings shimmered softly, releasing glittering dust into the air. Sleep pollen, he thought grimly. A defense mechanism. One breath, and you're out cold. The insects swarmed closer, but Jinhyuk waved them away, holding his breath. The trick's simple, he smirked inwardly. Just don't breathe. He dashed forward, cutting through the haze of shimmering wings. The giant tree loomed ahead, veins glowing red within its trunk. Found you, he whispered. Jinhyuk thrust his palm toward the tree. Boom! A deafening impact echoed through the air. The space rippled with shockwaves, light flaring across the battlefield. Wind whipped through his black hair, strands flying wildly across his face. Sweat beaded on his skin, and a red glint burned in his eyes. From beneath him, roots lashed upward once again, only to falter. The enormous tree groaned, its bark splitting down the center as the system's voice rang in his ears. System message, player, anonymous, has defeated the mangrove of greed. The world tree split cleanly in half, its once vibrant leaves fading to gray. The fountain's water shimmered under the settling dust. Jinhyuk exhaled, a grin spreading across his face. Didn't think all that boring timing practice would actually pay off. The system chimed again. Honor level achievement will be recorded within 24 hours. Please enter your player name. Jinhyuk frowned, staring at the glowing blue window. My name? So it's asking for personal info now? He tilted his head, thinking. Revealing his identity would stir chaos, especially once people realized who he was. No way, he muttered. Anonymity suits me better. A new prompt appeared. Face will be hidden via mosaic. Voice will be altered for anonymity. Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Not perfect, but fair enough. He turned back to the fallen tree, placing his hand on its cracked trunk. Now for the real prize. He pushed his arm deep inside the hollow bark. After a moment, his fingers brushed something smooth and cold. A grin curved his lips as he pulled out a small jade orb, gleaming faintly in his palm. The tree's core, he whispered, tightening his grip. System message, item acquired, heart of the mangrove tree. He rolled the sphere between his fingers, its green glow reflecting in his eyes. If a single fruit boosts strength, agility, and mana by 3 points each, he mused, then the heart should be worth at least 12. The thought made him chuckle. Even after 50 floors, nothing came close to this kind of loot. Without hesitation, Jinhyuk popped the jade sphere into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, a blinding light exploded in his chest. His body trembled as raw energy coursed through him. He opened his status window. Player level, 1. Available stat points, 12. A wicked smile formed. The strongest level 1 player, huh? Not bad. Hours later, the world was already buzzing. Breaking news, unknown player defeats Mangrove of Greed. First victory in the Tower of Challenge recorded. Comment sections exploded with disbelief and excitement. Most people dismissed it as fake, just another online hoax. But somewhere in the chaos, a video quietly began trending. Its thumbnail showed a masked player surrounded by swirling debris. His face was hidden by mosaic. His voice distorted. Yet his presence, the confidence in his stance, was unmistakable. It was Jin-hyuk, the first conqueror of the tower's new world. The moment the video of the battle went live, all the skepticism that had flooded the forums vanished in an instant. Viewers flooded the comments with awe and excitement, their disbelief replaced by pure fascination. Clips of Jin-hyuk darting between monstrous roots, his blade flashing under the emerald light of the mangrove, began circulating everywhere. He could almost hear the collective gasp of millions watching. Some cheered, others doubted, but one thing was clear: no one could look away. Jin-hyuk's lips curved slightly as he watched the reactions roll in. "So this is what all the fuss is about," he muttered, his tone dry but amused. Under the username Kingsman, a man introduced himself as Director Park Hazik, offering Jin-hyuk a formal contract. "Join us. Let's make history together." Another user, Black Dragon, followed with an even more audacious promise: "Name your price. I'll match it. Money's no object." Jin-hyuk stared at the screen, one brow arching. 1 billion, huh? They really think this is about cash? He leaned back in his creaky chair, the faint glow of his monitor painting his face in blue light. For a brief moment, he was lost in thought, back to the days when life had been a relentless grind. A cheap video camera sat gathering dust on the windowsill. Cold fast food boxes littered the table. Rent overdue. Back then, $1 billion would have been a miracle. He remembered starving for days, saving money just to stream mukbangs instead of eating. But that was before. Before the tower. Before this new world that rewarded skill, not status. Now, as he swirled a half-empty drink in his hand, he whispered, "Even if they offered 10 billion? I'm not sharing what I know." He clenched his fist, smirking. What mattered wasn't wealth, it was monopoly. The power of holding knowledge no one else possessed. Rising from his chair, Jin-hyuk opened a map on his phone, the next target already glowing in his mind's eye. A towering structure appeared in his imagination, dark, looming, pulsing faintly with mana. The Tower of Trials had spilled its magic into the world, mutating relics outside into sacred treasures. Behind a glass display case, an ancient sword bathed in light shimmered faintly, like it was breathing. Its edge flickered, vanishing, reappearing, as if the relic itself was rejecting reality. "A replica," Jin-hyuk murmured. "But even copies hold power if you know where to look." Soon, he stood before the National People's Museum, its grand steps silent under the night sky. Floating displays of weapons, shields, and scrolls glowed faintly inside, a treasure vault brimming with mana. Jin-hyuk frowned. "Of course, I'm not the only one who came for these." The mangrove tree of greed had been rare, appearing in only 7 places across Seoul. But the museum? There was only one. Which meant competition. He imagined silhouettes, skilled players from across the city, veterans and opportunists alike, all drawn to the same place like vultures. Pushing open the museum's door, he felt an eerie stillness. "Quiet," he muttered. "Too quiet." Then his eyes caught it, a charred corpse slumped against a blackened wall. His jaw tightened. Someone had arrived before him. Hands shoved in his pockets, Jin-hyuk scanned the area, his expression unreadable. The world's changing, guess people are too. But not fast enough. At the foot of the stairs, faint mana lines pulsed, a sign pointing toward the relics of the Middle and Modern eras. That's where it would be. The relic everyone wanted, the Great East Land Map. It wasn't just a historical artifact. It was alive with mana, humming with data from the Tower of Trials itself, a complete guide to ruins, labyrinths, and hidden treasures. "No one realizes," he whispered, "the real treasures aren't on the map, they're underneath it." Suddenly, a jug crashed to the ground, shattering the silence. Shouts erupted, chaos spilling through the museum. Artifacts exploded in bursts of mana. Blood splattered across the marble floor. Someone screamed, "Freeze!" The young man with black hair, his hand still gripping his opponent's collar, slowly turned. A broad-shouldered man stood across the hall, arms crossed like an executioner. "Anyone moves," he growled, "and you're dead." The boy in the blue shirt scowled back. "Don't talk crap," he said coldly, taking a step forward. The young man with a bandage on his cheek smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. "You think anyone here's scared of that kind of talk?" Blood trickled from the head of his hammer, splattering onto the marble floor. The burly man before him scowled, knuckles cracking as veins bulged beneath his skin. His temper snapped. "You bastards, you really don't get it, do you?" His teeth clenched, eyes glowing a feral red as rage consumed him. With a roar, his muscles bulged, the seams of his shirt tearing apart. The spectators stumbled back as the man's skin darkened into a gray, stone-like texture, his transformation complete. The card belongs to me. His voice now rumbled like an animal's growl. The red gleam in his eyes made even the boldest step away. But an elderly man in a blue vest simply chuckled, closing his eyes. I'm afraid I can't agree to that, son. The transformed man turned toward him, baring his jagged teeth. Are you senile, old man? Disappear before I snap your withered neck. The old man sighed, tapping his cane on the ground as a small flame flickered at his fingertip. So rude. I was hoping for a civil conversation. The fire suddenly flared, brighter, hotter, swirling around his hand. You talk too much, the gray-skinned monster snarled, lunging forward. The old man's eyes opened, cold and sharp. He snapped his fingers. A roaring inferno burst from his palm, swallowing the man whole. The beast scream tore through the air, echoing across the hall. In seconds, his body was nothing but smoldering flesh, a steaming, blackened heap on the floor. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, turning away with a sigh. A pity, he said softly. A disaster born from an unrestrained tongue. A girl with short hair, Yuri, approached from behind him, her expression unreadable. Should I take care of the rest, Mr. John? John nodded. Please. Gather the items. And clean up the mess. Yuri smiled faintly. Of course. You can rely on me. She walked toward a pedestal where a small Anubis statue rested under glass. As she touched it, purple light burst from her eyes, glowing lines spreading around her like veins of lightning. That's enough to handle anyone foolish enough to interfere, she said confidently. The Anubis figurine pulsed with light, golden patterns racing across its surface. A deep growl echoed as a towering, jackal-headed warrior materialized beside her, gripping a long spear. Its eyes gleamed blood-red, its armor forged from shadows. From this point on, Yuri announced, crossing her arms, anyone who moves will be considered an enemy of Anubis. Her voice carried through the silence. The black-skinned warrior lifted its spear, and several of the remaining players froze in place, terror plastered on their faces. We surrender, one shouted, throwing his weapon aside. Take the card. Just don't kill us. Yuri clapped her hands together gleefully. Good choice. But her smile faltered as the sharp crunch of footsteps echoed behind her. Someone had stepped on broken fragments of pottery. Jinhyuk walked forward casually, hands in his pockets, his expression calm and uninterested. What a mess, he murmured, tilting his head as his eyes drifted over the ruined artifacts. You people don't even have basic respect for antiques. He bent down, brushing the dust off a stack of yellowed scrolls. At least they're still intact. That's something. Then he froze. His name echoed across the hall. Yuri hissed, eyes blazing with fury. You think this is funny? Anubis stomped the ground, cracked spiderwebbing across the marble floor. Dust filled the air as Yuri's grin turned feral. Kill him, she ordered. The jackal warrior lunged forward, spear thrusting toward Jinhyuk's chest. But Jinhyuk didn't move. Not an inch. Just as the weapon was about to strike, he flicked his wrist. Clang! The spearhead snapped clean off and clattered behind him. Yuri's eyes widened. What? The floor behind him was split with a deep crack, as though struck by an invisible blade. Two nearby players gawked, their jaws dropping. He dodged that, one whispered. No, he didn't even move. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. You really have no idea how high my stats are, do you? His gaze shifted to the towering Anubis warrior. So, what now? He asked Yuri. You lost your only weapon. But Yuri only smiled back, a sharp, knowing grin. She slung her backpack off her shoulder and began pulling out more figurines, each radiating a different color of magic. Who said I only had one? She taunted. One by one, replicas of other Egyptian deities hovered in the air, Horus, Batet, Set, all glowing with dark power. The air grew heavy, the museum trembling under the surge of mana. The system message blinked before Jinhyuk's eyes. A replica of the sacred relic incarnation of Anubis has awakened. His eyes widened. 5, at once, he muttered, astonished. Yuri stood surrounded by her summoned creatures, her hair whipping in the wind of their aura. What do you think now, Jinhyuk? She sneered. Still feel like laughing? Jinhyuk chuckled softly. Not bad, he admitted. To maintain 5 relics at your level? That's impressive. He tilted his head, raising his hand lazily. If I had to rate you, somewhere between good and acceptable. Yuri's face twisted in irritation. You're acting cool on purpose, aren't you? I hate guys like you. Jinhyuk's smirk vanished. His eyes hardened. Then maybe I should show you what real power looks like. He pulled out a weathered piece of paper, an ancient talisman drawn with a tiger symbol. Let's make this quick. Tossing it into the air, he pressed his palm forward. The talisman ignited with golden light. You have injected mana into the sacred relic replica, Tiger of the Mountain. The system window flickered again. The ruler of the mountain has descended. A blinding light filled the hall as a massive tiger emerged beside him, fur shimmering like molten gold, eyes burning with ancient might. The ground quaked under its paws. Yuri gasped, stumbling back in disbelief. That's impossible. The Anubis warriors raised their spears, roaring. The tiger growled low, baring its fangs. Jinhyuk placed his hand gently on its head, his voice cold and mocking. How dare a jackal bare its teeth before the ruler of the mountains? He pointed toward Yuri and her summons. Dinner served. The tiger roared, a deafening, primal sound that rattled the museum walls. It lunged forward, claws slicing through the air. A single swing decapitated one of the Anubis warriors. The others charged, but the beast was too fast, a blur of gold and crimson. The floor cracked beneath its paws, and the air filled with screams and the stench of burnt mana. Blood sprayed. Shattered armor clattered to the ground. Yuri trembled, sweat streaming down her face as she stared at the carnage. What kind of relic user is he? She had heard of countless relic techniques, but nothing like this. The mana radiating from the tiger alone felt like it could tear her skin apart. A white flash filled her vision. Her knees buckled, and she fell, trembling. Tears welled in her eyes. I thought I had the strongest relics, she whispered. But I was wrong. Jinhyuk approached slowly, hands in his pockets, his shadow looming over her. You fought well, he said softly, though his smirk said otherwise. Yuri looked up, pressing a hand to her chest, her voice trembling. What do you want? He stopped right in front of her, eyes glinting. The item, he said simply. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Jinhyuk crouched down beside Yuri, his gaze sharp and impatient. Hand over the mask of Tutankhamun, he said coolly. Yuri's brows furrowed, her voice trembling with frustration. That relic's useless here in Korea. What could you possibly want with it? Jinhyuk didn't bother answering. His eyes narrowed, and with a lazy flick of his finger, he gestured behind her. A massive tiger's head materialized from the shadows, its fangs glinting like daggers. Yuri froze, her breath catching. Oh okay. I'll give it up, she stammered. Among the shattered glass and debris, her open backpack lay spilled on the ground. From it, the golden mask of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh slowly floated into the air. A system notification blinked before Jinhyuk's eyes. Replica relic acquired, Mask of Tutankhamun. He caught the mask with one hand, smirking. Second sacred relic, secured without breaking a sweat. Yuri glared, still shaking. Don't tell me you're after T.Ono's card next? Jinhyuk tilted his head, pretending to think. That's none of your concern, he said flatly, though in truth, he'd completely forgotten about the card. He ran a hand along the tiger's fur and added, make sure no one follows us. The beast bared its teeth in silent understanding, growling low. Wait. Yuri gasped, clutching her chest. Her voice trembled as dark energy seeped from the tiger's paws. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder, satisfied. Everything was falling into place. Perfect. Preparations complete, he thought, eyes shifting toward the stone staircase that led higher into the tower. The time's come, he muttered. He raised his hand, eyes fixed on the glowing blue chamber ahead. This was where he'd obtain the tower's most powerful skill. Inside a dimly lit vault, numbers and runes glimmered across the walls. A glowing vase floated beneath a glass barrier. Sweat beaded down the forehead of an old man in a blue vest, John. He glanced nervously at Jinhyuk, still struggling to comprehend how the young man had gotten past Yuri. How did you even manage this? He muttered under his breath. Jinhyuk ignored him, inspecting the radiant wall. Looks like a level 1 barrier. John frowned. So you do know what this is. He pressed his palm to the blue surface. Physical force and magic attacks won't work. It's strange. Jinhyuk extended his hand toward it, eyes half closed. His voice dropped. The flow of mana diverges here, blue smoke swirled from his palm, a faint glyph glowing inside the mist. Then, he whispered a single word. Carpo. Without breaking contact, he turned to John. I can break it, but I'll need your help. John's brows knitted. What kind of help? If you keep channeling flame magic into the barrier, it'll weaken enough for me to enter, Jinhyuk explained. Keep it up until I return with the relic. John arched an eyebrow, smirking. So I stay here, burning through my mana, while you go treasure hunting? Jinhyuk gritted his teeth. If I could attack continuously with that kind of firepower, I'd do it myself. But time's short, dawn's coming. You get the card afterward. Fair deal. John considered for a moment, then sighed. Worst case, I get nothing. But, fine. You have my word, Jinhyuk said with a confident smile. I've no interest in making enemies out of strong mages. John nodded reluctantly. Then I'll trust you, boy. Good. Handle the barrier. Flames roared to life in John's hands, crackling like living serpents. "I'll do what I can," he muttered, forcing more mana into the fiery stream. The barrier hissed, lines of light beginning to fracture under the heat. "Now!" Jinhyuk shouted. "Carpo!" He covered his face and dashed forward, straight through the shattering wall of blue light. Inside, the air shimmered with ancient energy. Glass display cases lined the chamber, each glowing faintly. Sweat dripped down John's face on the other side of the barrier. "Hurry," he yelled. But Jinhyuk only waved with a grin. "Relax, old man. I'll handle this my way." He stuffed his hands into his pockets and surveyed the room. Broken cases, ancient relics, scattered scrolls, except for one corner where a faint glow pulsed under shattered glass. There lay a sword engraved with strange runes, Kayen Long. So someone else was here first, Jinhyuk thought. Smart enough to take what they wanted, and even left a protective seal over the chamber. His eyes gleamed. Interesting. He stepped closer, shadows rippling around him. The faint blue glow pulsed through the ruined chamber as Jinhyuk stepped past the shattered glass and debris. He noticed the faint traces of energy shimmering along the edges of the room, a protective barrier. The previous player had been cautious. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, unimpressed. So he grabbed what he wanted and bailed, huh? No risks, no curiosity. Typical. He walked up to a fractured display case and began counting the remnants scattered around. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up. A grin tugged at his lips. Well, found you. Resting on a red velvet cushion was a small pile of glittering gold coins. The system's familiar chime echoed in his ears. Chosun Dynasty coins, C-rank relic, acquired. Jinhyuk held one between his fingers, feeling its warmth. Perfect. The last piece I needed. He turned toward the table, where the mask of Tutankhamun and the ceremonial Persian casting mold were already waiting. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed a finger into the right socket of the pharaoh mask. Instantly, golden energy surged from it, intertwining with the aura emanating from the Persian mold. The room trembled as the relics reacted to one another, bright streams of power swirling like molten sunlight. System notification, a reaction has occurred between the two relics. A mischievous spark danced in Jinhyuk's eyes. Then let's add one more to the mix. He pulled the golden thread connecting the Li coins, and with a sharp tug, it snapped. The coins scattered midair, spinning in the energy storm. The power exploded outward, coating the chamber in a radiant golden haze. Jinhyuk raised his arms to shield himself, his hair whipping from the pressure. System alert, reaction detected among 3 relics. Probability of failure, 97.3%. Processing fusion attempt. His smirk deepened. Come on? I don't fail. Then? Success. Fusion achieved. The air cleared, revealing a new relic floating before him, an obsidian black eyeball encased in golden flame. New relic acquired, Eye of Truth, SS rank. Effect, view another status window and discern lies from truth. Usable 3 times per day. SS rank, huh? Jinhyuk muttered, admiring the glow. Guess that's a nice bonus, but not why I came here. More system alerts appeared one after another. Hidden quest completed, combine 3 replica relics below Class B to create an SS class item. New personal ability unlocked, Unification. Blue streams of energy swirled around his legs as he felt a strange resonance inside him, threads of mana connecting his body to something larger. He closed his eyes, envisioning a grid of white squares, each one a skill, a power, a memory waiting to be copied and refined. I'll collect every ability this world holds, and fuse them into something greater. This will be my weapon, to climb to the top of the tower. The air pulsed violently. Personal ability registered, Unification. Effect, copy personal abilities of other players, store them within the world's memory, and merge them into higher tier skills. Level, unmeasurable. Blue light flared from Jinhyuk's eyes. Warning, conditions may alter if the user fails to maintain control during absorption. Outside the barrier, John's voice echoed through the chamber, rough with exhaustion. Hey, Jinhyuk! Hurry up, my mana's running out. Sweat poured down the old man's face as fire coiled from his hands, pressing desperately against the blue wall. Inside, Jinhyuk's expression twisted into a grin. Perfect timing. His system window flickered again, displaying the requirements to copy John's ability. Condition, John conceals his emotions deeply. To copy his skill, the target must be forced to reveal genuine feelings. Jinhyuk's grin widened. So all I have to do, is piss you off. John shouted again, straining against the barrier. How much longer, kid? Without turning, Jinhyuk said casually, you probably won't be using that flame magic again, huh? What? John faltered, brows furrowed. Not much point, Jinhyuk added with a shrug. The barrier's already weakening. Besides, I could have done it without you. John's flames flickered, his teeth grinding. What are you saying? The barrier shimmered, cracking like ice under heat. Jinhyuk extended his hand again, whispering the word. Karpo. The destruction spell pulsed through the air, the wall of blue fire splitting apart as he dashed forward, covering his face. The barrier shattered behind him like glass. John stumbled back, panting, completely drained. He stared in disbelief as the barrier crumbled to dust. So, he didn't need me at all. Inside, Jinhyuk exhaled softly, his mind buzzing. Mana nearly gone, huh, old man? Guess I overdid it. He surveyed the room again. A large map hung on the wall, glowing faintly with runic light. So this is the big reward? A map of the tower? His smirk returned. I already know every corner of this place up to the 10th floor. With a flick of his lighter, he stepped closer. Guess I don't need this. John's muffled voice shouted through the barrier, panic lacing his tone. What are you doing, you fool? Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed mischievously as he held the flame to the map. Just cleaning up. The parchment caught instantly, fire racing across it in brilliant orange light. The fire spread quickly, crackling and roaring as it devoured the poster pinned to the wall. That poster contained a detailed map of the first 10 floors of the tower, an invaluable guide for any player. If it was destroyed, every player's advantage would vanish in an instant. Panic rippled through the room. Why would you do this? Old man shouted furiously as the flames consumed the wall. His trembling hands clenched tightly, veins bulging as he swore, I'll kill you bastard, burn you alive, and grind you into dust. But his outburst only made Jinhyuk's eyes glimmer with mischief. Ding! A notification appeared before him. Condition fulfilled. Above the man's head, a glowing blue book materialized. Another alert flashed across Jinhyuk's screen. Skill successfully copied, fire element, rank B. A shimmering, save button appeared before him. Skill saved to the world's memory. Fire element allows control over flames and increases affinity with the fire attribute. Jinhyuk smirked. A fire element, huh? Not bad for my first copy. A fiery orb ignited in his palm, swirling with raw energy. The old man, whose flames he had stolen, growled, You'll regret this, boy. I'll make sure you pay dearly. Still grinning, Jinhyuk asked, Do you even know why I burned that map? The air shimmered. Fire element, level 1 activated. Flames surged up Jinhyuk's arms, dancing wildly. The old man's eyes went wide in disbelief as he watched Jinhyuk wield his own ability, but stronger, sharper, and more precise. Sweat dripped down his temple as realization dawned. This guy, he's no ordinary player. Before he could speak, Jinhyuk cut him off with a sly grin. If you want to survive this tower, old man, you'd better start obeying me. Without waiting for a reply, Jinhyuk turned and descended the stairs. As he walked, he imagined the faces of the other players he had encountered. There were only 4 survivors from the National Central Museum, including himself. Now that the Tower of Trials had become real, everyone was desperate to minimize their risks. Stretching his arms lazily, Jinhyuk muttered, If I want to stay ahead of the pack, I'll need to collect as many personal skills as possible. A translucent blue status window appeared before him, listing his current stats and copied abilities. Satisfied, he crossed his arms, deep in thought. Yeah, I'll take every skill I can get. No matter what it costs. Hovering over the old man, Jinhyuk smirked. Level up with that girl on the first floor. I'll contact you later. The man lowered his head in submission, his brows furrowed with frustration. The girl beside him bit her lip nervously, her hands trembling. To Jinhyuk, they were nothing more than toys, temporary pawns he could use and discard. The skill book in his hand shimmered with a faint blue haze. His path was long and uncertain, but one thing was clear, he needed to gather the most useful abilities before anyone else could. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he mused, I only have one body. I can't monopolize everything, but the best skills? The most broken ones? Yeah, those will be mine. His stomach growled. Ugh, guess that's my limit. Time for some rice soup. He spotted a small cafe and walked in. Inside, the air was tense. The customers were staring wide-eyed at the television screen. The news anchor's voice trembled as she spoke. Breaking news, a fire has erupted at the National Central Museum. Current reports indicate at least 23 dead and over 50 injured. Authorities suspect the attack targeted several ancient relics. The footage cut to scenes of devastation, the museum reduced to rubble. The broadcast continued, similar incidents have occurred across the world, in the United States, Europe, China, and Japan. The Louvre has been destroyed. Jinhyuk leaned back, expression calm. So it's starting worldwide, huh? Guess the players overseas aren't slacking off either. The screen switched to CCTV footage from inside the museum. One frame showed Yuri standing beside Anubis. The next, a man with a blurred face raising his hand. Then, a massive tiger sinking its fangs into an enemy's neck. Gasps filled the cafe. "Is this even real?" one man whispered. "Could a normal person do that?" another asked. "Wait, isn't that the guy from the tower's community video?" Jinhyuk scratched his temple, his eyes narrowing. "Tch, too many people are starting to recognize me. I need to figure out how to hide my identity." On the screen, the anchor continued. "The government is investigating the origins of the mysterious structure known as the Tower of Trials. A special division, the Association of the Awakened, has been established to deal with individuals who possess special abilities." Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "Already forming departments, huh? That's faster than I expected." He poured himself a glass of water and thought aloud, "So they've already accepted the tower as part of reality. Impressive. I figured it would take them a few weeks to process it." The broadcast cut to a press conference. A man with a scar on his cheek appeared, introducing himself as Han Sang-jin, the head of the Association of the Awakened. Jinhyuk's expression hardened the moment he saw him. Sang-jin declared, "We are recruiting awakened individuals. Depending on their level, they'll be compensated as government officials, at least grade 7, with an annual salary of 60 million won. Those featured in the tower footage will receive special treatment." Whispers spread across the cafe. 60 million? That's insane. Lucky bastards. What a crazy turn of events, a girl murmured. But Jinhyuk just smirked behind his hand. "So I'm their target, huh? They see me as a threat, and want to buy me off." He imagined Sang-jin's smug expression and thought, "One skilled player is worth more than 100 weaklings, and he knows it. He's trying to lure me with cash and comfort. How predictable." Still, curiosity twinkled in his eyes. If he's the head, maybe he's strong enough to make it worth copying. He chuckled softly. "I'll have to find out for myself." The clock on the cafe wall ticked to exactly 7 p.m. The minute and hour hands overlapped, and suddenly, the world shifted. The Tower of Trials has opened. The sky split apart as a colossal tower rose high above the clouds, stars twinkling around it like diamonds. In an instant, the players were transported to a new area, standing before a vast river, with floating islands hovering in the mist above. "Don't push," someone yelled. "This is insane, it's just like before." Smiling faintly, Jinhyuk looked around. Heh, they all look like rookies. A golden pouch appeared in the air before him. Reward, 100 tower coins granted for first entry. Coins jingled as they fell into his hand. "The game begins," Jinhyuk whispered, a grin spreading across his face. Golden coins showered from the sky, tinkling like rainfall. Notifications began to appear one after another before every player's eyes. System alert, record and upload your achievements publicly. Reward, 100 coins for every 10,000 views. Commission will vary based on player level. A glowing blue plus sign shimmered above the crowd. Another message followed. Warning, views from non-tower residents count only once per person. Choose carefully when watching videos. As players read through the notifications, chaos stirred. A man in a robe spread his arms wide before an army of monsters, activating his broadcast. System alert, live broadcast is available only during boss monster battles. Clearance required for next floor access. Elsewhere, an old warrior in heavy armor clenched his gauntlet fist as the minotaur before him roared loud enough to shake the air. A skull-shaped icon appeared with the word warning flashing in red. System notice, any falsified views or illegal actions will be penalized. Watching these alerts unfold, Jinhyuk rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it works. Outside the tower, city residents were glued to their phone screens, captivated. The live streaming system had turned into a bridge between two worlds, the people struggling to climb the tower, and those watching from the safety of reality. Millions tuned in, desperate to witness the tower's conclusion while unintentionally boosting view counts and income for the players. One popular video showed a warrior fighting through ancient pagodas, over 900 people were watching. Another showed a lone hero facing a dragon barehanded, over 1,200 viewers gasping in awe. Gold coins rained endlessly from above these viral streams. This system, a mix of survival and showbiz, was the most ingenious, most profitable feature of the challenge tower yet. Players rushed forward, shouting plans to raid the Goblin Cave first. "Let's clear it fast and farm some coins," someone yelled. The crowd surged like a flood. Someone bumped Jinhyuk's shoulder. He pushed them aside without a word, eyes narrowing as he watched the mass of overeager players scatter. "They're all in such a hurry," he muttered, standing still amidst the chaos. Trying to be first, without even knowing what's waiting for them. For Jinhyuk, earning coins wasn't a challenge, he already knew the system inside and out. But uploading videos? Sharing his strategies with the world? Not a chance. Even with rewards on the line, leaking information was a massive risk. One wrong clip, he thought, and my advantage is gone. Hands in his pockets, Jin-hyuk smirked. He already knew exactly what to do next. His road wasn't like the others, it was a different path entirely. He remembered that time long ago, after clearing the 30th floor. Progress had halted, leaving players stuck for months. Back then, he'd scoured the lower floors for hidden secrets, collecting fragments, solving puzzles, digging for answers that others missed. Now, torch in hand, Jin-hyuk pushed deeper into the dark dungeon. The flickering light revealed walls etched with ancient carvings. Every step he took was deliberate, calculated. But suddenly, his expression froze. The torch slipped from his grasp. His hand trembled with anger. Pathetic, he muttered bitterly. The truth struck him like a blade. His old self, the character he had built for years, was weak. Useless. A notification blinked in front of him. Confirm character deletion? Grinding his teeth, Jin-hyuk stared at the glowing text. Years of struggle, sweat, and sleepless nights, all wasted. But doubt was a luxury he could no longer afford. With a deep breath, he confirmed. Blue light enveloped his body, particles rising like stardust. His eyes blazed with determination. This time, he vowed, I'll reach the end. That had been 6 years ago. Now, standing before a colossal gate decorated with skulls and bones, he felt the same surge of anticipation. You have discovered, Level B, Labyrinth of Creep. Known for its extreme complexity and numerous traps. Crossing his arms, Jin-hyuk muttered, the key to breaking through beyond the 30th floor, starts here. He gritted his teeth. Didn't think I'd have to do this again. Touching the massive gate, blue runes flared to life. As it rumbled open, Jin-hyuk stepped inside. Ancient Greek murals stretched across the walls, depicting battles and monsters. At the entrance stood a stone bust of a bull, its cold eyes staring straight ahead. Seeing this familiar sight, Jin-hyuk smiled faintly. So it's the same as before. White butterflies drifted through the air, fluttering beneath the stone ceiling. One descended gracefully and landed on his finger. He chuckled softly. Still here, huh? But his brief calm shattered when he sensed movement behind him. Turning sharply, he saw a group approaching, their eyes gleaming with greed. Who are you? He asked coolly. A girl at the front smiled. We're just looking for a hunting spot. When we saw the labyrinth open, we thought we'd come in before it closed. 10 minutes earlier, the same group had watched as the massive gate opened by Jin-hyuk. A red-haired man among them had pointed. That guy, he knows something. Follow him. One of the squad members frowned. Why did that guy go straight into the labyrinth? He asked, baffled. And how the hell did he open it without a key? The others stared in disbelief. Opening a labyrinth without a key was unheard of. Looking down at the entrance, the girl with sharp eyes suggested, let's follow him. But the blond man folded his arms, clearly not convinced. We don't even know what kind of labyrinth it is, or how big it might be. Leaning casually against a tree, the girl countered, think, will you? You know what matters most at the start of the Tower of Tests. She glanced upward, explaining, if he opened the labyrinth without a key, it must mean it's on the first floor. That also means its difficulty level isn't too high. Watching Jin-hyuk disappear into the darkness, another squad member nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense, that's probably why it's possible at all. A labyrinth on the first floor would be much easier to unlock. A girl with pink bubblegum puffed out a bubble, smirking. You think that guy's going to share the loot with us? Her ally grinned. No chance. Her eyes gleamed. Then we'll just make sure he never leaves that dungeon. The squad chuckled as she turned toward the labyrinth entrance. We found an open labyrinth first. It's only fair we enter it. The others stepped up behind her, forming ranks. Besides, she continued sweetly, the more people we have, the safer it'll be. Jin-hyuk, watching them from the shadows, smirked. They're relying on numbers, he thought. Trying to outsmart me, huh? His eyes glowed faintly as a notification appeared before him. Eye of Truth activated. The girl stepped forward, confidently pointing to herself. I'm Park Hannah, 22. I made it up to the second floor of the Tower of Tests. A status window appeared. Park Hannah, skills, contact, quick step, weak healing, dot. Jin-hyuk's eyes flickered in interest. Contact, huh? That's interesting. The ability allowed her to form a natural closeness with someone she met for the first time, easing tension and awkwardness. The condition for copying that ability required being alone with the target for 240 hours. Remembering the woman with demonic wings, Jin-hyuk's lips curled. With that skill, I could probably control her. Then, one by one, the others introduced themselves. The red-haired guy behind Hannah spoke first. Jang Chulsik. barely survived the first floor. The girl in a lilac sweatshirt followed. Lee Hai-min. I've also only reached the first floor. Another girl, Jang Mina, blew another bubble. Third floor for me. The blonde crossed his arms. Min Guk. Never played the tower before. And finally, the bespectacled man scratched his head awkwardly. Kwangwoo, first time here too. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. I'm Jinhyuk, he said simply. As he turned away, his inner thoughts sharpened. They could stab me in the back any second. No point remembering their names. Suddenly, Park Hannah stepped closer and looped her arm through his. Jinhyuk, she said sweetly, gazing into his eyes, which floor did you reach? Pressing against him, she activated her contact skill, level 1. Scarlet flower petals shimmered around them. Jinhyuk looked amused. She's testing her skill on me. Hannah smiled, waiting for the bond to form. But her expression faltered. Huh? Why didn't it work? She whispered, surprised. Hiding her hands behind her back, she tried again, changing the topic. Then, can you tell us what kind of monsters are in this labyrinth? Jinhyuk agreed easily, narrowing his eyes. Sure. But be ready. Above them, glowing butterflies fluttered as he spoke calmly. This labyrinth changes every hour. Its layout resets each time. The squad gasped. What? The ground trembled violently beneath them. Min Guk looked around, panicking. What's happening now? It's only a first-level labyrinth. Hannah shouted in disbelief. How can this? Her words cut off as giant stone blocks began emerging from the walls. Look out, someone yelled. One block smashed down right in front of her. Hannah dove to the side at the last second, barely avoiding it. Move, idiot! Chulsik shouted, pointing up. If you stay still, you'll die. Hannah looked up, just in time to see a massive slab of stone falling from above. It crashed into the floor, shaking the entire dungeon as dust and debris exploded around them. The squad collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Dust filled their lungs as the thunderous movement of the stone plates finally came to a halt. Dripping with sweat, Park Hannah braced her hands on her knees and looked back. Where's Jang Mina? She cried, panic flashing across her face. She's gone, Chulsik hissed through gritted teeth, his face pale. What the hell kind of labyrinth is this? A first-floor dungeon shouldn't have anything like this. They're all supposed to be the same, except for the ruins. Jinhyuk brushed the dust from his shoulders, his expression calm in the chaos. Has any of you ever been inside a changing labyrinth before? He asked quietly. Silence fell. Someone stammered, how would anyone have been to something like that? Hannah bit her lip, frustration clouding her expression. This place is too dangerous. We need to leave. Now. Turning sharply, she called out to Hyman. Use your ability, find us a way out. Hyman's voice trembled. I can't. During the labyrinth's change, my ability shuts off completely. Tears welled in her eyes as she clenched her fists. Hannah's pupils widened in horror. We're trapped, she whispered. There's no emergency exit. From a short distance away, Jinhyuk watched their panic with cold amusement. They were so confident, he thought. They only entered because they had a map reader on their team. Thought this would be a quick stroll to the supermarket. He lowered his gaze, his eyes glowing faintly. Idiots. And then, he felt it. That shift in the air. The faint, gut-deep pulse that told him something was coming. It's almost time, he murmured. Hannah clenched her teeth in anger and spun toward him. You knew, she shouted, charging forward. You knew about the labyrinth changing and didn't warn us. She jabbed her finger at him, her voice shaking with rage. Because of you, we almost died. Min Guk stepped up beside her, pointing accusingly. You're the only one who knew what was going to happen. Another teammate, Kwangwoo, added, and because of you, Jang Mina's on the other side of the wall. Jinhyuk sighed, frowning slightly. Did I ever ask you to follow me? Hannah blinked, taken aback. You all came in on your own, he said flatly, eyes burning with quiet irritation. No one dragged you in here. Min Guk gritted his teeth, fury twisting his features. You think that excuses you? We're trapped, and I'm already pissed off enough. With a flash of light, a weapon materialized in his hand. The blonde raised his sword and snarled, I didn't like you the moment I saw you. Before Jinhyuk could respond, a heavy thud echoed through the chamber. A strange, wet sound followed, then a crash. Min Guk froze, eyes wide. His sword clattered to the ground as a spray of blood burst from his chest. And Min Guk? Hyman screamed, clutching her hands to her mouth. Kwangwoo's voice shook. How did that happen? A massive hoof struck the floor, shaking the ground beneath them. From the shadows, a hulking figure emerged, horns gleaming, muscles rippling, and blood dripping from a jagged axe. The creature let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire labyrinth. The Minotaur, someone whispered in horror. Weapons materialized in trembling hands. A single bloody axe remained embedded in the wall, humming with energy, before vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a deep, cracked scar. Then it reappeared in the creature's grip. The Minotaur raised it high. Hana's eyes widened in shock. "We're dead." But before the axe could fall, Jinhyuk moved. "Everyone, move," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. He launched himself forward, his coat flaring behind him as he rushed past the frozen squad. The air rippled from his speed. The leader watched in disbelief, heart hammering. "What is he doing?" Her voice trembled as Jinhyuk closed the distance to the towering beast, his expression calm, eyes burning like fire. The Minotaur's axe came crashing down, splitting the air with a shriek of metal. But Jinhyuk was already moving. He darted forward, closing the distance in a blur. The ground exploded where the axe struck, sending shards of stone flying through the air. Using that burst, Jinhyuk leapt, his body twisting above the monster's horned head. A faint ding echoed in his ears. Dodge successful. He grinned midair. Perfect timing. The sting from his wounded shoulder barely registered. A new notification flickered before him. Hidden stat unlocked, breach. His eyes widened. Breach. The description appeared in glowing blue text. This stat reduces the level gap against stronger foes and increases it when facing weaker ones. Landing lightly on the cracked floor, Jinhyuk muttered under his breath, "So that's how it works." He reached up, grabbed the Minotaur's horn, and pulled himself closer. For every 3 points, the gap shrinks, he mused. The beast roared, its crimson eyes blazing with fury at being touched by a mere human. But Jinhyuk's grin only grew wider. This is what I've been missing." The Minotaur swung its axe again, its movements wild with rage. Jinhyuk slipped past each strike, the wind from the blows tugging at his hair. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. Another dodge, another notification. Again, and again. His body moved on pure instinct, remembering the pattern of every attack. Every motion carved experience into his muscles like muscle memory reborn. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. Breach stat increased by plus 0.05. The monster let out a guttural snarl, slamming its axe down with desperate speed. Jinhyuk hopped backward, laughing quietly. "Doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't land a hit." Behind him, the squad stared in disbelief. Minguk's jaw hung open. We tried to trick him?" Park Hana's hands trembled. "He's insane, taking on a monster like that alone." The Minotaur's rage boiled over. It swung in a wide arc, the axe blade humming through the air. The weapon came so close it brushed against Jinhyuk's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Another chime. Fatal dodge successful, life-threatening evasion detected. Breach +1. Jinhyuk chuckled under his breath, wiping the blood from his neck with 2 fingers. "1 stat point for a scratch? I'll take it." The Minotaur's attacks grew faster, heavier. Every blow could have crushed him, but he moved like water, slipping between death and survival by inches. Just one mistake, he thought, eyes narrowing, and it's over. He dodged another furious strike, dust swirling around him. Looks like it's time to end this. At the edge of the room, the terrified squad huddled near the wall. Hyaman clutched her friend's hand. "I want to leave," she whispered. Hana nodded shakily. "If we follow the wall, we might find an exit." Before they could move, a calm voice spoke behind them. "Where do you think you're going?" They turned to find Jinhyuk standing there, blood-streaked but smiling faintly. He pointed his thumb toward the raging Minotaur. "If you want to get stronger," he said, "then fight." The squad blinked in disbelief. "Dodge its attacks," Jinhyuk continued, eyes gleaming. "You'll gain a hidden stat too." He turned back toward the monster, rolling his shoulders. "But only if you survive long enough to learn." The Minotaur's axe came crashing down again, the impact splitting the air with a thunderous roar. Park Hana barely managed to leap back in time, her breath catching in terror. Heyman flinched, throwing her hands up as if to block the incoming death blow, while the squad leader, her face pale, screamed as the monstrous weapon tore through the chamber. Stone cracked. Dust exploded through the room. The shockwave rolled over them like a storm, tearing apart everything in its path. When the chaos settled, Hyuk was on the ground, his hand pressed against the floor slick with blood. Nearby, Hana's tear-streaked face trembled as she looked at the destruction. Through the haze, Jinhyuk gave a crooked smile. "You can't just stand there like a statue," he said calmly, brushing dirt from his sleeve. "Dodge. Keep your distance. That's how you survive." He turned to face the Minotaur, his sharp eyes glinting with mischief. "Right, big guy? Isn't that true?" The creature snorted, its massive frame heaving as it raised its axe once more, but before it could swing, a low rumble echoed through the walls. The labyrinth had begun to shift. Blocks of stone ground against each other, sliding into new positions. A section of wall shot up between Jin Hyuk and the Minotaur, sealing the beast away on the other side. Jin Hyuk chuckled and waved casually. "We'll finish this later," he said, just as the wall slammed shut. The Minotaur roared furiously, steam puffing from its nostrils. It swung its axe down in rage, shaking the entire dungeon. As the tremors faded, Hannah collapsed, gasping for breath. Kik sat beside her, eyes wide. "We could have died," he muttered, voice shaking. "Just like Mingu and Haman." Hannah nodded weakly. "At least it can't follow us now." Then, a soft glow drifted through the air, tiny white butterflies fluttering overhead. "The pollen," Jin Hyuk murmured, watching them. "From those glowing moths earlier. It's what's been attracting the Minotaur." Hannah's eyes widened. "Then why would you touch them on purpose?" He looked at her, genuinely puzzled. "Because I need to raise my stats." He picked up a bloodstained knife and gave it a spin. "Every time the maze shifts, it gives us a window to rest. I might as well make use of it." "Fun," he added with a grin. "That's what it is when that monster finds me." Park Hannah stared at him, speechless. "How long are you planning to keep doing this?" He raised one finger, smirking. "1 month. Then I'm walking out of this maze." The squad fell silent. Kik finally helped Hannah to her feet, muttering, "We'll go our own way. This hell won't last that long anyway." Jin Hyuk tilted his head thoughtfully. "That's probably true," he said. "So, which direction are you all heading?" They didn't answer, just started walking down the corridor. But the deeper they went, the darker it became. No markers. No signs. Just endless stone passages twisting into uncertainty. "Does he even know where the exit is?" someone whispered. Jin Hyuk ran his thumb along the edge of his knife, a playful gleam in his eyes. "Of course I do. I know this maze better than anyone." Hannah frowned. "We don't have much choice, do we?" But before she could finish, Jin Hyuk raised his finger and wagged it teasingly. Nothing's free in this world. Even a bus fare costs something." The blade flashed, stopping a hair's breadth from her face. "Now," he said, voice low and cold. "Hand over all your coins." Then the scene shifted. A man with the shield and a sword roared and lunged forward. Monsters stumbled back in fear, their shouts echoing through the corridor. Then, cut. The scene froze on a video player screen. Comments flooded beneath the paused frame. "This guy's insane. That dodge, so clean. He soloed goblins like a boss." The clip had gone viral, over 1 million views in a day. At a small desk, a young man pushed up his glasses and grinned. "Looks like all the boards are talking about me. My battle with the goblins alone made over 1,000 coins in ad revenue." The swordsman from the video laughed. "It's thanks to our teamwork, really." "Yeah," another said, summoning shimmering blue arrows in his hands. "The edit made it look like you did everything solo. No one even noticed my buffs." The guy with glasses chuckled. "No one ever notices the support." Suddenly, the guy in the blindfold frowned. "Wait, who's this?" Everyone turned toward the screen. A new comment had appeared from a user named Bald Guy. "Fake. Totally scripted." And just like that, the mood in the room shifted. The guy at the computer slammed his hand on the desk, frustration written all over his face. "He's ruining everything," he snapped, glaring at the screen. The one with the bandage across his forehead sighed and rubbed his temple. "Relax, man. Don't get so worked up. This world was always meant to be monopolized by those who discover things first. That's just how it is." The boy with glasses frowned, tapping nervously at his keyboard. "Wait, hold on, something's happening." A new video just dropped on the Walk of Fame feed. Everyone leaned closer to the glowing monitor. The notification popped up, for the first time in the world, successful tenfold enhancement. The preview showed a dazzlingly bright dagger spinning in midair, surrounded by shimmering energy. Within minutes, the view count was exploding, hundreds of thousands, then over 1 million in just 10 minutes. The young man with glasses gawked at the screen. "This is absurd," he muttered, scrolling through the endless stream of praise and excitement in the comments. Their squad's video, once proudly sitting at the top of the rankings, was already plummeting down the charts. "Why's it tanking so fast?" asked the guy in the blindfold, his brows furrowing. "Because of that," the one with glasses said bitterly, pointing at the shining thumbnail. Meanwhile, far away inside the labyrinth, Jin Hyuk crossed his arms and stared at the floating system message in front of him. His expression was calm, detached. "Let them fuss over rankings," he murmured. Then, with a lazy wave of his hand, he said to his squad, "Go pick some moss, set up a place to sleep, and find logs for a fire." Kik grumbled, clearly irritated, but still obeyed. As he turned to leave, he shot a glare at Jin Hyuk, who was smirking with his usual mischievous calm. Jin Hyuk ignored him. He opened his status window, his eyes scanning the holographic menu until he selected exchange. A cheerful message blinked in front of him. Welcome to the exchange. Jin Hyuk rubbed his chin, thinking. Now, what do I need this time? In the air, holographic images appeared one by one. A deck of enchanted tarot cards, 70 coins. A fragment of an old bronze key, 80 coins. A piece of a wooden cartwheel, 300 coins. And a lotto booster scroll, 10 coins. Each one looked like worthless junk. But Jin Hyuk smiled slyly. He reached forward and confirmed the purchases. Thank you for your purchase, appeared with a chime. To anyone else, those items were meaningless trash, but Jin Hyuk knew exactly what they could do. Let's see, he said softly, placing his hand above the glowing blue energy that connected them all. Let's try something fun. A surge of magic coursed through the air. The blue energy twisted and whirled around the items, binding them together in a brilliant flash. Item combination successful. Before him, a magnificent artifact emerged, the Wheel of Fortune, its rim glowing with ancient runes and an image of the goddess of luck etched in its center. Artifact effect, temporarily increases luck to its maximum value for 10 minutes. Incomplete, limited range of use. The golden wheel hovered in the air, spinning slowly as Jin Hyuk studied it with an amused grin. If you don't understand how something works, you'll never know its limit, he whispered, summoning a knife into his hand. And luck, it's the kind of power that can raise a man to heaven, or throw him straight to hell. He grasped the wheel, and light exploded around him. Luck has reached its maximum value. Sealed scrolls materialized from above, falling like raindrops of light. He checked his inventory, 10 enhancement lotto scrolls. Normally, those scrolls were a joke, barely a 1% chance of success. But now, with his luck maxed out, 100% success rate. Jin Hyuk smirked. Perfect. He lifted his dagger toward the spinning wheel of fortune and began the enhancement. One by one, the scrolls disintegrated in brilliant flashes, notifications popping up faster than he could read. Enhancement success. Enhancement success. Enhancement success. The dagger in his hand gleamed with radiant energy, its edge sparking like lightning. Item, old dagger plus 10 acquired. Achievement unlocked, first player in Korea to create a level 10 item. Reward, 5,000 coins. Achievement will be displayed on the Hall of Fame for 24 hours starting tomorrow. Jin Hyuk swung the weapon a few times, feeling its perfect balance, and rested it casually on his shoulder. Finally, he muttered. Something truly worth having. Day 10 in the Labyrinth of Hell. Kik and Park Hana sat beside a small fire, their knees pulled to their chests. The flames crackled weakly over a few damp branches. Nearby lay a rough bed of moss, hardly comfortable, but better than the cold floor. There was almost no food left. Only mushrooms and moss. Hana grimaced as Kik bit into a spotted fly agaric, chewing miserably. You're seriously eating that? She asked, turning her face away in disgust. He shrugged. Better than starving. Jin Hyuk lay on his back nearby, arms behind his head, eyes half open, as if none of this bothered him. Hana's mind replayed the past few days, their desperate escapes, the shifting walls, and the minotaur that hunted them at the same hour every day. She remembered the way Jin Hyuk had stood there, calm and unflinching, even as the monster tore through the maze. He made it all look effortless. We'll die if this keeps up, she whispered, hugging her knees tighter. Kik nodded grimly. That demon will use us and toss us aside when he's done. As they spoke, glowing text appeared before their eyes, anonymous comments from spectators watching their progress. Most were filled with useless advice or idle gossip. Hana frowned, scanning the comments. Has anyone found out anything about him? She asked in a low voice. The responses came one by one. No info found. His YouTube, blog, everything's private. He doesn't even have a broadcast channel. Hana's shoulders slumped. So the people supporting us outside, they're completely useless. She turned to Kik, frowning. Did they report this to the Elder? What's the Raven Guild saying? The next reply appeared in the air. No updates yet. The guild said it might take 3 weeks to locate your labyrinth. 3 weeks, Hana whispered, clutching her face in despair. That's way too long. Across the fire, Kik lazily tossed the last piece of mushroom into his mouth, chewing. Kik stared at the glowing message board in front of him, his face twisted with frustration. So, what's the word from the guild? He asked quietly. His companion sighed. Nothing. They still haven't found our location. Park Hana glanced toward Jin Hyuk, who was lying on his side near the fire, his back turned to them. The dim orange glow flickered across his calm face, he looked utterly relaxed, as if he didn't have a care in the world. That sight made something boil inside her. After a long silence, she leaned closer to Kik. If we kill him, and hold out just a little longer until the elder arrives, we can survive. We can get out of this hell. Her voice trembled at first, but by the end, her words were sharp as a blade. Kick frowned, eyes darting to the sleeping figure. And how exactly do you plan to kill that? Park Hannah clenched her fists. That's what we need to figure out. Kick reached down and picked up a jagged stone from the floor, gripping it tightly. The easiest way is to do it while he's asleep, he whispered. One good hit to the skull, no one survives that. He raised his hand, knuckles white around the rock. But before he could swing, Hannah grabbed his arm. Stop, she hissed. Kick turned to her, eyes wide with confusion. What the hell are you doing? Her expression was grim. You don't understand. That man, his reaction speed isn't human. Even if he's asleep, he'll sense it. The moment you move, he'll kill you. Jin Hyuk remained perfectly still, his breathing calm, his back to them, yet the thought that he might be awake made their hearts race. Park Hannah slowly released Kick's arm and looked down, her lips trembling. We're powerless against him. Even a sneak attack could end with both of us dead. Kick threw her a look of disbelief. So what, we just keep suffering like this? Let him use us until we die? Hannah didn't answer right away. Instead, she began rummaging through her small satchel, her fingers trembling as she searched. Wait, she muttered. I might have something. Her eyes lit up when she finally found it. From the bottom of the bag, she pulled out a small glass vial containing a dark green liquid, and inside it floated a venomous sting, shimmering faintly. This, she said softly, is from a giant immature pumpkin wasp. A single drop of its venom can kill 100 trolls. She smiled faintly, though her eyes were cold. We'll use it in a way he can't resist. At that very moment, Jin Hyuk opened his eyes slowly. He sat up without a sound, holding a small wooden plank topped with fried moss and mushrooms. His expression was unreadable as he poked at the meal with a pair of improvised chopsticks made from mouse bones. The atmosphere was so tense it felt surreal, like a scene from a twisted survival show. Hannah forced a shaky laugh. We just need to catch a few more mice or moths. Then we'll finally have something edible besides mushrooms. From across the camp, Jin Hyuk's voice broke the silence. Pass me some more mushrooms, and water. Both Hannah and Kick froze. Then, without a word, Kick obeyed, scooping a few charred mushrooms onto Jin Hyuk's plate and handing him a small container of water. Still plenty left, Kick muttered bitterly, glaring at the disgusting meal. Hannah shot him a sharp look, silently calling him weak for hesitating. Jin Hyuk lifted a piece of mushroom to his lips and took a bite. The live chat that floated above their heads exploded with messages from anonymous viewers. He ate it. He really ate it. No way, did they just poison him? Holy crap, this is insane. Park Hannah smiled quietly to herself, hiding her excitement behind a calm expression. Beside her, Kick watched anxiously, waiting for the poison to take effect. A few moments later, it did. The plate of mushrooms clattered to the floor. Kick's mouth opened in shock as a black liquid poured out, splattering on the ground. His body convulsed violently, veins bulging under his skin. Kick! Hannah cried, stumbling to her feet. What's happening? Jin Hyuk calmly set his plate aside and looked up at her, his gaze sharp and cold. You really thought I'd eat food from your hands without checking it first? Her breath caught. Kick fell to the floor, twitching, his skin darkening by the second. Jin Hyuk stood up, brushing dirt from his pants. I swapped the plates when you weren't looking. The live chat erupted again. Wait, he knew. He switched it. This guy's terrifying. Oh my god, she killed her own ally. Jin Hyuk summoned a translucent blue window in front of him, his tone almost amused. You know, he said casually, secretly broadcasting a live feed from inside the labyrinth is illegal. Park Hannah's face went pale. What evidence do you have? She shouted, trembling. He tilted his head, smirking. Evidence? The spectators watching through the illegal feed began to panic as they saw what was happening. Jin Hyuk glanced at the system window hovering beside him. Lines of text scrolled across it. Broadcast detected, unauthorized live transmission during non-boss event. Violation of system rules confirmed. Offenders will be penalized. Would you like to file a formal report of illegal activity? He pressed his finger against the floating button. Park Hannah's lips quivered, tears welling up in her eyes. Jin Hyuk gave her a chilling smile. Next time you decide to go live, he leaned closer, eyes gleaming, you should practice your facial expressions. Her body froze, terror washing over her as the system's judgment began to fall. The fire flickered between them, casting shadows that danced like ghosts across the stone walls, while Jin Hyuk stood there, calm, composed, and utterly merciless. Jin Hyuk's lips curved into a cruel grin as he added, your disappointment's showing, you know. With a sharp press of his finger, the confirmation button flashed beneath his hand. Instantly, a bright, warning eye notification exploded into view, surrounding the trembling Park Hannah in glowing red letters. The application has been successfully submitted, the system announced coldly. All anonymous user identities have been erased. Park Hannah froze, pressing her hands to her chest as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Behind her, the large projection of the live broadcast began to flicker and fade away. She spun around, eyes wide, watching as the chat filled with confusion. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Did the stream just cut? One by one, their connection snapped. Each anonymous viewer vanished, their usernames deleted in an instant. The screen blipped again, showing a new message. All violators will be banned from watching broadcasts for 1 month. Repeat offenders will face permanent deletion. The number of spectators dropped to 0. Park Hannah stared at the empty void in disbelief. How is that possible? She whispered. Then another chilling message appeared. Player's fine has been replaced by a merciless fate. Her friend Six's body began to twist grotesquely, melting into a pool of black sludge before her horrified eyes. The sound of bubbling flesh filled the air. Park Hannah turned sharply, something massive was moving down the corridor. Out from the shadows emerged a minotaur, its massive frame illuminated by the flickering firelight. A wicked axe glinted in its hands. It let out an ear-splitting roar that rattled the walls. The beast charged forward, its heavy hooves cracking the stone beneath it. Panicking, Park Hannah dove behind Jinhyuk. Are you going to fight this time? She stammered, slapping his back. Tell me where to hide. Jinhyuk slowly turned his head toward her, expression unreadable. You've got some nerve, he said coldly. Trying to poison me 1 second, begging for help the next. Her voice trembled. Why you always tell us what to do, don't you? Please, she clutched her chest desperately. A soft ding echoed. Conditions to copy the target's skill have been met. Jinhyuk's eyes flickered with satisfaction. A golden skill book materialized above his head, pages glowing with divine light. I don't need you anymore, he said calmly, his gaze cutting through her like a blade. Park Hannah glared, voice trembling with spite. You'll regret this. My brother's in the Raven Guild, you think he'll let you live after this? The ground quaked violently before she could say another word. The Minotaur's colossal axe slammed into the floor, splintering stone and sending shards flying. Park Hannah shrieked and jumped back. Jinhyuk shot upward, launching himself high into the air, his figure slicing through the smoke. Watch carefully, he called down. See the difference between me and your pathetic guild. He twisted midair, his dagger gleaming with red energy. Then, he dropped. The blade sliced across the back of the Minotaur's skull, leaving a shallow, burning cut. The monster bellowed, swinging its massive fist in retaliation. The impact shattered the wall beside him, but Jinhyuk had already landed lightly on a crumbling stone tile. He smirked, thinking fast. That worked. Breach skill confirmed. But the ground beneath him cracked again under the force of the Minotaur's steps. Can't just brute force this thing. The beast's axe whooshed past his ear, and Jinhyuk dove, sliding low across the stone floor. Sparks flew from his boots. Same setup as last time. If I repeat it, I can win. The air shimmered. Fire element, level 1 activated. Flames burst forth, engulfing the corridor in searing heat. The Minotaur roared, raising its arms to block the inferno, but Jinhyuk was already moving. Breaking through the blaze, he lunged forward and slashed at its leg. The Minotaur's knee buckled, it crashed down, one leg sinking into shattered stone. Jinhyuk stood behind it, smirking. Easy now. Don't thrash too much, he taunted, gripping his knife tighter. You'll only make the meat tougher. The Minotaur growled, steam snorting from its nostrils. Its body trembled violently. Then, its eyes blazed green. The Guardian of the Labyrinth has activated Frenzy, level 10. The Minotaur's muscles swelled monstrously, veins glowing with radiant emerald energy. The air itself trembled under the weight of its power. Its horns shone with light, its axe pulsing with a terrifying green aura. Park Hannah stumbled back, horror painted on her face. Is it even possible to beat something like that? She whispered. Jinhyuk stood firm, knife poised before him, eyes calm and razor-sharp. The Minotaur roared, shaking the entire corridor. The Minotaur's eyes blazed with crimson fury, twin fires burning with feral rage. The creature's mane bristled, muscles swelling grotesquely as veins glowed red beneath its skin. Above its head, a menacing icon flickered into existence, Frenzy, level 10 activated. Power surged through the beast, shaking the ground. Its stats skyrocketed, strength, attack speed, and movement speed all increased by 30%. But that wasn't all. The most terrifying part of the transformation was the secondary effect, enhanced intelligence. The monster could now speak. Opening its jagged maw, the Minotaur growled in a guttural yet articulate voice, "Human. I'll tear you apart piece by piece." It lifted its massive axe, the air around it vibrating with pressure. "I'll crush your bones to dust, so you'll never dare step foot here again." Jinhyuk's expression didn't waver. His knife shimmered with an ominous purple haze as mana pulsed around it. "His mana efficiency's gotten way better than before," he muttered, rolling his shoulders. Raising the weapon in front of him, he grinned, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Come on then, show me what you've got." With a roar that shook the dungeon walls, the Minotaur lunged. Its colossal axe swung downward, the impact strong enough to split stone. But Jinhyuk raised his blade just in time, the weapons clashed, sending a shockwave through the air. The axe slid off his knife and slammed into the ground with an echoing boom. The monster swung again, and again, but each strike met with Jinhyuk's precise parry. Sparks flew, the metallic screech ringing through the chamber. From a distance, Park Hannah watched in disbelief. Her mouth hung open, eyes wide with shock. The man who moments ago looked exhausted was now standing firm, his movements sharp and calculated. "He stopped dodging," she whispered, trembling. "He's taking those blows head on." The Minotaur's relentless barrage continued, but Jinhyuk blocked every strike with surgical precision. The dungeon floor cracked beneath their feet, shockwaves rumbling outward. "This is insane," Hannah muttered, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. "Even a full guild couldn't beat a boss in level 10 frenzy, he's crazy." Steel clashed again, clang. The blades locked. Jinhyuk pushed back, a smirk curling on his lips even as their weapons trembled. How can he smile in a situation like this? Hannah breathed, clutching her chest. Jinhyuk's eyes darkened for a moment. His mind drifted, not away from the fight, but deep into his own memories. "I've always been trapped," he thought bitterly. In this world, in that game, powerless. A flood of past defeats flashed through his head, countless deaths, countless respawns. Each one had carved its mark into him. Player has died. Breach stat plus 57. Those words echoed from the countless times he'd perished in-game. Every fall, every fight, every ounce of struggle had built up his hidden strength. He clenched his fist tightly. Not this time. Behind him, a massive spectral tiger roared to life, its transparent form bursting forth like a spirit responding to his will. Mana crackled through the air. "Let's see if this world still wants to play with me," Jinhyuk muttered, grinning. The Minotaur swung again, and Jinhyuk deflected it, his movements faster now, smoother. Breach stat plus 1. Notifications kept popping up with each exchange. Sparks and stone fragments filled the air as the axe slammed down again and again, but Jinhyuk was already anticipating every motion. The monster raised a brow, momentarily confused. How was this human keeping up? Jinhyuk tightened his grip, then darted forward. His knife glowed fiercely as he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slashes. The Minotaur's thick hide split in multiple places, crimson streaks marking each strike. Park Hannah could barely follow the movements, just flashes of purple light and deafening impacts. Jinhyuk's body blurred as he weaved between the Minotaur's strikes. The creature reeled, bellowing in fury. "You think your little tricks can hurt me?" the beast roared, raising its fist. "You haven't even scratched me." The ground trembled as it swung its massive arm. A blinding flash filled the chamber, a shockwave blasted through, shaking the air. Jinhyuk was thrown back, landing hard on the stone floor. Dust and smoke swirled around him. When it cleared, the Minotaur's massive fist hovered just inches from his face. Then, frenzy time expired. Jinhyuk tilted his head, wiping dust from his cheek. 5 minutes, he said calmly. "You're done." The Minotaur's muscles twitched violently. Its entire body began to steam, cracks of light spreading across its skin. With a guttural roar of rage, its strength drained away, flames consuming its frame. Penalty activated, user enters suspended animation for 24 hours. The beast's colossal body collapsed with a deafening thud, slamming into the floor as a massive crater formed beneath it. Jinhyuk exhaled slowly, glancing at his stat window. Breach stat, 50. 50 points, enough to close the gap of 19 levels, he murmured, a satisfied grin creeping across his face. "Give me a few more days, and I'll hit 100. From behind a broken stone pillar, Park Hannah peeked out, trembling. Is it over?" "The rage is," Jinhyuk replied, sheathing his knife. "But the monster's only gone temporarily. Once the labyrinth resets, it'll respawn." Her eyes widened in horror. "Then, it'll come back?" "Exactly." Jinhyuk lifted his hand, 2 fingers raised. "We've got 20 days before that happens." 20 days later. The dungeon's floor shattered beneath a resounding step. The Minotaur roared back to life, its axe gleaming once more as it swung with monstrous force. Jinhyuk easily sidestepped the slash, his movements sharper than ever. Breach stat plus 1. Total breach, 100. Notifications flooded his vision as he flipped through the air, his aura flaring violently. The Minotaur lunged again, fangs bared and eyes blazing red. And Jinhyuk, grinning like a predator, met its charge head-on. Jinhyuk's fist shot upward like a cannon, smashing squarely into the Minotaur's jaw. The impact cracked through the air, and the towering beast stumbled backward with a pained grunt. Each point he had earned strengthened him, yet at that moment, it wasn't his stats that crushed the monster, it was his mood. He exhaled slowly, his knuckles throbbing. "Guess it's all about how I'm feeling today," he muttered, pinning the Minotaur's horn under his boot. The bull-headed guardian let out a weak snarl, its massive form trembling. Jinhyuk looked down from above, shadows crawling over his face as he whispered, "Looks like it's time for us to part ways." Jinhyuk's eyes dimmed as he turned his gaze toward Park Hannah, standing frozen at the edge of the chamber. Jinhyuk smiled faintly, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. "Now then," he said lightly, "I need to figure out how to deal with you." Park Hannah flinched, pressing a hand to her chest. "What do you mean, deal with me?" "From now on," Jinhyuk replied casually, "I'm forming a company. A company for veterans." His smirk widened. "And I'm recruiting interns." Her eyes went wide. Interns?" He tilted his head. "What? Not interested?" "Interested?" she blurted out, almost shouting. "Of course I am. I've always wanted to join something like that." Jinhyuk chuckled softly. "Good answer." He stepped closer, eyes glinting mischievously. "Then tell me, what use would you be to my company?" Straightening up, Park Hannah placed a trembling hand over her heart. "My personal contact ability. It would be useful for communication and management." Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. "You mean the ability I've already mastered?" "And no. I mean," she stammered, voice cracking. "I'll never betray you. You can trust me." He leaned forward slightly, casting a shadow over her. "Is that so?" His voice was calm, almost too calm. "Then what else do you have to offer?" Hovering over her, he smiled faintly, cold and sharp. "You're a disappointment." Park Hannah's eyes widened, panic setting in. Wait. Please." She dropped to her knees, tears spilling down her face. "Give me more time." Jinhyuk tilted his head as though considering it, then smiled sweetly. "Unfortunately," he said, "we don't accept interns that join halfway through." Her breath hitched, fear tightening her chest. "I'll give you Braham's ring," she cried suddenly, grabbing his leg. "Just spare me." His gaze sharpened. "Braham's ring? My brother, he made a deal with the Chinese guild," she stammered. "He gave Jinhang to Koro as payment. Please. I can get you the ring." Jinhyuk's expression darkened with interest. "So that's how the Black Crow Guild got their hands on it." He crouched down, his eyes reflecting the crimson gleam of the gem she mentioned. The image of the ring flashed before him, a golden band crowned with a blood-red jewel. One of the rarest treasures on the first floor. Its effects, increased movement speed, enhanced magic resistance, and the power to suppress a monster's mana flow. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a grin. Thanks to his eye of truth, he could see that she wasn't lying. Notifications flickered before him, confirming the item's authenticity. He clapped her trembling shoulder. "Congratulations," he said cheerfully. "You're officially an intern in the company of old men." What? Park Hannah blinked in confusion. Holding up 3 fingers, Jinhyuk continued matter-of-factly. "Number 1, interns don't get paid. Number 2, you'll come when you're called, no matter when or where. Number 3, he grinned. You'll sign the contract." Her heart dropped. Contract? The air shimmered as a new notification appeared before him. World memory reading initiated. Skill fusion, contact plus fire element in progress. Blue energy burst from his hands, 2 icons merging into one. The air crackled. "It might get a little hot," Jinhyuk warned playfully. A blinding flash filled the chamber. New skill acquired, Soul Brand. Park Hannah backed away, terrified. Is this the contract?" Jinhyuk lifted his hand, mana swirling around his palm like fire. "You didn't think you'd just sign a paper, did you?" "No. Wait, please," she screamed as his hand came down, glowing with fierce blue flames. Her cry echoed through the labyrinth as the soul brand seared into her skin. The mark burned faintly on her cheek, pulsing like a living ember. Soul brand successfully engraved. Target bound to obey all commands from the skill's owner. Violation will result in automatic body combustion. Jinhyuk smiled, lowering his hand. "Welcome," he said smoothly, "to the Black Enterprise." Her scream faded into silence, replaced by the sound of heavy stone grinding. The labyrinth gates began to open. System notice, first floor cleared for the first time. Blinding light poured in. Park Hannah fell onto soft grass, gasping for air. Tears streaked her face as she laughed in disbelief. "I survived." Another message appeared before her eyes. First floor completion bonus, 5,000 coins, players added to the honor list for 24 hours. 5,000, she whispered, eyes wide. After all that hell, that's it? Hey, in turn, Jinhyuk's voice called behind her. She turned. He extended a hand. Hand it over. What? Your reward. Before she could protest, glowing coins streamed from her inventory into his. His total balance now exceeded 10,000 coins. Not bad, he mused. I doubt anyone else has this much yet. Then he pointed at her, his voice calm but cold. And one more thing, bring me Braham's ring within 3 days. 3 days, she yelped. That's too soon. Blue energy flared in his palm. Then 2. A burning pain seared across her cheek in the shape of a human hand. Park Hannah screamed, clutching her face. Oh okay. I'll do it. 2 days. Jinhyuk nodded approvingly. Good in turn. The screen of the outside world shifted to a live news broadcast. A massive screen atop a skyscraper displayed a man in a dark suit, his tone urgent. In a week, the announcer declared, Korea's strongest guild, Dangun, plans to conquer the boss of the 3rd floor. Images of various guild emblems filled the display, the elite of the nation preparing for the next stage of the tower. Among them, Dangun's emblem burned brightest, its dragon insignia representing Korea's pride on the international stage. As the broadcast continued, people walked through the crowded streets below, their eyes locked on the screen, unaware that, somewhere deep beneath the tower's layers, Jinhyuk had just rewritten the rules of survival. The news anchor straightened his tie and turned to the camera, his voice sharp with urgency. Any statements from the Chinese side regarding the tower conquest? The man beside him furrowed his brows, irritation flickering across his face. No, he said firmly. It's better to focus on conquering the tower ourselves than to wait for help from another country. The Dangun Guild has proven capable, they've managed fine without foreign support. Watching from his seat, Jinhyuk leaned back, eyes narrowing at the screen. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he muttered under his breath, let's see how long that confidence lasts. The image of the tower's looming structure flashed through his mind, massive, endless, and full of horrors. He could already guess why they were in such a hurry. They wanted to seize as many resources as possible before others could. Greed always came before reason. He brought up a digital map of the tower, glowing faintly on his screen. No need to rush, he murmured. Not to the 2nd floor. Not even the 3rd. Each floor allowed only 90 days of chaos. And those who failed wouldn't get a second chance. Suddenly, a message appeared, transfer to the next floor commencing. The scene around him flickered, and in the next moment, monsters emerged from the shadows, dozens of them, their growls echoing through the air. Jinhyuk clenched his jaw. There's no way that guild will survive this floor, he muttered. The difficulty keeps increasing. Humanity won't get another shot. Later, the light from his small apartment window glowed faintly against the darkness outside. Empty bottles and garbage bags were stacked beside the door, a silent reminder of his life before the tower became real. Sitting down with his phone, Jinhyuk opened his contacts. I'll start by gathering intel, he said, scrolling through the list. No rumors, just solid information. He tapped open a tab titled Community, Challenge Tower. A feed of messages and forums popped up, buzzing with activity. It had a user search bar, letting him find old players. A nostalgic smile tugged at his lips. A cafe scene flickered into view, the scent of roasted coffee beans filling the air. Across from him sat a young man with spiky blonde hair who waved enthusiastically. Yo! I'm Taemin, he said with a grin. Nickname's Bald Head. His avatar on the site held a Molotov cocktail, wearing a ragged military jacket. Beside him, a girl with black hair thumped her fist against her chest. Name's Yanawa. My nickname's Fire Fist. Her avatar was even more ridiculous, a cartoonish inflatable ring around her waist and a pair of oversized boxing gloves. Jinhyuk blinked. You've got to be kidding me, he whispered, staring between them. These two looked nothing like the characters he'd teamed up with 2 years ago. For a brief moment, he pictured their old avatars, warriors, assassins, and mages standing together in perfect formation. Yeah, this isn't quite the glorious reunion I had in mind. His system chimed. Skill activated, Eye of Truth. Blue light flickered in his vision. Instantly, Taemin's status window appeared before him, lines of data scrolling down. Ability, Machine King. A high-tier magic skill, ideal for massive battles and siege situations. No wonder he'd always been their heavy hitter. He glanced toward Yanawa as she took a sip from her drink, her status window popping up next. Skill, Tanda Master, a technique focused on close-range combat and relentless offense. No wonder they always fought side by side, Jinhyuk thought, watching them bicker playfully. Their levels matched perfectly, they'd been grinding together for a long time. He smiled faintly. Some things never change. Then another message blinked in front of him. Copy ability unavailable, all party members must reach the 20th floor together. Jinhyuk sighed, rubbing his temples. Figures. Of course there's a catch. Teen leaned back and pointed at him. Alright, your turn, man. Let's hear it. Snapped from his thoughts, Jinhyuk blinked. Ah, right. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Name's Jinhyuk. Then, realizing how plain that sounded, he added quickly, nickname's Captain Boar. Taemin froze mid-sip, staring at him. Yanga choked on her drink, coughing as she burst into laughter. Jinhyuk covered his mouth, embarrassed. Why did I ever make that name 11 years ago? Trying to play it off, he sat down and crossed his arms. Anyway, I'm 27 now. I stream on Paprika TV. Taemin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Taemin's froze halfway to his mouth, his eyes wide. Wait, you're a streamer? He blurted, disbelief mixing with excitement. No way. I've seen your channel on Paprika before, I used to watch your streams sometimes. Jinhyuk chuckled, swirling the straw in his drink. Yeah, that's me. But I've already stopped streaming. Taemin waved his hand casually. Hey, that's fine. We've been gaming together for years. Let's just chill like old times. Sitting beside him, Yanawa nodded in agreement, a faint smile on her face. Yeah, it's been too long. Jinhyuk leaned back, watching them. They were so open. Friendly. It was strange, almost uncomfortable. His mind wandered to faces from the past. The smiling Jonggu who had used him without a second thought. The fiery glare of Park Hannah right before she betrayed him. Memories of deceit flickered like ghosts in his mind. But now, surrounded by his old party members, two people who weren't hiding knives behind their smiles, he felt something unusual. Peace. A holographic projection of the earth hovered above their cafe table, surrounded by empty coffee cups and glowing interface screens. Taemin was busy scrolling through tower reports, while Yanawa leaned in, explaining how the world had changed during the time Jinhyuk was trapped in the labyrinth. He learned everything, the rise of powerful guilds across the world, the booming streaming industry built around tower content, and even the bizarre rumors of miners in black robes who ran human factories underground. When Jinhyuk saw their masked faces in a short clip, his expression darkened. Taemin raised his eyebrows. Wait, don't tell me, you've been gone all month? Jinhyuk nodded. Yeah. Time runs differently inside. Then you probably missed the new test system, Yanawa added, spooning ice cream into her mouth. Jinhyuk blinked. Test system? Moments later, their taxi crawled through the traffic-choked highway, the skyline of Seoul shimmering ahead. Taemin twisted around from the front seat. When the tower first appeared, a flood of players rushed in. But from the second floor onward, the death rate skyrocketed. The association had to step in, they created a test system. Only players who pass the evaluation can move to the next floor. Yanawa lifted her wrist, showing a faint barcode etched into her skin. Everyone gets a verification code now. You can't advance without it. Jinhyuk's gaze darkened. The image of Sang Jin, the head of the association, flickered in his mind. That man was cunning, always smiling, always scheming. Gathering powerful players under the guise of safety? Jinhyuk smirked faintly. So that's your plan, huh? Collect the strongest for yourself. He leaned his head against the window, watching the glowing association emblem appear on a massive skyscraper ahead. I'll use your little system for my own good, Sang Jin. When the taxi stopped at the building entrance, crowds were already gathering. Giant screens displayed the association's logo, a shining sword encircled by wings. Since its formation, the new rule was simple. Fail the test, lose your chance to climb. Players graded below F were branded as failed and barred from entering the second floor. At the testing plaza, the atmosphere buzzed with tension. Hope, fear, and greed swirled like storm clouds. One man clenched his fists, whispering a desperate prayer to get a decent rank. A trembling girl bit her lip, praying for at least an E rank so she wouldn't be left behind. Nearby, reporters adjusted their cameras, preparing to cover the next prodigy to emerge, maybe another A-rank hero. Don't miss this one, a cameraman hissed as the lens focused on the red carpet. Two figures appeared, Park Hannah and Park Hajin of the Black Crow Guild. Flashbulbs exploded as the crowd cheered. Behind them strode Kim Kite, the father of wrestling and one of the guild's leading figures. His expression was stern, cutting through the noise. What's with this crowd? He muttered. Hajin turned to him, polite but firm. They're all chasing fame and fortune. The tower made everyone desperate. Kite groaned. No time for nonsense. Make way. The press is waiting. His eyes gleamed. I came for the Black Crow's young stars. Don't disappoint me. Park Hannah straightened under the pressure. "We'll do our best, sir." Her brother nodded confidently beside her. Security guards began clearing a path, pushing the crowd back as reporters shouted questions. Among the mass of hopefuls stood Jinhyuk, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, Taemin and Yanawa beside him. "Hey, you! Move," one guard barked, pointing straight at him. Jinhyuk lifted a brow. "Why should I? I've got my number. I'm waiting in line like everyone else." Before the guard could reply, Park Hajin stepped forward, irritation twisting his face. "You're holding up the line," he said coldly. "Don't make a mistake you'll regret." Someone in the crowd gasped. "He's talking back to Park Hajin himself." Jinhyuk's expression didn't change. Inside, the eye of truth flickered to life, his pupils glowing faintly. Data flooded his vision, every stat, every ability, laid bare. Target identified, Park Hajin. Condition to copy skill, raise target's interest/hostility to maximum. A slow grin crept across Jinhyuk's lips. So that's how it works. Interest for allies, hostility for enemies. Perfect. Hajin frowned. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jinhyuk said nothing. He just took one step closer. At that moment, Park Hannah arrived, her face paling as she recognized him. "Boss," she stammered. "Hannah." Hajin turned to her. "You know this guy?" Before she could answer, Jinhyuk's hand shot out, lightning fast. A sharp crack echoed through the plaza. Hajin's scream tore through the air as Jinhyuk twisted his index finger until it snapped. The crowd fell silent. And in the reflection of his glowing eyes, Jinhyuk smiled faintly. The moment Hajin's finger turned red and swollen, he yelped in pain, clutching it dramatically. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk stood there as calm as a mountain breeze, sipping his water without a hint of concern. But then, Hajin's eyes flared with determination. He lowered his hand, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of magic burst from it, crackling and roaring like lightning. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Someone shouted for everyone to rush to the scene, and chaos erupted as curious onlookers hurried to witness the clash. Jinhyuk's brows furrowed slightly. Something wasn't right. Before he could react further, Hajin lunged toward him, blade flashing. Jinhyuk's grip tightened on his half-empty bottle. A sharp whoosh, and a stream of water splashed straight into Hajin's face, blinding him. His strike sliced through empty air. When his vision cleared, Jinhyuk was gone. The bottle he had been holding spun lazily through the air before bouncing off Hajin's shoulder. Then, crack, a brutal kick slammed into Hajin's leg. He crumpled to the ground, screaming, clutching his knee in agony. Gasps echoed all around. Jinhyuk stood a few steps away, his back turned, completely composed. The spectators stared, stunned and speechless. Among them, Hannah's face had gone pale. Sweat ran down her cheeks as she whispered in disbelief, why is Jinhyuk here?" Before she could collect herself, a familiar voice broke through the murmurs. "Pathetic," scoffed Kitai, his arms crossed and a sour look plastered across his face. Jinhyuk turned toward him, his expression blank and unreadable. Kitai's lips twisted into a smirk as Jinhyuk activated his skill, Eye of Truth, Level 1. But a red warning blinked in front of his eyes, error, skill failed. Another notification followed immediately, skill use denied, level difference too high. Kitai's composure shattered. Rage burned in his eyes as he stepped forward, each movement radiating fury. Flames flickered faintly in his gaze, a visible sign of his power. His level was clearly above 20. "I didn't know Hajin had a babysitter," Jinhyuk said dryly, his tone dripping with mockery. Kitai snarled. "He may be a handful, but he's useful." At that, Jinhyuk's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed as he asked, "So what Hajin supplied to China? That was Jinong from the Goro dynasty, wasn't it?" Kitai froze. Then, his face twisted with rage. "How do you know that?" he roared, his teeth grinding. Reporters and spectators exchanged confused glances, unsure what the two were talking about. Jinhyuk shrugged nonchalantly. "Does it matter?" he said, smirking. "Maybe you should be asking the right question instead." A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. "Like, how do you get rid of the side effects?" Kitai stiffened. "Wait," Kitai said, he activated Blackout Barrier Level 3. A thick, black barrier erupted around Jinhyuk, expanding like living smoke. The air rippled with energy as the walls began to close in, twisting and sealing the space in a suffocating dome of darkness. "Jinhyuk!" Taemin roared, his eyes wide with panic. Without hesitation, he threw himself toward the narrowing gap, trying to break through before it sealed completely. Inside, the world dimmed under the oppressive aura radiating from Kitai. Veins bulged across his temples, his jaw clenched tight. Flames flickered in his eyes, wild, violent, unrestrained. "Jinhyuk!" Yanawa cried out desperately, slamming her fists against the dark wall. Her voice echoed hollowly as the barrier reflected her panic back at her. Inside, Jinhyuk turned, pressing his palm lightly against the surface. It was cold and solid, impenetrable. "Is this a protective wall?" he muttered, his tone edged with disbelief. The black energy pulsed under his touch, almost like a living creature breathing in rhythm. Kitai didn't answer. He stood just beyond the barrier, his fiery eyes locked on Jinhyuk with unmasked contempt. When he finally spoke, his voice was low but sharp enough to cut through the tension. "Tell me something," he said. "Are you really asking for 10 dungeons?" Jinhyuk's gaze met his, steady and unreadable. Kitai stepped closer, his aura flaring brighter, licking at the edges of the barrier like fire testing steel. "Then prove it," he demanded, his tone dripping with challenge. "Prove you're not lying." The words hung in the air like the calm before a storm, two figures trapped between black walls and blazing fury, their clash inevitable. His glare sharpened. "What are you talking about?" Jinhyuk chuckled softly. "Oh, come on. The edible item that restores mana and stamina, Jinong from the Goro dynasty. If you just eat it raw, it causes magical poisoning." The crowd murmured in confusion. Kitai's face contorted with barely contained fury. Jinhyuk raised 3 fingers. "There are 3 things that can suppress the side effects: Karen juice, moonstone, and Mundare root. I'd bet you're looking for that last one right now." Kitai's eyes widened slightly. He said nothing, but sweat trickled down his temple. His thoughts were spinning, everything Jinhyuk said matched the scout's reports. "So?" Jinhyuk tilted his head, smiling with that wicked glint. "Do you believe me now?" Kitai hesitated, then growled, "Fine. I'll believe you." But his tone was sharp and wary. A dagger materialized in his hand, its blade glowing with fierce magic. He pointed it at Jinhyuk's face. "But I'm warning you," he said in a low, threatening voice, "no tricks. You've already demanded 10 of the most valuable dungeons. Don't push your luck." Kitai's anger seethed visibly, his jaw clenched, the blade trembling as energy surged through it. "I should end this right now," he thought bitterly. Then, something changed. Jinhyuk's expression shifted into something terrifying. A grin spread across his face, wide, unhinged. His eyes glowed with a brilliant, unnatural purple flame. "It seems," he said slowly, his voice low and dangerous, "you still don't understand." Kitai's breath caught. "Our deal," Jinhyuk continued, stepping closer, "and your life, both are in my hands." As he raised his hand, his own blade flared to life, swirling with sinister, violet energy that made the air hum. At that instant, the ground rumbled. One of the guards burst through the floor, debris flying. Chaos erupted as Jinhyuk's allies formed a defensive line. "Fall back!" Yanawa shouted furiously. "Unless you want to die." Rage still burned in Yanawa's eyes like wildfire, her fists clenched tight enough to draw blood. But before she could take another step, a sudden chime echoed through the air. "Notification, Level 3 blackout barrier, cancelled." The words flashed before their eyes, and the swirling storm of magic vanished instantly. The thick energy that had been suffocating the area dispersed into nothing, leaving only silence in its wake. Yanawa exhaled shakily, her shoulders dropping as the tension drained from her body. Around her, the others began to scatter, confusion and relief mixing in their faces. Jinhyuk stepped out from the dispersing mist, brushing imaginary dust off his coat with a grin. "Hey, calm down already," he called, his tone half playful, half exasperated. "You okay, Yanawa?" Before she could answer, Timon's voice boomed from behind, "Jinhyuk. You lunatic. We thought you were kidnapped or something." They both rushed toward him, shouting and waving their arms, voices overlapping in a chaotic chorus of worry and frustration. Jinhyuk raised both hands in mock surrender, smiling. "Relax. I'm fine," he said, jerking his thumb toward the retreating figure of Kitai. "See? We had a little talk. Turns out, we actually understand each other now." Timon blinked in disbelief. "You what?" Before anyone could question further, Hajin stormed past them, fury blazing in his eyes. He stomped straight toward Kitai, his face red with rage. "You're just going to let that guy walk away like nothing happened?" he barked. Kitai didn't answer. He stood motionless, his expression unreadable. Hajin, sweating and desperate, bowed low. "Please, just give me another chance," he pleaded breathlessly. "I'll come up with a plan, I swear I can fix this." His words barely left his mouth before Kitai's hand shot forward. In one swift, brutal motion, he struck Hajin across the neck. The sound was sharp, a dull thud that silenced everyone nearby. Kitai lifted him effortlessly by the collar, holding him several feet above the ground like a rag doll. "Understand this," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "Jinhyuk is stronger than any of you. Remember that." Hajin's face turned red as veins bulged across his neck. He gasped for air, saliva dripping from his lips. I understand, he choked out, trembling. Kidai's eyes burned with disdain. If you pull something like that again, he let the threat hang in the air before releasing Hajin. The young man collapsed to the ground with a thud, coughing and wheezing as Kidai and his guild walked away. Hajin stared after them, his jaw trembling. What happened in there? He whispered, the question aimed at no one. His face twisted with rage, and a dark fire ignited in his eyes. No one humiliates me and gets away with it, he thought bitterly. No one. Then, notification, hostility toward target has reached maximum. Condition met, skill copy available. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed as another message appeared. Skill, stealth, has been copied. Type, passive. Description, control your breathing and pulse to erase presence. Skill stored within the world's memory. A slow, satisfied grin crept across his face. Watching Hajin seethe with hatred, Jinhyuk's smile grew sharper, darker. He turned away, slipping his hands into his pockets as murmurs of "oh" rippled through the crowd. All around him, players whispered his name. Some in admiration. Some in fear. On the ranking board above the plaza, Hana's name still shone at the top, first place, 1,755 points. Jinhyuk tilted his head, amused. So the trainee actually drank mountain ginseng, huh? He muttered under his breath, crossing his arms. Not bad. Before he could say more, a voice called from nearby, next candidate, please enter the testing chamber. Stepping forward, Jinhyuk pushed open the door. The room was spacious and sterile, glowing with pale blue light. At the center stood a massive crystal pulsing faintly with magic. Beside it, a man in uniform greeted him with a clipboard in hand. The test is simple, the man explained, gesturing toward the stone. Strike the magic crystal with your weapon or skills. Anything goes, magic, abilities, physical force. The stronger your impact, the better your score. The crystal's true power reveals itself under attack. The examiner's eyes drifted to the blade in Jinhyuk's hand. Wait, are you really planning to use only that? Jinhyuk smirked and raised the weapon casually. This is all I need. All right then, the examiner said uncertainly, rubbing his chin. He tapped something on his tablet, activating the system. Begin whenever you're ready. But before he could step back, his eyes widened in alarm. Jinhyuk wasn't standing in front of the designated crystal anymore. Instead, he had strolled over to a much larger one at the far end of the room, the kind meant for high-rank evaluations. Wait, the examiner stammered, his voice rising. That's not the one you're supposed to hit? Jinhyuk merely smiled, his blade gleaming under the blue light. I know. The examiner stared at Jinhyuk as if he'd just walked into the wrong universe. He pointed stiffly at the stone Jinhyuk had wandered toward. That one is a mid-level magic stone, he said, voice cracking. He jabbed his finger toward a much smaller stone sitting on the opposite stand. You're supposed to hit that. The entry-level one. A tiny spark flickered inside Jinhyuk's eyes, more like a silent explosion. Before the examiner could understand what was happening, a pressure surged from Jinhyuk's body, thick and suffocating enough to make the man's hair stand on end. His soul practically shriveled. Wait, why you can't possibly activate a mid-level stone, the man whispered. Normal players can't even wake those up. And then, crack. The mid-tier stone shattered cleanly in two, crashing to the floor. A stunned silence swallowed the room. That's impossible, the man choked out. Even elite players can't split it in half. His tablet beeped wildly. Jinhyuk's test result popped up on the glowing screen, and the man's eyes bulged so far they nearly fell out. His rank, congrats, you are an S rank. I need to report this immediately, he shrieked. But before he could sprint away, Jinhyuk's hand shot out. He calmly plucked the tablet from the examiner's hands. Whoa there, Jinhyuk said, almost lazily. Not so fast. The man froze. Are you telling me to delay the report? Jinhyuk's gaze sharpened. Quiet, terrifying, absolute. For personal reasons, he replied softly. You'll file your report in 1 week. After that, go wherever you like. But, the examiner's voice wobbled like a melting jelly. Jinhyuk straightened, twirling his blade in one hand like a man flipping a pen during a boring lecture. You know, there's an old saying, he mused. The law is far away, but the fist? The fist is right here. The examiner screamed, that's true, and snapped ramrod straight like a terrified soldier. The office door suddenly opened as Hana walked past. Jinhyuk leaned against the wall, arms folded, as if he hadn't just threatened a government official with philosophy. She paused mid-step, turned, and held out her hand. A silver ring shimmered in her palm. Here, she said. The ring glittered with a faint magical pulse, Braham's ring. Obtaining difficulty, high. Magic resistance +10. Movement speed +5%. Ability suppression plus 20. Effect, weakens monsters' magical powers. Jinhyuk took it, pleased, ready to stroll out. Hey! Hannah shouted, tapping her cheek. Remove the brand. I kept my promise. Jinhyuk waved without looking back. I'll consider it, depends on how you behave. What? Behave? She hollered behind him. Right then, a flurry of familiar voices approached. Jinhyuk. Taemin stood there sweating like a broken faucet. Why your rank, was really F? Yanga blinked beside him. I thought you'd score way higher. Outside, sunlight washed over the streets as the group stepped out of the towering building. Jinhyuk shrugged. It's just temporary, he said. I'll retake it in a week. A taxi rolled to a stop beside them. He opened the door. The second test's in a dungeon, she reminded him, then asked, how are you planning to handle it? Jinhyuk slid into the car, buckled himself in, and replied, I need information. Don't worry, I'll message later. You guys go to the tower. The car door shut behind him. Inside, he crossed his arms and thought aloud. The first test measures magical power. Those who pass move to the second, dungeon clearance. He imagined monstrous shapes, hulking orcs, grotesque beasts, creatures crawling through the darkness. The rule's simple. Clear any dungeon you want. Goblins, orcs, doesn't matter. But in his mind, he envisioned something entirely different. A forbidden ruin. A winged girl sitting somewhere unreachable. The place I'm going, he whispered, is the ancient ruins on the tower's first floor. In 11 years of the game, and now in reality, nobody has ever cleared that zone. A moment later, Jinhyuk stepped into a brand new dungeon, grinning with satisfaction. A ridiculously large backpack clung to his shoulders. They had reached the border of the abodes of the fallen when. Bonk! A can of soda smacked him in the head, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hey! Jinhyuk, someone yelled. Quit spacing out and carry the luggage. Tower of Challenges. Ancient ruins, first floor. Floating rocks drifted across the sky. Waterfalls streamed down cliffs like silver ribbons. It was impossibly beautiful, almost unreal. Jinhyuk frowned. With an F rank, he couldn't just walk through the front. The guild guarding the ruins would block him immediately. He studied the massive expedition group moving ahead. Best option, he said under his breath, is to sneak in as a porter. One of the expedition members suddenly approached him. Hey, rookie, the man asked, how'd someone like you end up here? Jinhyuk gave him a cool glance. Then a small smile. I need money. Lots of it. The stranger chuckled. Who doesn't? Then he held out his phone, showing a picture of his wife and kids. I'm here to feed them. Jinhyuk's expression shifted for the first time. He instantly recognized that look, the look of someone who signed up knowing they may never return. A suicide player. They continued walking, deeper into the ruins. With our F ranks, the man warned, we've got to watch every step. Equipment fails inside. No rescue teams. No medical support. Jinhyuk smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. Relax, he said gently. Everyone here will go home alive. Really? The man asked, startled. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. But then, seeing Jinhyuk's calm confidence, he laughed softly. Thank you, he said. You're braver than most people here. A notification chimed above them. Raid quest initiated. A glowing scroll unfurled in front of every participant. Raid, capture the ruins. Difficulty, S. Objectives. Eliminate the location boss. Recover the throne trapped deep inside. Reward. A relic of your choice. We're here, someone shouted from the front of the long line. One by one, the exhausted porters dropped their massive backpacks onto the dirt with loud thuds. The leader's voice boomed across the clearing, full of authority but softened with approval. Good work, everyone. Rest for now. We'll wait here until the raid group arrives. Jinhyuk lowered his bag and lifted his gaze toward the massive structure looming before them. A colossal temple, ruined, ancient, and radiating mystery. Just then, a golden shimmer burst before his eyes. A notification floated in front of him. Special reward, first conqueror of the tower, golden chest. A special reward, he murmured. Am I the only one who can see this? The next text appeared instantly. Reward granted. Luck plus 10. Adaptability plus 10. Another line slid across the screen. Frozen, unlocked. Ability, cold heart. Description, maintains calm even in extreme danger. May affect emotional expression. Then another emblem cracked open. Monopolization, unlocked. Passive effect, if the quest is completed alone, the reward generated will always be the maximum possible. What? Jinhyuk blinked in disbelief. Then a twisted grin crawled across his face, something dangerously close to madness glittering in his eyes. This is insane, insanely good. He brought a hand to his lips, thinking hard. Behind him, he imagined a mountain of rewards, treasure chests overflowing with possibilities. There are countless rewards in the tower, he mused silently. Getting even one is a miracle. With a passive like this, I don't even need luck. His thoughts were cut short when a blinding light erupted from the center of the temple. A beam of magic sliced through the dusty air, illuminating the ruins. A moment later, hazy silhouettes materialized within the glow. The raid team had arrived. One player stumbled forward, groaning loudly. Ugh. I'll never get used to teleporting. What are you guys even doing? More soldiers appeared behind him in organized lines. All 50 members accounted for, another shouted. The porters and workers shrank back instinctively. They stared at the raid party with a mixture of awe, fear, and distrust. A system message appeared. Eye of Truth, Level 1 activated. We move, the raid captain barked. Formation on the march. Vanguard takes point. A short description hovered before Jinhyuk. Song Chanhwa, age 29, level 14. Ability, Relief. Condition to copy, earn his trust during the raid. Jinhyuk's eyes flared faintly as magical pressure seeped from him. Damn, he muttered, biting his lip. Earning trust under these circumstances won't be easy. His attention shifted toward Young One, who was busy assembling squads. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. Wait, something's off. An idea flickered across his face as he watched from the shadows. Song had no idea Jinhyuk was studying him so closely. A top 10 guild leader, with a level that low? Jinhyuk crossed his arms, silently observing. No one will notice me. Perfect. The deeper they went, the clearer the devastation became. The once great temple had collapsed into ruin. Cracked pillars. Fallen statues. Nature had swallowed the building whole, roots tearing through walls, vines crawling like veins. A mage stepped forward, halting just before a corridor swallowed in pure darkness. Stay behind me. If anyone wanders off, there will be no rescue, she warned. Her staff ignited with a crimson glow. Lamp skill, level 1 activated. Flames burst from the crystal tip, lighting the passage with red brilliance. The sudden illumination revealed skeletons and mangled corpses, the remnants of fallen raiders and slain monsters. The porters recoiled. TVs, these are ruins, someone whispered, trembling. Their voices echoed across the hallway. The raid had only begun, yet danger was already breathing down their necks. Their group moved deeper into the ruins, passing corpse after corpse, monsters already slain by the raid team ahead of them. A porter whistled under his breath. Wow, they really turned this place into a slaughterhouse. The deeper they went, the darker the atmosphere grew. Even seasoned workers whispered nervously, glancing around as if expecting something to leap from the shadows. Suddenly, Song and his elite squad halted. We found it, one of his men shouted. Song waved his arm sharply. Workers. Over here. Jinhyuk approached with the others, but there wasn't even a flicker of enthusiasm on his face. If anything, he looked at Song with thinly veiled contempt. Strange, he thought. After wiping out so many monsters, shouldn't there have been casualties? Yet they're all perfectly fine. And a moment ago, this guy was yelling about maintaining formation. What kind of strategy is that? His thoughts were jolted when a heavy hand slammed against his shoulder. Hey! Stop spacing out. Go distribute water, another porter barked. Ah, right. He was just a porter right now. Jinhyuk forced a polite smile even as a vein twitched at his temple. The man who shoved him pointed in another direction. We can handle this side. Go help the foreigners. Foreigners? Jinhyuk echoed in his head, turning toward the group he was supposed to serve. A line of warriors in gold-plated armor stood there, their movements polished and disciplined. On one soldier's shoulder, Jinhyuk spotted a symbol, something sharp, bold, and very familiar. Zion Guild. That explained the armor. Then his eyes landed on one particular figure, a knight clad in immaculate white robes and silver armor, completely different from the rest. Jinhyuk's lips curled into a sly smile. Such delicate creatures. Should I bother befriending one? Still, he carried out his assignment. He offered a cup filled with cold water. The knight turned, surprised to see him. You worked hard, Jinhyuk said calmly. The warrior accepted the cup with a nod. Communication skill, level 1 activated. Jinhyuk's smile deepened. Not much interest, but a start. Then the knight slowly unfastened their helmet. The helmet lifted. Blonde hair spilled out. A beautifully sculpted face was revealed. Jinhyuk froze for a heartbeat. He knew her immediately. The youngest daughter of the Lorena aristocratic family, a European prodigy, a specialist in divine power. Offense, defense, healing, master of all. The hero who saved Amsterdam from the undead siege. Europe's Saint of Amsterdam. Teresa de Larentia. She chugged the water with surprising thirst, wiping sweat from her brow. Jinhyuk finally understood why the raid had 0 casualties. Of course. Teresa excels at cleansing undead and evil spirits. No wonder things went smoothly. But then, why is someone like her here? The boss raid for the 3rd floor is happening right now, and she came to these ruins instead? His eye flashed. Eye of Truth, level 1 activated. Teresa lowered the empty cup, cheeks slightly flushed from the refreshing drink. An error message slapped across his vision. Error, cannot analyze target. Level difference too high. Is she really above level 20? Jinhyuk whispered internally. But another message popped up immediately. Luck plus adaptability compensating for level gap. Eye of Truth, level 2 activated. Oh, nice, Jinhyuk cheered inside his mind. A panel appeared, revealing her full status. Teresa del Lorena. Age, 22. Level, 29. Special ability, Heaven's Protection. Her bright blue eyes carried no greed, no malice, only warmth and sincerity. The conditions to copy one of her abilities appeared. Condition, protect Teresa from a life-threatening situation. Reward, copy 1 skill/ability. Note, Teresa is ranked in the world's top 100 players. Those numbers, he murmured internally. Now I get why so many worship her. Scrolling further, he caught sight of another piece of information. A quest tied to choosing a class. So that's why she's here? She's hunting for a profession quest. Just then, Teresa handed the empty mug back with a radiant smile. Thank you. That really helped. He accepted the cup with a gentle expression, though inwardly he was analyzing her from every angle. Abilities valued by warriors, divine defense, purification skills, a world-class paladin. A quiet excitement stirred within him. Now, all I need is to figure out what kind of danger could threaten someone like her. And how I can be the one to save her. The ground shuddered first, just a faint tremor. Then the entire temple roared like a wounded beast. Cracks split across the walls, dust rained from the ceiling, and broken pillars groaned as if the whole structure were on the verge of collapsing. Warriors immediately shouted for their commander, panic slicing through their voices. Their leader bolted toward them, boots hammering against the trembling floor. When he finally reached the soldiers and saw what they were pointing at, every drop of color drained from his face. He froze. He stared. His jaw hung open. This is bad, one of the warriors whispered. A girl sat beside one of their teammates, a limp body already cold and lifeless. Farther down the corridor, more corpses littered the floor, twisted and torn as if they hadn't even had time to scream. A metallic clank echoed overhead. The ruined sentinel floated into view, an enormous ancient mechanism suspended midair, its single eye sweeping over the entire raid squad. Warning, remaining time, 10 minutes. Strange cubes wrapped in dense magical energy materialized around the Guardian. System notice, ruined security system, sleeping bomb, has been triggered due to intruder presence. Guardian units are being summoned. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. Don't touch it and it won't go berserk, he muttered internally. But before anyone could listen to reason, Song clutched his head, panic twisting his expression. Who activated this thing? He shrieked, voice cracking. Jinhyuk watched him with a cold expression. 10 minutes left. That's all. The guard's glare washed over the squad, painting Song's face in a sickly pale light. In the reflection of the monster's metallic surface, the leader's terror was unmistakable. If we fight these things head-on, we're dead, Song thought, shaking. At least half, no, more, will die. Another thought wormed into his head, could we evacuate the civilians? But the word impossible slammed into his mind like a curse, freezing every sane decision he could have made. His thoughts spiraled. His ambition roared louder than the temple's shaking. I worked too hard to become guild master. I can't retreat now. I won't. We continue the raid. Song barked, eyes wild. Soldiers rushed up to him, shouting that they hadn't even reached halfway and the guardians would surround them. Cold sweat dripped down Song's chin. Shut up and follow orders, he roared. I'll take responsibility. We still have a chance, with her. He jabbed a trembling finger toward Teresa. Meanwhile, in another corner, a soldier sprinted to where a handful of resting players lounged. The guards are awake, he cried. One of the loungers barely lifted an eyebrow. Relax. A big guild like Par wouldn't move without countermeasures. Really? The informant asked, hopeful. Of course, the archer scoffed, pushing himself to his feet. Solo players like us should just listen to the guild leader. They probably dealt with every guard already. A massive hand appeared behind him. Before the sentence finished, the archer was crushed into a spray of red. The remaining solo players scrambled into a circle, trembling. This is really, really bad, the informant stammered. A suit of enormous magical armor stomped toward them, another guard unit. Back at the main formation, Song raised his shield. Main raid squad, Prepare for battle, he yelled. Tanks forward. Porters to the rear. Buff the tanks and healers, move. Chaos erupted instantly as people ran, shouted, took positions, and cast spells. Song braced himself, shield glowing. Notification, Yungon activates level 3 steel defense. Notification, Jangon activates level 2 combat concentration. Buffs surged through the front line, strengthening their stance. Behind them, a mage lifted her staff, light spiraled upward as a magic circle formed under her feet. Notification, Angel Song, level 2 activated. All allied stats increased. They're coming. Song screamed. Hold the formation. A towering guard leaped into the front line. Boom! Its axe crashed into Song's shield, sending sparks flying, but he held. Leader, a scream echoed from behind. It was the trio of solo players. Exhausted, bloodied, barely holding off multiple guards, they cried out for help. The mage pointed toward them. We need to assist the solo players. Shut up! Song snapped. Focus on the battle. Casualties are unavoidable. Rage twisted his face. Sweat streamed down his jaw. In his mind, he screamed at himself. No time to worry about solo players. The abandoned trio slumped, despair filling their eyes. It's hopeless, one whispered as tears slipped down his cheeks. Please, help. Their pleas went unanswered. Until a sharp sound cut through the battlefield. Quick footwork. A blur of white. A gleam of divine blue. Teresa shot past the formation like a falling star, soaring over the guards with her sword blazing. Notification, level 4 activated. Light burst from the ceiling as she cleaved through the guardian units with blazing, precise strikes. Teresa, the dying solo player, cried out, eyes shining with hope. Her expression remained steady, focused, determined, calm. Blue fire burned in her gaze as she scanned the battlefield. 2 guards slipped past the main squad, the non-combatants are in danger. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the rear. The back of the hall was a scene of carnage. Many porters lay lifeless. One badly wounded worker sat collapsed against the wall, coughing blood. We're doomed, he rasped. A colossal axe swung toward him. But before it could strike, thin red lines sliced across the guardian's limbs. What are you saying, old man? A voice replied. The guard fell apart, collapsing in scattered chunks. Jinhyuk stood before the terrified worker, blade dripping with mechanical sparks, a calm grin on his face. I told you, he said lightly, I'd make it home alive. Jinhyuk, behind you, the worker shouted. A gigantic metallic arm crashed down. But Jinhyuk slipped aside effortlessly, not even a hint of fear in his eyes. The moment the notification rang out, fire element, level 1 activated, heat flared along Jinhyuk's arm. Flames coiled around his hand like a hungry serpent, bathing his face in an eerie orange glow. Instead of fear, a twisted grin stretched across his lips. Oh? What else can this do? He chuckled. He thrust his burning palm forward. A torrent of fire roared out, tearing through the guardian's descending arm. When the flames died down, nothing but charred chunks remained, twitching faintly as they hit the ground. Jinhyuk shook out his hand, letting the fading embers drift away. I'm not finishing it off, he said with a casual shrug. Let the others clean up. I need to stay at level 1, so killing it isn't an option. A wounded porter, clutching his bloody side, stared at him wide-eyed. How, where did strength like that come from? Jinhyuk scratched his cheek, offering a light-hearted smile. Just lucky, I guess. But inside, his thoughts tightened. Who activated the high-grade guardians of these ruins? Why would anyone do that on purpose? The old man still lay there in shock, too stunned to even stand. Suddenly, a blur of movement. Teresa appeared beside the injured porter and seized him by the arm. In the blink of an eye, she dragged him nearly 10 meters away from Jinhyuk. She stood rigid, her back to Jinhyuk, shield raised. I thought you were a decent person, she said, her voice shaking with anger. But you threatened a wounded civilian. Maybe you're the one who awakened the guardians. She spun around, eyes blazing with fury and disgust, shield lifted defensively. Jinhyuk, she declared, you're under arrest. Jinhyuk blinked, baffled. Wait, what? What are you talking about? A blade sliced through the air beside his face. He barely dodged. Don't move. Teresa snapped. I don't want to hurt anyone. There's been a misunderstanding, he said, raising his hands. Her answer was another vicious strike. I'll hear your explanation after I restrain you, she shouted. Great, Jinhyuk thought sourly. She's too angry to listen to anything. He realized he had no choice now. Teresa lunged again, swinging her shield with a burst of strength meant to knock him unconscious. He pivoted, grabbed her arm, and with a powerful shove. Boom! She slammed into the stone floor, carving a crater into it. Dust puffed around her as she lay there, dazed and groaning, struggling to push herself up. Gravel clung to her face. Jinhyuk stepped over her and lowered his blade until the tip hovered right above her cheek. "I didn't awaken the guardians," he said coldly. Teresa's eyes widened, horror flickering across them as she stared at him. His gaze glowed with a chilling blue light, his expression was disturbingly serene. "If necessary," he murmured, "I'll kill with my own hands." "Mr. Jinhyuk!" "Miss Teresa!" the injured porter suddenly shouted. He stumbled forward, arms flailing desperately. "He saved me! Jinhyuk saved my life!" Teresa froze. Her breath caught. The accusation died in her throat. Moments later, Teresa bowed repeatedly, apologizing non-stop as the entire hall watched in uncomfortable silence. She lowered her head deeply. I'm truly sorry." "Stop," Jinhyuk said, waving a hand. "From your perspective, what I did probably looked suspicious." He turned and began walking away. But Teresa hurried after him. "Why are you hiding who you are? Why conceal your identity?" He didn't slow. "For the same reason you are," he said calmly. She stiffened. Without looking back, he continued, "You joined the Cian Guild as cover. You want the St. Peter contract for your profession quest." Teresa froze, stunned. "And," Jinhyuk added lightly, "I need a particular item too, one that can't be known to anyone else." Cold sweat ran down her temples. How does he know all of this? She wondered, shaken. Jinhyuk grinned. "I know every route and strategy in these ruins. That's why you're going to help me. What we both need is stored in the same place." He finally turned toward her, eyes softening. "So? Will you team up with me, Teresa?" She stared at him in disbelief, unsure what answer she was supposed to give. Meanwhile, in the crowd of exhausted raiders, the commander erupted in frustration. "What do you mean the guards are gone?" he bellowed. "We must advance in formation. Do you want to wander around alone?" Teresa stepped forward and pressed a hand to her chest. "According to our map, only 20 kilometers remain," she said steadily. "Everyone knows the strategy, it won't change. And per agreement, all squad leaders share equal authority before the boss fight." Song felt a chill run down his spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized she was right. He faltered, unable to respond. Teresa waited patiently. Finally, with a long exhale, Song rubbed his forehead and gestured tiredly. "Fine. You may split off. But return before we reach the boss chamber." Teresa brightened immediately, clasping her hands with renewed energy. "I'll rejoin you before the battle begins." Then, as if remembering something, she added, "Let me take a porter with me." Song waved her off. "Do what you want." Happiness flickered in Teresa's eyes. But the porters. They froze. A wave of dread passed over them. "This is a one-way trip," one whispered. They gathered together like frightened sheep, quietly praying they wouldn't be chosen. Then a single hand rose from the crowd. Jinhyuk stepped forward, expression steady and serious. "I'll go." The instant the guy even hinted at following, every porter in the squad dove onto him, clinging to his shoulders like panicked koalas. They begged him, practically sobbing, to stay with the group. Inside his head, Jinhyuk sighed. "Even if I spell it out for them, they still won't get it," he muttered mentally. And then, bam! A terrifying pressure burst from him, cold and heavy enough to make the air quiver. Everyone froze mid-cling. "Uncle," he suddenly said, voice calm, almost too calm. The porters blinked in confusion. And he continued, "Has it ever happened to you, back when you were young, that an idea hit you like lightning?" The men instantly backed away, baffled. What is he even talking about? Their faces screamed. Then Jinhyuk dramatically turned around, clutched his chest like an actor in a tragic romance drama, and announced, "Love is burning inside me. Even if this weakness costs me my life, I must follow it." Silence. Shock. Porters whispering, "Wow, he's such a romantic." Jinhyuk exhaled like a man who'd been emotionally drained by his own performance. He and Teresa slipped away while the workers were still dazed. After walking for a while, they reached a wide hall crawling with monsters. The two of them stepped to the platform's edge, staring down at the sea of undead below. Teresa pointed toward a sarcophagus wrapped in a glowing barrier. "The Treaty of St. Peter is inside that coffin," she said. "I see it," Jinhyuk replied with a nod. Then, glancing at her sideways, he asked, "You understand what you need to do, right?" "Yes. I know," she answered. Before either could make their next move, a warning window flashed before them. "The Master of the Abode of the Fallen is watching." Teresa froze, eyes wide. She stared at the glowing alert in front of her as if it had personally cursed her name. "It's on my screen too," Jinhyuk said calmly while rubbing his chin. In his thoughts, this is the boss for sure. Funny, he never took interest in players before. So why show up now? Teresa was trembling. Jae Jinhyuk, you see this too, right? This has to be from the boss. But what does it mean? Does he think we're enemies? Nope, he answered without hesitation. He pointed at himself. He's watching me. Teresa blinked in disbelief. Where does he get this confidence from? She wondered silently. Then she turned to him again, voice small. Do you really know the way through? Hands in pockets, he shrugged casually. I've known it for a long time. Teresa swallowed hard. Then, gathering courage, she asked gently, then, what should I do? Fear clouded her eyes, but she stood ready, determined. Down below, countless monsters patrolled the grave, their presence suffocating. And then, without warning, Teresa leaped off the balcony. She landed right in the middle of the undead horde, the impact making dust burst around her. Instantly, all monster eyes snapped toward her. A system message rang out. Level 5 battle song activated, all stats tripled for 10 minutes. Power exploded from her body. Her eyes glowed bright blue. Her aura roared like a storm. This was no ordinary buff, this was a battlefield goddess descending. Just moments before, Jinhyuk had told her with a smirk. Your job is easy. Pull every undead's attention. The monsters rushed at her in a crazed tide. Teresa steadied her grip on her sword. She recalled Jinhyuk's words. If you release your divine power, everything out there will lock onto you alone. She raised her blade. Light gathered. Her energy swirled like a divine hurricane. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with enormous strength. The sword flared with radiant power. Level 5 Saint ability activated. A blinding burst of holy light exploded outward from her, turning the entire hall into a glowing battlefield. The monsters surged in. The first undead barely got a growl out before Teresa's radiant blade sliced it clean in half. And then another. And another. She carved through them effortlessly, a whirlwind of sacred destruction. Endless waves crashed toward her, but she stood firm, cutting down everything that dared to approach. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk's foot landed on a monster's head. Using the undead like stepping stones, he bounced from skull to skull, racing toward the sarcophagus. Every creature in the hall was locked on Teresa now, exactly as planned. Thanks to her control? I won't pull aggro, he thought as he hopped along. But then he felt it. A surge of overwhelming magic. The massive sarcophagus detonated. A tower-sized skeleton erupted from inside, overflowing with thick, terrifying energy. A system notice confirmed it. Undead boss appeared, special dead awakened. The shockwave split the floor apart. Flames burst across the ground. Debris rained everywhere. Jinhyuk crawled out from the wreckage a second later. Smiling. Finally, the mini-boss shows up. Before he could celebrate further, a gigantic guard sword swung through the smoke. Jinhyuk dodged with a sharp twist, the blade carving through where he had stood. Dullahan? He shouldn't be here. He realized instantly, Teresa's influence must have shifted the activation conditions. The guard swarmed him, forcing him into a sprint. He leapt onto one guard, striking rapidly while destructive magic rained down around them. This guy won't be a problem, he noted. But flying monsters, yeah, those need caution. The Lich lifted his staff skyward, gathering a monstrous well of energy that pulsed like a storm trapped inside the weapon. A few seconds later, he aimed it right at Jinhyuk, ready to fire something powerful enough to rearrange a landscape. And then, boom! Bolts of pitch-black lightning shot from the staff, tearing through the air. Jinhyuk's response? A smug smile. He slid aside, weaving through the deadly bolts as if he were dodging raindrops. A streak of lightning skimmed so close it practically shaved his cheek, but not a single strike hit him. Instead, the bolt slammed straight into the protective barrier around the crypt. A loud crack echoed. So the barrier breaks from that, Jinhyuk thought, amused. Pretty flimsy, honestly. A few seconds later. Shatter. The entire barrier collapsed into glittering fragments. A system update chimed. Level 5 magical defense, destroyed. The Lich stiffened. Wait, did I just break my own barrier? Jinhyuk didn't give him a chance to recover from the humiliation. He sprinted forward, a blade appearing in his hand, a blade wrapped in an aura so ominous it practically hummed with murder. A wild grin stretched across his face. He tore through the guards blocking his path, cleaving them apart without slowing. Severed limbs and armor clattered behind him, and he barely spared them a glance. Across the hall, Teresa was still slicing through monsters, radiant and unyielding. She'll finish soon, Jinhyuk muttered. So that leaves just you, skeleton. He glared at the Lich, who clearly had no idea what was about to hit him. One clean, vicious strike. And the Lich was sliced in half. Jinhyuk blinked at the remains, mildly surprised by how easily it ended. That's when he heard it. I finally found you. A stranger's boot crushed the Lich's skull with deliberate pressure. A small guy stepped out of the smoke, sword in hand, eyes glowing a piercing blue. He stared at Jinhyuk like he'd been hunting him for years. "You read monster movements like an open book," the stranger said. "I knew you'd come here." He extended his sword toward Jinhyuk. "Long time no see." Jinhyuk's brows knitted. "You?" He didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" he demanded. The stranger's face twisted, veins bulging from anger. "You really don't remember me? You don't recognize me?" His sword trembled with fury. A system alert pinged. The Eye of Truth is activated. Lightning crackled off Jinhyuk's body as stat effects adjusted the difference in level. Another window opened. Player status revealed: Chun Yusung, age 28, level 29. Ability: Sword Song. Copy condition: break his self-confidence by defeating him in a sword fight. Jinhyuk stared at the man's weapon. That iron sword? Kenong Dynasty artifact. The exact same one stolen from the museum. Wait, did this guy steal it? And suddenly everything clicked. This was the same lunatic who'd challenged him non-stop during Challenge Tower back when it was just a game. He'd pop up floor after floor. Boss defeated? New place? Doesn't matter, Yusung was there again, begging for a rematch like an obsessed fanboy with anger issues. A stalker. A persistent, sword-swinging stalker. "No wonder you're furious," Jinhyuk muttered. "The game becomes reality and you're still doing this." Yusung gritted his teeth so hard it was a miracle they didn't crack. "You underestimated me that much?" Jinhyuk rubbed his face tiredly. "Oh great. Jung again." Yusung's eye twitched. "This time will be different," he roared. "We're both at the very beginning now. You have no advantage." "Fine," Jinhyuk said coldly, turning his back. "If you want to fight, fight." He raised a finger toward the person sprinting toward them. "But make sure you can handle her too." Teresa arrived with a furious glare, ready to stand beside her partner. Yusung hissed, "Interesting partner, but I won't let anyone interfere." Suddenly, a system notification. Level 5 battlefield selection, activated. Magic surged around Yusung's blade. He slammed it into the floor. Boom. The entire hall shook. Space warped. Reality bent around them. Jinhyuk found himself beside a shattered grave. In its corner, something glowed faintly, pulsing with powerful magic. Teresa shouted his name, but he was already reaching inside the grave. His hand closed around a small orb. He lifted it with a satisfied grin. "We'll meet again," he told her. And then, he vanished. Along with Yusung. The dual realm. The two appeared in an isolated space, an arena created for one purpose only. Yusung raised his sword and took his stance. "No one will interrupt us now." A notification echoed. Level 5 dual activation, all stats of Yusung plus 10%. All stats of Jinhyuk minus 10%. Jinhyuk's expression tightened. His battlefield and duel skills, they really gimp me hard. This is a terrible matchup. Then, another window popped up. Special condition for synthesis skill triggered. When copying conditions become unfavorable, adjustments are made. Copying possible after obtaining the skill. Jinhyuk lifted his hand and pointed straight at Yusung. Magic surged around him. "I'm copying your unique ability," he announced. Unique ability, Sword Song, copying. Effect, swordsman proficiency plus 200%. Automatic sword technique use. Enhanced perception. Ability will be stored in world memory. A powerful aura flared behind Jinhyuk. He smiled. Yusung roared, "Stop ignoring me." He dashed forward, sword raised. Steel flashed. The battle erupted instantly. Their blades collided again and again, sparks flying. Jinhyuk parried each blow with perfect precision. Yusung growled, "What are you even aiming for? Why fight at medium range with a dagger?" Jinhyuk shrugged mid-strike. "This is fun enough. Sword fighting's interesting." Yusung's face went red with rage. "You're still underestimating me?" He pulled his blade back, magic raging around him. "Let's see you smile after this." A notification chimed. Level 6 Sword Soul, activated. Yusung swung. And unleashed a massive shockwave of terrifying magic straight at Jinhyuk. Yusung's blade tore through the air, a shimmering shockwave bursting from the sword's edge. Jinhyuk, however, slipped aside with a relaxed sway of his body, almost bored. "Trying a bit too hard, aren't you?" he called out, tilting his head. "You're throwing top-tier techniques at someone you still think is a newbie." That jab made Yusung snap. He lunged forward, knocking Jinhyuk back with a burst of angry strength. "You're not a beginner anymore," he shouted, voice shaking with frustration. Jinhyuk only let out a soft sigh. "What a shame," he murmured, flicking his wrist. He darted forward. The repeated parries from Yusung were eating into his dagger's durability. At this rate, the blade wouldn't last much longer. So, time to switch things up. Jinhyuk pulled out the small sphere he'd snatched from the sarcophagus earlier. A skill that can hold its own against your precious sword, he muttered. Perfect. He pressed the orb onto the edge of his dagger. Synthesis, sword song plus demon soul. The sphere melted into the blade. Light erupted, blinding, scorching, forcing Yusung to throw an arm over his face. Magical pressure rippled through the battlefield like a storm. A system window blinked into existence. Synthesis complete, sword song plus demon soul unique ability, sword graveyard. Lines of text scrolled. All sword-related skills enhanced by 500%. Body automatically uses optimal sword techniques. Sensory perception maximized. One of the prerequisites for the title, Demonic Swordsman. As the radiance faded, Jinhyuk lowered the newly evolved blade to his side. His expression didn't carry a hint of fear, only amusement. Another notification chimed. Unique ability, Sword Graveyard, activated. Skill, Knight of the Dark Moon, LV.1, activated. Raw power surged through his arm, heavy enough to make the air tremble. TCH, he thought. This thing's only outputting about a tenth of its real strength. I need more mana, fast. Across from him, Yusung froze. A massive wave of magical force swept past him, making his knees buckle. Cold sweat slid down his jaw. What is that power? Jinhyuk stepped forward, eyes glowing with a deep violet blaze. Yusung's frustration boiled over. He bit his lip until it bled, veins pulsing along his temples. Why can't I win? Why him again, always him? Memories flashed, every humiliating death, every rematch, articles plastered over his room, the moment he smashed his VR headset out of rage. I did everything. Yusung roared. Everything, just to surpass you. He flung out his arms and unleashed another wild barrage of attacks. Blades of energy screamed toward Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk didn't flinch. The violet blaze in his eyes sharpened. The strikes came, he carved through them, slicing each shockwave apart with fluid precision. Sparks showered the air. He cut them. Yusung choked. Too late. Jinhyuk vanished, then appeared behind him, his smile twisted and wicked. I've fought people stronger and faster than you, he whispered. But honestly? I'm getting tired of this. He raised his blade and brought it down in a devastating arc. Yusung barely managed to intercept, but the impact sent him skidding back. His sword trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing along its length. Not possible. With a sharp snap, Yusung's sword burst apart. The shattered blade flew 10 meters before planting itself into the ground, quivering. Jinhyuk lowered his weapon, grinning. Looks like I win. Again. Yusung dropped to one knee, head bowed. This is the 138th time, he whispered. Kill me. Jinhyuk chuckled, almost fondly. Next time'll be my 139th win. The words made Yusung freeze. Jinhyuk stepped closer, voice steady. You know better than anyone that the tower isn't a playground. Even the strongest die when they slip up. That's why, players like you matter. He extended a hand toward Yusung. We need stubborn idiots who won't quit. Yusung stared at the offered hand. A strong player, me? The thought almost didn't make sense. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, was internally snickering. 60 days until I can copy him again. Perfect. No need to chase targets when they walk to me. Yusung finally took his hand and rose. Communication ability level 1, activated. He turned away, still shaking. I accept defeat, but next time will be different. Jinhyuk laughed. I'll be waiting. The constructed battlefield began to fracture. Before the collapse finished, Yusung spun around. I still don't know your name. Why do you need it? Jinhyuk asked, tugging his blade from the stone. Then I'll call you what I always did. Jinhyuk blinked. As before? And then, oh no, realization hit. Sweat rolled down his face. Yusung smirked and shouted, Poop Fart, Jinhyuk's old in-game name. Teresa, who had just reached them, froze in confusion. Before Jinhyuk could react, the scene cut to another chamber. A hooded group watched a screen. One member shouted in alarm. Leader, something's moving. The scanner says there's still something alive down there. A red dot darted across the map. Song narrowed his eyes as armored footsteps echoed. An iron golem stepped into the light, and on its shoulder sat a man with long, pale blonde hair. A vampire. He jumped down lightly, bowing with unsettling grace. My greetings. I am Bellis, he said with a faint smirk. Blood kin to the master of these ruins. I come with an offer. The group raised their swords. Bellis placed a finger against one blade. Blood slid down the steel. Unknown skill activated, Bloody Plague. Scarlet magic wrapped around the squad. Screams echoed as red cocoons enveloped them. If your leader chooses option 2, Bellis said calmly, then half of you may follow me, and I'll eat the rest. Cold dread crawled over the squad. Meanwhile, in another chamber. Teresa knelt over a crystal, hands glowing with holy power. Jinhyuk crouched beside her. Power of a saint, level 5, in use. The crystal floated, shimmering blue with silver veins. Item, Ice Tear, absorption increases magic, must be purified or detrimental effects occur. Mana plus 12. The ritual continued, both of them focused as the glow intensified. Jinhyuk stared down at his open palms, blinking as if his hands had just performed some forbidden magic trick. An icy tear, actually in his possession. That alone was something adventurers could spend half their lifetime chasing. But he had snagged it together with the demon soul stone? Even he felt a little giddy at the thought. Teresa, meanwhile, had just been bathed in holy light, receiving her plus 12 stat boost. When she glanced at him for confirmation, he flashed her an enthusiastic thumbs up, so cheerful it could have powered a small village. Her eyes widened a heartbeat later as a new system panel shimmered into existence before her. The monastery's owner had sent her an invitation. According to the system, if Teresa wanted to rescue her entire captured squad, she had to venture into the monastery's deepest chamber. The reward? A one-on-one meeting with the mysterious owner. All traps and monsters would deactivate the moment she accepted. Her blue irises gleamed with tension. A bead of sweat curled down her cheek. Everyone, taken hostage, she whispered, unable to process the absurdity of someone kidnapping an entire raid group like they were snacks bundled for later. Jinhyuk watched her shoulders droop, lips tightening, and said nothing for the moment. Teresa's hands curled into fists. Her mind danced between possibilities, visions of a woman with black wings, a lord shrouded in red light, traps hidden in every shadow. She couldn't shake the fear that she might be marching straight into a beautifully decorated disaster. "We can't beat the lord without the full raid group," she muttered, guilt pooling behind her voice. The image of her squad flashed before her, faces she'd wanted to protect when she'd taken her oath as a paladin. Maybe she'd chosen wrong. Maybe she wasn't strong enough. Maybe. Yusung let out a low sigh. "All right," he said, stepping forward with all the enthusiasm of a man volunteering to pet a very venomous snake. "I'll be leaving then. This has nothing to do with me." He walked right past her, almost casually, tossing advice over his shoulder like loose candy. "You seem stuck making your decision," he added. "Figured I'd help clear your head." Before she could respond, Yusung practically exploded. "He has no honor." Yusung barked, stabbing a finger at Jinhyuk's back. "He's selfish. I can't stand him." His rant stopped only when he clenched his jaw hard enough to creak. "But, there's one thing I can guarantee." Jinhyuk crossed his arms, waiting. "If anyone can beat the Lord," Yusung grumbled, "it's him." Teresa blinked in confusion. Praise sounded weird coming from someone who wanted to strangle Jinhyuk daily. Yusung shrugged. "Well, I'm leaving." Teresa sucked in a breath, then smiled faintly. She thanked Yusung for his advice before inhaling deeply and turning to Jinhyuk. "I'm accepting the monastery owner's invitation," she declared. He put his hands on his hips, striking the pose of an overconfident merchant about to quote outrageous prices. "My services aren't cheap. You sure you can afford me?" Teresa tightened her fist, determination radiating like heat from a forge. "I'll pay whatever it takes." Jinhyuk grinned, because he'd known she'd go anyway. He bumped his fist against hers, sealing the deal. A crisp notification floated before them. 2 players have accepted the quest. All monsters have been put into hibernation. They climbed the massive staircase leading toward titanic doors. Teresa shivered, every step made her sense the impossible amount of mana filling the chamber. "Relax," Jinhyuk said. "We know the enemy's strength now." She wondered aloud if he had a plan. He snorted. "Of course I do." The massive double doors rumbled open, throwing a red glow across their faces. Jinhyuk paused just long enough to reassure her. "No matter what happens, trust me." They entered a grand hall dressed in crimson banners. A scarlet carpet traced a path up the stairs toward a throne. Jinhyuk strode forward, Teresa right behind him. Standing near the throne, Bellis narrowed his eyes, barely containing the delight curling at the edges of his smile. But the true presence in the room sat upon the throne itself. A silver-haired girl, poised and elegant. Alice von Ataraxia. The lord of these ruins. She rested her cheek against her hand, tilted her head, and sighed dramatically. "Took you long enough." Jinhyuk didn't even flinch. "Are the people safe?" Alice snapped her fingers. Reality blurred. A system message announced the activation of a dimensional gap. A cluster of bound figures materialized before them. Teresa's heart hammered, and Jinhyuk's gaze sharpened, the yellow tint glowing in his irises. One man stood out, Park Hajin. Even with cloth covering his eyes and mouth, Jinhyuk recognized him instantly. A flicker of excitement flashed in his mind. Had Hajin awakened the Guardians? Two guards stood frozen mid-motion in the red carpet center, as though time itself had paused them. Alice folded her arms and smiled. "I invited you," she said sweetly, "because of that smell you're carrying. Human." The silver-haired woman lounging on the throne crossed one leg over the other with the ease of someone who owned the room, and everyone in it. Her crimson gaze sparkled as she tilted her head. "That scent of yours," she purred, "is the sweetest thing I've ever inhaled." She tapped a finger to her lips, smiling as if sharing a private joke with herself. "Your blood? I like it. It's nothing like the bland aroma humans usually give off. Yours is exquisite." Jinhyuk's face went stiff. His mouth hung half open, eyes narrowed in a blend of disgust and disbelief. Nothing in his bizarre career, real or game-like, had ever prepared him for a vampire flirting with his bloodstream. Alice, the Scarlet Lord, giggled softly. "Oh? You're unsettled. I can feel it." He pressed a fingertip against his forehead and bowed his head slightly. "Who wouldn't be? It's impossible to relax when a vampire starts, evaluating you like a snack." She waved dismissively. "Oh, relax. I enjoy savoring things." Slowly. Her smile widened into something dangerously sweet. "You could survive another 60 years if I took my time." A lone droplet of sweat slid down Jinhyuk's cheek. "Ah, thanks for the reassurance," he muttered. "But I'm not exactly interested in living my life like an overpriced gourmet meal." In his mind, he was already imagining a tube shoved down his throat while she stored him like a luxury wine. A streak of red light slashed past him. The carpet behind him tore open, a smoking hole left behind. Jinhyuk winced as warm blood trickled from the cut on his cheek. "Your opinion doesn't matter," Alice said, pointing a single finger at him like she was choosing her next dessert. "You have no choice." Smoke curled upward from the burned carpet. Jinhyuk lowered his head slightly, hiding his hand behind his back. Teresa took a half step forward. "Are you hurt?" she asked, voice tight with worry. He leaned forward, teeth grinding. "I've got something else to offer." Her eyes widened when he suddenly dropped onto one knee. "Your Majesty," he said, lifting his gaze, "I can give you something sweeter than blood." Alice's smile shrank into a thin line. "Oh? Blood is everything to us," she replied. "So whatever you offer me won't change my mind." Jinhyuk's lips curled upward. "You're certain?" He imagined chained lines and spiked barriers, then raised his head. "What if," he said softly, "I offer you freedom?" The Scarlet Lord's eyes flew open in shock. Around her, the other vampires erupted, hissing, baring fangs, snarling like an angry pack denied its meal. Someone raised a hand, calming them, and the chorus died down. Alice placed one hand on her hip. "If you don't back up those words," she warned, "you'll regret it." Jinhyuk bowed slightly. "I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't ready to prove it." "Then speak." He lifted his hand. A purple object shimmered into existence. "My name," he declared, bringing it close to his face, "is one recognized by the mains of the tower." He slipped on a mask inscribed with a violet sigil. Behind the carved symbol, two red lights gleamed, like eyes opening. The mains, outcasts who abandoned humanity for gold, vengeance, or stubborn belief. He pictured a man standing beside the tower, sword slung casually over his bare shoulder. Players feared the mains. Monsters revered them. They interfered with ascents, supported enemies lurking in ruins and labyrinths. Alice pressed her finger to her chin, lips pursing. "I've heard of the mains, but I doubt you're one of them." The masked Jinhyuk lifted his head. "I established a connection with the temple on the 27th floor." He pictured the small mountain building, the red dome marked by an eerie symbol. They explained how to bypass the barrier that covers these ruins. Teresa stared at his back, thoughts spiraling. Why is he saying he's a main? What does any of this even mean? Around them, hooded vampires murmured intensely. The word temple stirred them like a flame dropped into oil. Alice studied him for a long moment. "If you know of the temple," she said slowly, "this isn't a bluff. But I won't believe you so easily." Blood splashed across the floor, rosy streams swirling like a chain. "We've been trapped here for centuries. Your talk means nothing." Weapons materialized behind her, dozens of blood-forged blades floating in the air. "I don't trust talkers." The system chimed. Blood sphere, activating. Alice narrowed her eyes. "It's a pity it must end like this, your blood truly smells divine." With a flick of her hand, the blood blades erupted forward. "Die." Teresa didn't hesitate. She threw herself in front of Jinhyuk, slamming her shield down. A radiant symbol, hexagonal with a cross at its center, flared to life. Saint's power, activated. The giant cross glowed gold, surrounded by smaller crosses dancing like sparks. The blood weapons crashed against the holy barrier. Teresa's cloak whipped behind her as she braced herself, gritting her teeth. "Don't step out," she shouted at Jinhyuk. Sweat poured down her face. I hope divine power can handle this. Connected shield, activated. More weapons hung suspended in front of the dome. Teresa strained to hold it together, her voice trembling. Alice closed her eyes and laughed. All this, for such a simple attack? How amusing. Her smile faded into a furious snarl. I despise everything holy. Blood explosion, activated. A red orb bloomed above her palm, swirling with dense killing intent. One strike, she hissed, and you both vanish. Teresa's breath hitched. She knew she couldn't endure much longer. Still, she smiled faintly, thinking of Jinhyuk's words. Trust me. Believe in me. A flash sliced through the air. Black and violet. Teresa cried out as a dagger jutted from her chest. Tears spilled from her eyes, blood dribbling from her lips. She stared back in utter confusion. Jinhyuk? The vampire froze, intrigued. Blood sprayed across the floor as Jinhyuk stepped beside her, dagger in hand. If I prove I'm not lying, he said calmly, will you believe me? Alice grinned. Oh, I love how you betray the comrade who shielded you, but I'll need more. Teresa weakly grabbed his trouser leg, lifting her head with what strength she had left. But, we promised, to save them, she whispered. The masked Jinhyuk met her gaze silently. She trembled. Was this, your plan? He lifted the dagger and swung. Blood splattered across the shield. Alice's smile widened into triumphant satisfaction. Good, she said. You've convinced me. I'll let you speak. Jinhyuk bowed. A crimson glint flickered in his hand, a ring. I prepared a spell, he said softly, capable of letting you bypass the barrier. A system window shimmered. Braham ring, a device for temporary soul sealing. If your soul rests inside the ring, he continued, you can slip past the barrier unnoticed. A woman in a black dress gasped. Soul sealing? I've never heard of such a thing. Jinhyuk kept his head lowered. Inside, his thoughts sharpened. He remembered why he'd given up all the experience points. Why he'd stayed at level 1. Windows of gained EXP flashing before him, rejected one after another. To preserve the soul transfer skill. He pictured himself leaping over a battlefield, monsters clashing below. He'd held back everything, for this moment. This skill. Only a level 1 player could activate it. Jinhyuk lowered to one knee and extended his hand. Conditions met. A purple hexagram began to form beneath him. The moment the white ghost drifted inside the forming hexagonal seal, the entire chamber trembled as if a giant invisible cat had suddenly jumped on the carpet. Symbols burst to life around Jinhyuk's feet, glowing rings, pulsing sigils, the whole magical circus. A cold system message appeared like a bored narrator clearing its throat. Magic circle for soul transfer, activated. Only one soul could be sealed. Cooldown? A teeny tiny 365 days. And, as if that wasn't enough trouble, another message popped up. Warning, spell requires subject's consent. Jinhyuk spread his arms, dramatic as ever, and announced to the Scarlet Lord. In 1 minute, poof. This magic circle vanishes forever. If you give the okay, it works. If not, well, that's the show. The blonde vampire froze mid-step, caught between caution and the desperate hope of freedom. The other vampires watched with their jaws dangling like broken hinges, shocked that someone was using such a sacred circle like it was a discount spell scroll. A thin beam of blue light descended and tapped Bellow's forehead. The Lord turned toward him, lips pressed tight, and spoke into his mind. I hate trusting this human. If he tries anything funny, kill him and break the circle. Bellow gave a slow nod, eyes closed, accepting the order. Deep breath taken, the Scarlet Lord descended the steps. Every stride showed her hesitation, yet she kept going. She had been imprisoned for thousands of years. If she didn't take a gamble now, she might never escape. Stopping at the very edge of the glowing circle, she raised her finger at Jinhyuk. For the last time, can I trust you? Jinhyuk bowed slightly and extended his palm toward her. If you give me your trust, you won't regret it. Their fingers brushed. A system ping rang out. Communication skill LV.1 activated. Subject shows slight interest. The vampire breathed out her full name. I permit my soul to be transferred. Immediately the ring's crimson gem pulsed like a beating heart. Soul of Alice, Scarlet Lord, transferring. Her body dissolved into blue mist, swirling into the red stone like smoke sucked backward into a lantern. A faint voice echoed from the ring, cheerful and strangely cozy. Not bad. Feels comfy in here. Jinhyuk picked up the ring from the ground, brushed off the dust, and spoke softly. Well, welcome to your new home. A sudden flash of divine gold erupted behind him. Heaven's protection, activated. Teresa's limp body twitched. Then she moved, just barely. The once fallen paladin pushed herself upright as her armor hummed with holy energy. As Jinhyuk's mask faded, he turned and greeted her return like someone casually waving at a resurrected coworker. The system showed a shining golden cross inside a dark blue pentagon. Resurrection successful, cooldown, 240 hours. Teresa staggered, clutching her shoulder, but smiled when Jinhyuk congratulated her. He slipped the soul ring into his pocket casually as Alice shrieked in indignation from inside. Sword drawn, Jinhyuk stepped forward. Teresa opened her mouth, wanting to question him about everything, but enemies still filled the hall. "This isn't the time," Jinhyuk said without looking back. "Fair enough." Bello, teeth grinding like a stressed-out blender, shouted, "Fools! You think you'll live after betraying my master?" The system chimed again. Level 13 Blood Wave, activating. Red energy encircled both Jinhyuk and Teresa. Jinhyuk lifted his burning hand. Fire element, LV.5 activated. A boom shook the room. Flame swallowed everything in front of him. Teresa hurried toward the tied-up warriors. The system winked. Holy Cross, LV.4 activated. Her blade sliced the ropes on a black-haired youth. He grinned at her. "So, what's going on with the vampires?" She pointed toward Jinhyuk, engulfed in enemies. "He's handling them." Bello stared wide-eyed. "How can he nullify my magic?" Jinhyuk squeezed his blazing sword. "Fire cancels your magic. And even with your mistress locked up, vampires lost long ago." His eyes shifted into a purple glow. Unique ability, Sword Graveyard, activated. Bello responded with a furious roar. Level 9 Dark Martial Art, unleashed. Weapons flew. Vampires charged. Someone screamed for the ring to be destroyed. But in an instant, thud, vampires collapsed like puppets whose strings were cut. Bello and Jinhyuk faced each other. The rescued youth asked Teresa who Jinhyuk really was. She shrugged. "He still has the mask on. We met by chance. I don't know much." Bello fell next. Jinhyuk turned to Teresa, who was still recovering. "I died, for the first time," she whispered. "And by an ally. But we managed," he said. She chuckled softly, lowering her head. A tear slipped down her cheek. Jinhyuk's mask faded entirely. His eyes were finally visible. Teresa thanked him, warmth filling her gaze. Unique ability, Heaven's Protection, owner saved. Ability conditions fulfilled. Saving process complete. Stored in world's memory. A golden cross shimmered within the pentagon. "Why are you crying?" Jinhyuk asked. "I don't know," she snapped, punching his chest. She remembered him pressing the dark system screen and wondered if he had known she'd revive. He looked away silently. The chamber glowed with red tapestries as he pulled aside a heavy curtain. "Let's grab the relics and leave." The black-haired youth, Yungan, placed a hand on his chest politely. He introduced himself and claimed that according to guild law, relics belonged to them. Jinhyuk stared at him like someone staring at a mosquito bragging about owning the room. "You're asking for relics, after I saved your life?" Yungan smiled. "We'll compensate you with money or anything else. You won't be left empty-handed." Jinhyuk frowned. Even defeated, this guy acted like he owned the place. He pointed aside lazily. "Fine. Take them. But don't cry later if the outcome isn't what you hoped for." Yungan's confident grin froze like someone had just unplugged him from the wall. His head snapped toward the ground, eyes widening in confusion. There, lying on the dusty floor, was a fractured piece of Merlin's staff, its surface faintly shimmering as though whispering ancient curses. Greed flickered instantly in the young man's pupils. His irises shifted to a glowing, hungry red as he slowly crouched, reaching out with trembling fingers. A smile stretched across his face, a little too wide, as a single thought gleamed through his mind. "Most of my raid party may be tied up like hostages, but if I bring this relic back, our guild's reputation will skyrocket again." His fingertips hovered a hair's breadth from the staff. Then it hit him. A violent burn seared across his palm. Yungan jerked back with a strangled scream, clutching his hand as a scarlet emblem burst across his skin like molten branding iron. His eyes squeezed shut, and he staggered, howling. Behind him, Jinhyuk didn't bother turning around. He simply lifted a brow and thought dryly, "Ah, that'd be the curse on Merlin's staff. If Alice disappears completely, the relic becomes safe, but she's sealed in the ring now. So, nope." Yungan flailed, shouting in panic. What's happening to me?" Teresa gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, horrified by the sudden violent reaction. Before she could rush toward him, Jinhyuk gently set his hand on her shoulder and turned her away. "Don't look," he murmured. Behind them, Yungan's cries echoed through the chamber, raw and sharp. Night draped itself over a towering silhouette, a massive dark spire stabbed straight into the sky like a monument to nightmares. The air hummed with tension. A small group stood before the colossal structure. Someone muttered, "Chief, you think we're waiting here for nothing?" Ian, blue-haired and exhausted, rubbed the back of her neck and exhaled. I still can't say if the guy's message is reliable. Nearby, a man tore open a cigarette pack with a practiced flick. He slid one between his lips and replied lazily. Doesn't matter. We wait. We got his message, so we should at least get something. The flame sparked, lighting the cigarette's tip. A puff of smoke curled upward. Ian frowned deeper. The experts said this raid would take at least 3 weeks, remember? He shrugged, blowing out a cloud of smoke that drifted across the moonlit sky. Well, let's hope we don't freeze out here for nothing. And with the enormous dark tower looming above them, the night hung heavy and silent, waiting to see what would crawl out of its depths next. The man lowered his gaze, memories resurfacing, his confident words about the imminent completion of the ruin capture. That was what worried him the most. Jinhyuk wasn't even part of the raid party. Tun snapped his lighter shut, the tiny flame dying out. At that exact moment, the system notification exploded across everyone's vision. The system reported that the ruins known as Abbot of the Fallen had been successfully cleared. The man's jaw dropped. The cigarette slipped from his fingers and hit the ground. A brilliant blue portal burst open, and people began pouring out in waves. At the front stood a black-haired boy and a girl beside him, both visibly exhausted. Chaos erupted instantly. Reporters surged forward, microphones and cameras thrust into faces, flashes going off non-stop. Questions flew everywhere: congratulations, strategies, how they survived, how they cleared it. Across from the bald man stood a dense crowd of journalists, flashes blinding. Guild members quickly moved to shield Jangon, who now looked pitiful, his hair gone, eyebrows and eyelashes burned clean off. A man in a suit stared, stunned beyond words. Tan and Yen stepped forward, facing the media. What happened inside, they demanded. Teresa answered with a radiant smile. The ruins weren't cleared by the Chang'an raid. Cameras snapped furiously. Someone wearing blue pants and black sneakers stepped forward. Teresa glanced toward the masked figure beside her and continued. He handled almost everything himself. Jinhyuk's face remained hidden behind a black mask. She added casually. The rest of us mostly watched from the sidelines. A bead of sweat slid down Ian's face. She leaned toward Tan and whispered if they should call the association leader. Tan smiled calmly and nodded. Good idea. Nearby, a young man with bandages wrapped around his head clenched his teeth, turned sharply, and walked away without a word. The crowd slowly dispersed as white clouds drifted lazily across the blue sky. A commentator known online as Truth asked loudly, "Who is the man in the mask?" Water poured from a kettle into a plastic container. Screens everywhere buzzed with news headlines. A powerful player clears ruin solo. A masked newcomer shocks the entire raid community. Jinhyuk held chopsticks between his lips as he picked up instant noodles, scrolling casually. He sighed. They really went wild with this, he thought. He knew it would stir discussion, but this was excessive. At least his face was hidden. As he chewed, he remembered Teresa. She had promised to keep everything secret, so he wasn't worried. Chopsticks clinked softly against the bowl. His gaze shifted to the ring on the table. A smile tugged at his lips. Time to talk. The moment he focused on it, Alice's furious voice rang out. How dare you keep me in a dark, smelly pocket? Do you even know who I am? With a wicked grin, Jinhyuk shook the ring. What kind of earthquake is this? Alice shouted. He waved his hand lazily. I'm dizzy, stop, she screamed. Jinhyuk smiled sweetly. Feeling better yet? Alice lay sprawled out, hissing that vampires never forget insults. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Stop, she snapped. He waved again. Still not getting it, huh? Guess I'll explain properly. Her red eyes flew open. I'm going to throw up. Grinning like a menace, Jinhyuk rotated his hand in the air. Alice screamed bloody murder, white hair whipping around as red light flickered wildly. 3 hours later. The ring lay quietly on the table. Alice was begging. Please, stop. Jinhyuk raised his hand. The artifact glowed crimson. The system reported that Jinhyuk was releasing the power of the Braham ring. Alice collapsed onto the floor, hands braced against it. Then she looked up, smiling wide. At last, it's time for revenge. Suddenly, she froze. She stared at Jinhyuk, who now towered over her. Then she looked down at herself. What is this? Jinhyuk explained calmly that he had only materialized part of her soul. She stared at him in disbelief. You're barely at 1% of your original power, he added. Still stronger than a normal vampire, though. Alice crumpled, covering her face as tears streamed down. Jinhyuk told her softly that what he said in the ruins had not been a lie. Shut up, she sobbed. I don't want freedom like this. He grinned. I'll give you the freedom you truly want. Her red eyes lifted slowly. What does that mean? Crossing his arms, he answered plainly. I'll wipe out everyone who betrayed you, if you help me. And I'll return you to your rightful place as head of the Ataraxia clan. The system reported that a new video had been uploaded to the honor roll. On screen, Alice stood half-turned. Jinhyuk held his sword forward. Someone narrated that a raid meant to fail had been overturned by a masked player. Comments flooded in. People admitted they were nervous watching it. Others said his movements didn't resemble a beginner at all. Explosions filled the footage. His magic and technique stunned viewers. His blade shone. So did his eyes. Someone suggested he was the same man from the tree incident. More voices agreed. Flashes surrounded Jinhyuk. Someone typed that he was the nation's new hero. Another asked if every guild was about to chase him. Jinhyuk raised his head slightly. Most guilds don't even have the money, he muttered. Standing before a tall building, he decided that was probably true. He looked at the mask in his hand and grinned. He wasn't interested in guild politics or their petty wars. He didn't care. Suddenly, a massive explosion. Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes. They want me dead, huh? He kicked aside debris and decided forgiveness was off the table. A crowd of men in black suits surrounded him. He raised his hand. Fire gathered in his palm. If it comes to this, he thought, I'll tear them apart. On the top floor of a building, a man rested his face in his hand. Another young man knelt on the floor, teeth clenched. Jiansu snarled that Jinhyuk should have died in those ruins. He slammed his fist onto the table. Your incompetence woke the guards, and achieved nothing. His face twisted with fury. Because of one idiot, our guild's reputation is collapsing. We might not survive this. The head of the Black Crow Guild kicked Hajin, who groaned in pain. Two guards in black suits stood by the white door. From a fiery blast, Hajin was thrown across the room. A man wearing black sneakers entered. Jinhyuk clenched his fist and asked coldly if Jiansu was the master behind the skill. Jiansu gripped the arm of his chair and shouted for his subordinates to seize Jinhyuk. Hajin slumped to the floor. This is my only chance, he thought grimly. My last chance to reclaim honor. Hajin suddenly leapt into the air, confidence flashing across his face as he assumed he was about to be hailed as Super Hands once again. Instead, the unexpected happened. The main character calmly reached up and removed the mask from his face, revealing a relaxed smile. Before Hajin could even process what was happening, a fist slammed straight into his face. Hajin's body shot backward like a broken doll, crashing violently into the wall. Jiansu stepped forward at once, thrusting his hand out as his voice thundered through the room. He shouted that because of Jinhyuk, they had lost their standing within the association. His eyes burned with fury as he demanded whether the main character truly believed he could just wander around freely after causing such damage. Jinhyuk, unfazed, casually took a seat in a nearby chair. Leaning back, he replied that this was not something Jiansu needed to worry about. That response only deepened Jiansu's scowl. His hand moved slowly toward the sword resting on its stand. A system alert rang out. Jiansu was activating a level 5 flash sword. With a sudden burst of motion, Jiansu leapt onto the table, stretching his arms wide as he stared down at Jinhyuk. Confusion crept into his expression. The man couldn't understand why Jinhyuk remained so relaxed when a blade sharp enough to pierce him in an instant was already in motion. Deciding there was no need to hesitate further, Jiansu brought the glowing blade down toward Jinhyuk's head. Then, clang! Jiansu froze. Something had struck his sword mid-swing. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the fractured blade, sweat breaking out across his forehead. Embedded in the shattered edge was a saber. Jinhyuk grinned in satisfaction. Reaching into a bag filled with checkers, he casually remarked that they were surprisingly convenient for throwing. Placing his feet atop the table, he leaned back with a smile and invited Jiansu to calm down and start a proper conversation. Jiansu froze where he stood atop the table, the shattered sword still clutched in his trembling hand. Veins bulged across his forehead, pulsing violently as rage and fear twisted together inside him. Suddenly, he screamed, demanding to know whether Jinhyuk had truly come back for revenge. Was this because he had once given the order to kill him? The answer seemed to surround him already. The corridor behind them was a nightmare. Flames licked the walls, the structure half collapsed, bodies scattered across the floor like discarded dolls. The air stank of blood and burnt metal. Jinhyuk didn't bother replying. Instead, he hurled a go piece forward. Mana surged through the piece, crackling violently until it gave birth to an electric discharge mid-flight. The piece struck Jiansu squarely on the forehead, bounced off with a sharp metallic shriek, and sent blood spraying across the room. The guild leader collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. Jinhyuk calmly pulled out another piece, poured mana into it, and tilted his head slightly. He asked whether Jiansu still believed his words were appropriate now. Jiansu wiped the blood from his forehead with shaking hands and stammered that this was enough. He said Jinhyuk could stop now. Jinhyuk raised an eyebrow. Stop in the middle? He asked, genuinely curious. Yak let out a faint smile and suggested being more objective. After all, there were countless rankers currently inside the tower. Jinhyuk didn't look embarrassed in the slightest. He simply asked what came next. Jiansu clenched his fist and shouted that even if Jinhyuk killed him, countless others would chase him down for revenge. Did he not understand what that meant? Blood would demand blood. Revenge would breed more revenge. Unless one side chose to forgive, the killing would never end. Jinhyuk's hand slowly lowered toward the bowl of checkers. He admitted, almost casually, that there was some truth in those words. Blood and revenge did have a way of poisoning peaceful sleep. Then he scooped up a handful of stones. Fire ignited around his hand. Looking down at Jiansu with cold intensity, Jinhyuk proposed a deal. He would take revenge. His side would forgive afterward. The war would end there. More and more glowing light swirled around his clenched fist. Jiansu crawled backward in terror, demanding to know what the point of that logic even was. Gensu raised his arms over his head defensively as Jinhyuk calmly explained that this was his logic. Wait, the man begged. Too late. Jinhyuk attacked. A storm of mana-loaded checkers blasted forward, smashing Jiansu through the window. Glass exploded outward as the guild leader vanished into the open air below. Jinhyuk walked to the edge, peered down to inspect the result of his work, then turned away without a shred of interest. He approached Hajin, who was still trembling on the floor. Jinhyuk's gaze alone felt like a blade. He told Hajin that the only reason he was still alive was because of his little sister. Sliding his hands into his pockets, he warned him never to appear before him again. Hajin nodded frantically, eyes unfocused, staring into nothingness. One of the guards suddenly stirred, trying to play dead. Jinhyuk noticed instantly. He told the guard that if he proved useful, his life would be spared. Then he ordered him to introduce himself. The guard snapped to attention and introduced himself as Hyan. He explained that he handled general guild operations, gave his age, and mentioned that he had studied IT and accounting at Stanford. He claimed he could be trusted with almost anything. Jinhyuk studied him for a moment, then nodded in approval, commenting that the man seemed quite diligent. Leaning back against the chair, Jinhyuk explained that completely destroying the guild wouldn't be very profitable. Instead, he wanted to hand it over. Hyan visibly shuddered. Jinhyuk reassured him that there was no need to panic. Hyan would merely act as the official representative. Hyan pointed at himself, nervously stating that even if he became the guild master, no one would follow him. And he wasn't wrong. If an ordinary member suddenly rose to the top, the entire organization would rebel. Jinhyuk waved that concern away and told him not to worry about those who disagreed. Hyan hesitated, then asked whether Jinhyuk could really deal with them all alone. In response, Jinhyuk pulled a ring out from beneath his t-shirt and asked why he should create unnecessary trouble. He would simply lend him something. A few minutes later, rankers received a message ordering all members ranked A and above to gather on the top floor. Complaints spread immediately. People grumbled that they were busy. Why summon everyone now? Still, they moved. One ranker muttered bitterly that they were practically enslaved, but this was too much. The rankers of the Black Raven Guild climbed the stairs with irritated expressions, suspecting nothing. Ahead, smoke filled the air. A crowd had gathered. One player shoved through, demanding to know why people were blocking the street in front of another guild's building. Then he saw it. The boss lay sprawled across a crushed car below, mouth hanging open, a bruise clearly visible on his forehead. Offices were destroyed. Walls collapsed. The leader was dead. The player rushed upstairs in disbelief, trying to understand who could have issued such an order. When he reached the top floor, he froze. Simpleton Hyan was sitting in the guild leader's chair. Ice formed instantly in the player's hand as he prepared to attack an old acquaintance. Hyan leapt back in terror and screamed. The ranker grabbed him by the tie and demanded every detail without omission. By the window stood a gray-haired girl. Hyan swallowed and announced that the guild now had a new owner. Everyone turned toward the short figure by the window in confusion. The girl sighed and complained that everything was annoying her. Alice turned around. She wore a sharp business dress and remarked calmly that one shouldn't strike first. The ranker stared at Hyan furiously and demanded to know whether this child had really smashed everything. It sounded insane. Alice froze. Her expression twisted into something terrifying. Her eyes flashed red as she asked whether he had just called her child. The man blinked, completely confused. Suddenly, one of the building's windows erupted with blinding light. Then came the explosion. Jinhyuk was already standing on the street below. People began running toward the blast. He turned away, rubbing his face in irritation, thinking about Alice, when his phone buzzed. A message had arrived. He was being summoned for a secondary test. 2 months had passed since the tower's appearance. The world had changed rapidly, and humanity adapted just as fast. News broadcasts showed a masked man drawing global attention. He was clearing ruins alone that even large groups failed to conquer. Only 2 people knew the truth. The masked man, who posed as a mere porter, was Jinhyuk. One was Uncle Kim, the leader of the porters. Jinhyuk asked him to keep the secret. Teresa promised the same. There was Jinhyuk with a mask, and Jinhyuk without one. It made moving through the world far easier. Some time later, Jinhyuk walked toward the Association of the Awakened. Everything was ready. The elevator doors slid open. With a quiet spark of excitement, Jinhyuk stepped inside, thinking that the time had finally come for his power to rise. Time ticked down. He checked his stats. The evaluation seemed almost insultingly simple. While reviewing the information, someone called out to him. 2 familiar figures stood ahead. Old acquaintances. Yonghwa and Taemin. And just like that, trouble smiled at him again. Yonghwa hooked a thumb over her shoulder and explained that these people had claimed to know you personally, so she had spoken with them for a while. Jinhyuk let out a small laugh, clearly amused, and said he might as well introduce everyone properly. He gestured toward Alice first, introducing her as a player from Northern Europe. Standing beside her was Hyan, looking shabby and stiff, whom Jinhyuk had personally appointed as the manager of the Black Crow Guild. He explained that Hyan would be studying dungeons and helping with leveling strategies from now on. With a relaxed smile, Hyan added that if they were acquaintances of the director, then he would naturally help them however he could. Behind his glasses, tears of pride welled up in Hyan's eyes. Hyan briefly recalled how Jiansu had exploited and trampled him in the past and quietly noted that Jinhyuk's current treatment felt like proper compensation for all of it. Turning to Taemin, Jinhyuk told him to ask the new guild head for anything she needed. The couple exchanged warm smiles and commented on how wonderful it was that they were all friends now. After saying their goodbyes, they immediately rushed off to bombard the new leader with requests. As they disappeared, Jinhyuk shot an irritated glance at the vampire beside him. Alice noticed instantly. The 2 of them clashed without warning, raising their voices at each other over the massacre involving the A-rank players. Their argument escalated fast, sharp words flying back and forth. Finally, Alice puffed out her cheeks and turned away when Jinhyuk coldly pointed out that even after living for thousands of years, she still couldn't control herself. Jinhyuk stared at his assistant in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he suggested going hunting. Alice immediately shot the idea down, saying he could hunt alone if he wanted. Jinhyuk waved goodbye to his friends anyway and explained that this would be a driven hunt and he would need support. Alice paused, gazing at the sunset, then asked whether there were even any hunting spots left. The 3rd floor had already been cleared, and the 4th hadn't opened yet. The most valuable dungeons were monopolized by guilds, and everyone believed that all worthwhile locations were gone. Jinhyuk stopped walking and smiled. He was the exception. They descended to the 1st floor, heading toward Moon Lake, a place once famous for having the most beautiful scenery in the tower. Ironically, that was exactly why no one came here anymore. The hero walked slowly along the purple-tinted water, noting how long it had been since he last visited. Back then, humanity's fate had hung by a thread. There had been no room to admire views. Touching the ring lightly, he told Alice to simply watch. When the vampire lord began asking where exactly he planned to hunt, Jinhyuk stepped straight into the water. For the first time, Alice wondered whether water could seep into a ring. Standing serenely within Moon Lake were 12 statues decorating its calm surface. Jinhyuk's eyes fixed on the one farthest away. That statue wasn't just decoration. It served another purpose. He approached it, then asked his assistant whether she remembered the rumors about a hidden mechanism. Jinhyuk began examining the statue closely. Only 3 players had ever discovered this secret. It was almost never discussed publicly, and no one had managed to activate it. Slowly, deliberately, Jinhyuk reached out. He knew the key wasn't ordinary. It was moonlight. Something embedded within the statue reflected it. Using his fingers, he carefully adjusted the angle and intensity of the reflected light. When the system began reacting to the reflection, his hand pressed against the stone. A soft, melodic sound echoed. Behind him, the ground trembled. Stone shifted. Water rushed downward as the lake parted. A hidden passage leading to the lower floors opened before them. Alice materialized fully and looked around in astonishment. She touched the cold waterfall with her fingers, feeling sensations she hadn't experienced in a very long time. Closing her eyes, she murmured that this felt like forgotten freedom. Jinhyuk grinned and asked how it felt. A faint blush crept across the vampire's cheeks. He asked whether she was truly glad she had signed a contract with him. Alice turned away immediately and replied that the words he had spoken back then hadn't sounded like a complete lie. Without another word, they continued descending. Jinhyuk activated the patronage of the heavens. Mana enveloped his body, flowing like a living current. The second stage of defrosting frozen tears began, and his mana rose to 18 points. The guy let out a slow breath and realized, almost with relief, that controlling Alice had become noticeably easier. A small flame bloomed in his palm as he casually summoned fire, and he asked what she thought about the players inside the tower. Even though everyone knew the game had turned into reality, Alice looked at him with open surprise. Did he really think she saw herself as nothing more than a character inside a system? Jinhyuk glanced at his assistant and said he wanted to ask her something. The moment the question left his lips, the world itself rebelled. His body warped as if bitten by invisible teeth. The air crackled with glitches, sound collapsing into static. The distortion twisted his voice into nonsense before cutting it off completely. Alice froze in terror, her eyes widening as she watched him seize up mid-thought. Silence followed. Jinhyuk stared ahead, stunned. He rubbed his chin slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. Anything that touched the core truth of the tower was sealed. Blocked. Forbidden. Ahead of them stretched the fan-shaped caves, yawning like a throat waiting to swallow prey. At least now he knew one thing for sure. Whatever lived inside the tower could not speak freely about its nature. Alice suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glowed faintly as she warned that something was coming. From the darkness, insect legs crept into the light. Beetle claws scraped against stone, sharp edges reflecting the glow of Jinhyuk's flame. He calmly gathered more fire, recalling how he always thought of the -1st floor as nothing more than a spawning ground. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball streaked into the shadows. A massive beetle tore its way into the light, engulfed in flames, shrieking as it burned. That scream was an invitation. More creatures came running, drawn by the noise, the heat, the scent of dying flesh. Snouts stretched toward the fire. Chitin scraped against stone. Jinhyuk's grin widened as excitement surged through him. The cave ahead flooded with monsters, an endless tide crawling up from the abyss itself. A huge scarab charged forward. Alice clutched her chest and screamed in disgust, shouting that the sight was revolting. Jinhyuk waved her back without looking, ordering her to stay behind him. He extended his hand and activated the patronage of the heavens. The air sparked. Mana twisted into a vortex as a yellow beam blasted forward. The shockwave sent hair flying. Light washed over the beetles, sinking into their bodies. Their physical defenses dropped by 30% in an instant. Jinhyuk glanced over his shoulder and told Alice to show him her strength. She bristled in outrage. Why should a noble vampire dirty her hands fighting such vile creatures? He answered by twisting the ring on his finger. Alice paled. A magic circle snapped into existence before her, blood spilling outward as crimson feathers took shape. They sliced through the swarm, carving paths of destruction. One by one, the insects were trapped inside floating spheres of blood, writhing helplessly. Jinhyuk laughed softly and drew his knife. Wonderful. Power surged through his body as the strength amplification activated. He sprinted through the cave, blade flashing, carving through every trapped monster he passed. Notifications stacked endlessly as his level climbed in parallel with his slaughter. He finally stopped. Holding back was agony. Remaining at the first level while carrying so much power had crushed him with stress. The cave trembled again as fresh bugs poured in, surrounding him from all sides. Jinhyuk activated the cemetery of swords. Dark purple smoke poured out around him. He lowered into a fighting stance, eyes burning, a feral smile spreading across his face as he shouted how happy he was to see them. Far away, inside the palace of Olympus, guild leaders sat gathered around a long table. One man folded his fingers together and suggested they begin. Frederick lifted his head, already tired, and reminded them that everyone knew the 8th raid on the 4th floor had ended in failure. He flexed his hands as he spoke. Out of 100 players split into 15 squads, only 9 had come back alive. The boss itself wasn't extraordinary, but it summoned thousands of statues. They needed a solution. A fist slammed into the table. Tenei, the head of the China Guild, snarled that they had failed even while using a divine artifact. How, then, were they supposed to deal with those statues? Maria spoke calmly, Teresa standing beside her. The 2nd and 3rd floors had been cleared too fast, she said. Strong players simply hadn't had enough time to level up. Beck crossed his arms and agreed, then frowned sharply. Wasn't that exactly why guilds like China were causing problems? Hoarding dungeons to monopolize magic crystals? Tenei glared, furious, accusing him of making a serious accusation. Voices rose. Shouting echoed through the hall as the Chinese leader declared they were climbing the tower for humanity itself and would not tolerate slander. Frederick slammed his hand down and ordered them to stop. Infighting was the last thing they needed. Silence fell. Everyone looked toward him as he reminded them why they were really there. Maria asked if he had any ideas. Frederick rubbed his temples and sighed, explaining that a message had arrived from Maine the previous day. If they met one condition, Maine would help. Shock rippled through the room. Angry murmurs grew loud enough to make the chandelier sway. Teresa watched with unease, realizing just how afraid everyone was of dealing with Maine. It wasn't strange. The guild's influence now rivaled, even surpassed, that of governments. She lowered her gaze. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Morality mattered more than ever. The chandelier slowly steadied. Then the lamps began to dim. Energy drained toward the fireplace, drawing every eye. Flames twisted unnaturally as dark smoke curled upward. An old voice echoed from within, displeased. It said it did not like what it was hearing. The fire flared violently, dark energy pulsing inside it, and the voice spoke again, slow and heavy. Pride, it said, was not such a bad thing. An old man in a black robe slowly emerged from the fireplace, soot and shadow clinging to him like a second skin. His presence alone made the air feel heavier. He reminded them calmly that the guilds already knew the truth. On their own, they could not cope. Chairs screeched back as every player at the table jumped to their feet. Beck glared at the intruder with pure hostility and demanded how Maine dared to show himself here. Rage surged through him. He grabbed the massive table with both hands and smashed it apart, then hurled what remained straight at the old man. The slab flew like a missile. Tenway reacted instantly. A sword flashed into his grip, and with a single swing he sliced the table cleanly in half as it passed his face. He clicked his tongue and said that for once, he actually agreed with Beck. Maine didn't even flinch. Leaning casually on his cane, he remarked that they were all hotheads. Still, he added, once they heard his proposal, their opinions would surely change. A thin smile tugged at his lips as he explained that he was willing to assist them, and in return, help them deal with the boss of the third floor. Beck spread his arms wide and shouted in disbelief. Even if they united, they wouldn't gather 100 people. How were they supposed to fight an entire army? The old man lifted his hands slowly and replied that numbers could be created. Dark energy spiraled around him like living smoke. He struck the floor with his cane. The guardian of the Black Cemetery awakened. Frederick noticed movement outside the window and stiffened. A skeletal hand burst from the ground in the courtyard. Then another. And another. Skeleton warriors began clawing their way up, one after another, until the yard filled with rattling bones. Maine calmly noted that thanks to the wars that had recently ended, there were plenty of usable corpses. As they could see, there were also many capable necromancers among the Maines. The leader frowned, unconsciously counting the dead in his head. Outside, the undead stood in rigid formation as the sky slowly turned purple. Frederick suddenly turned his head. His gaze locked onto the staff. The necromancer lifted it horizontally and said that such an artifact could only be created by collecting 99 items. This, he declared, was the Staff of Greed. Tenway frowned. A bead of sweat slid down his temple as he muttered that a necromancer fused with such an artifact might actually stand a chance against the boss of the third floor. Maria bristled with anger. Beck stepped closer to Maine and growled that the right thing to do would be to kill the enemy right now. The old man swallowed quietly. If the public never learned of this agreement, perhaps the gamble would be worth it. Teresa watched her leaders with tired eyes. A shield and sword were already in her hands. She thought about cooperating with Maine and felt like everyone in this room had lost their minds. For a brief moment, she imagined Jinhyuk. If he were here, none of this madness would be happening. A request for a video call suddenly appeared before her eyes. Jinhyuk. She accepted. A small window opened, revealing him. He asked how she was doing, then glanced off to the side with visible fatigue. His gaze shifted back, landed on the old man, and he asked what kind of strange situation this was. The necromancer turned sharply toward the projection and said that since someone had already spoken, he should show his face properly. The call switched to conference mode. Every guild leader froze. A man in a mask now filled the screen, silently observing the meeting room. This was the player who had cleared a dungeon alone. The unknown monster every major guild in the world wanted to recruit. And now, without warning, this absurdly powerful newbie was right in front of them. Nervous smiles spread. Mouths went dry. Excitement buzzed through the room like static. Even Maine smiled. He coughed lightly into his fist and asked whether the player understood that the boss would be on a completely different level this time. Outside, the undead shifted awkwardly beneath the windows. Their new master claimed that the number he had summoned would be enough, and several guild leaders reluctantly nodded. Jinhyuk stared at the scene, clearly stunned. Teresa stood nearby, looking lost. He spoke calmly, asking whether the necromancer was truly confident in that fake staff. The heart of a saint and a prison uniform anointed with oil were both missing, he pointed out. Without them, the staff could not be complete. Frederick shot him a cold look and demanded proof. Jinhyuk's eyes flicked to the staff as he explained that the true staff of greed had a red stone beneath the skull. Several key materials required to create the real artifact simply did not exist on the currently open floors. The skeletons continued to wander aimlessly through the courtyard. Jinhyuk told them to look carefully at those soldiers. They were too weak. In the boss's room, they wouldn't even last a quarter of a day. Slowly, the guild leaders turned their eyes toward the old man. And as the masked stranger finished speaking, an uncomfortable realization settled in. If things went wrong, this necromancer would abandon them without hesitation, running away with the loot like some bargain bin swindler. The necromancer stayed silent for a few seconds, unnervingly patient. Then his mouth twisted, and he spat out a curse. Slamming his staff into the ground, he declared that they would all regret refusing his offer. In the next instant, his body dissolved into shadow and vanished. As he disappeared, the dead filling the courtyard collapsed into dust, leaving the yard eerily empty. Frederick stepped closer to the window, unease tightening his face. He slid a hand into his pocket and asked what they were supposed to do now. Jinhyuk looked at the gathered leaders through the screen and told them to leave it to him. They didn't need to cooperate with the mains at all. He would take responsibility. The leaders exchanged wary glances before turning back to the call. Could he really handle it alone? Yes, Jinhyuk replied immediately, without hesitation. That single word tipped the balance. One by one, they calculated the risks. They wouldn't lose much by agreeing, and a chance like this might never come again. Maria cut through the murmurs and announced that Olympus would fully finance the hero. Beck clenched his fist in delight. Frederick followed, starting to negotiate terms, but Jinhyuk interrupted him. He didn't need anything. If they restricted access to other players and allowed him to enter alone, there was no need for a reward. Maria stared at him and asked why. What was his reason for doing all this? The masked man scratched the side of his mask with one finger and answered simply that he was doing what had to be done. For the sake of his colleagues. The ones he cared about. Teresa flushed crimson. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, was sweating under the mask. This was way too much pointless pathos. The saint continued smiling sweetly, visibly flustered. Beck even blushed and shouted that he admired such camaraderie. As a guild representative, he said, he had nothing more to add. Those words had struck him right in the heart. The camera was still recording. Ordinary players would have demanded payment. But this? This was worth far more in the long run. Beneath the mask, Jinhyuk's expression sharpened. A player who refused rewards for his comrades could gain far more than money. With a casual wave of his hand, he ended the call. He couldn't afford to clash openly with the guilds. Instead, he'd edit the footage and upload it carefully, trimming out anything involving the mains. Opening his status window, he noted that everything was unfolding even better than he'd expected. Then his assistant called out. Alice burst out of a mountain of bug corpses, screaming that it was impossible to dump everything on her. Jinhyuk decided that if she still had enough energy to complain, she wasn't dying anytime soon. She floated over, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, accusing him of slavery disguised as cooperation. He replied calmly that this was an unfounded accusation and opened the shop window, saying he just wanted to buy her a mana recovery item. That's not enough, Alice snapped. Jinhyuk gave a nervous smile and asked again. She leaned closer, eyes narrowing. That alone wouldn't restore her strength. And if her mana ran out, how was she supposed to help him? Her lips glistened. She clenched her fingers and said she needed to restore mana the traditional way. Jinhyuk stepped back in alarm and told her to calm down. Too late. Alice lunged at his neck. The long-awaited moment arrived. She pulled back with a satisfied smile, wiping her mouth. Delicious. Jinhyuk stared blankly ahead, neck exposed, soul temporarily vacated. Alice announced cheerfully that her mana was replenished and asked what they should do next. He glanced at the shop again and said they needed to stock up. Alice frowned, pointing out that he'd bought a bunch of junk. But then she added that sometimes, even a temple had its uses. They reached the edge of the abyss. Jinhyuk looked down and said that from now on, they'd be very busy. Smiling at her, he declared they would clear the minus floor in a single day. He told her to hold on. Then he jumped. They plummeted. Alice screamed that he didn't even know how deep it was. How could he jump like that? Jinhyuk just smiled. He'd jumped here over 100 times. He knew. She grabbed his cloak as they fell. At the last moment, Jinhyuk activated reverse gravity, softening the impact. Alice landed shakily, exhausted, and called him reckless. Then she stiffened. Jinhyuk calmly set fire to a bowl in the center of the chamber and said everything was fine. They were being watched. Worm-like creatures with fanged mouths lined the room, motionless. At the far end, seated upon a throne, was a massive stone statue of a deity. The hero called out to him. A voice echoed through the chamber, asking whether the man truly knew him. Jinhyuk smiled calmly and answered that of course he did. The Hound of the Desert, Anubis, returned his smile. The deity studied him and said that since he was the first to come down here, he had wanted some entertainment. Unfortunately, the man had only hastened his own death. Jinhyuk replied that he hadn't come here to chat. Anubis burst out laughing and mocked him. Did he really think himself so grand that the god would fight him personally? Alice stepped in front of Jinhyuk, shielding him and ordering him to run while she dealt with the deity. Jinhyuk smiled, genuinely touched. He stepped past her, told her not to worry, and said she should just watch. Anubis's eyes burned with anger. Jinhyuk declared that he would show her exactly what kind of man she had made a contract with. The deity summoned a sickle, amused, and activated Anubis' judgment. He asked whether the hero had learned about him from the vampire. Behind Jinhyuk, a spectral girl holding scales appeared. He knew this ability well. The hyena always used it. Once the questions were answered, the court's absolute judgment would be enforced. And the condition to copy it was simple. Destroy Anubis' incarnation. By making him furious enough to forget himself. He smiled and answered without hesitation. If his reply had been wrong, he would never have known about this place to begin with. The hound's lips curled back as he growled, asking whether Jinhyuk had come here for the hive. Jinhyuk casually raised an OK sign and explained that it sold for an absurd amount on the black market. Behind him, the girl with the scales gently placed a glowing heart onto them. The judgment continued. Anubis leaned closer, his voice dropping as he announced the final question. Did the man truly believe he could enter his territory and walk out alive? Jinhyuk slowly turned his thumb downward. If I can't beat you, he replied calmly, then I'll throw everything away and die. Simple. The ground shuddered violently. Black stakes burst upward from the earth as the court of Anubis activated. In an instant, Jinhyuk found himself trapped inside a cocoon shaped like the hound's head. A crushing weight pressed down on him as all his stats dropped by half. The sickle turned, not toward him, but toward a massive praying mantis waiting nearby. Now, the representative would pass judgment. The insect's body began to twist and swell. Its shell cracked and reshaped itself while Anubis and his companion watched with equal parts patience and disgust. When the transformation ended, a massive black giant mantis loomed before Jinhyuk, its presence suffocating. The creature leaned in close. Well? Anubis asked mockingly. How do you like my representative? Jinhyuk raised a hand, summoning an object. Impressive, he admitted. A gramophone appeared and was gently placed on the floor. But this will be enough. Anubis blinked. Confused. Was the man really planning to overwhelm the representative's mind? Jinhyuk closed his eyes and waved his hand. The mantis attacked. Instead of retreating, Jinhyuk struck a strange, flowing pose, half dancer, half lunatic, and said lightly that one must give oneself completely to the music. The perfect music, refined through countless trials and errors. The gramophone crackled to life. Jinhyuk moved. He danced. Every step, every sway, every turn matched the rhythm precisely. Blades sliced through the air where he had been moments before. The trumpets in the music blared in perfect sync with the mantis's attack patterns. Jinhyuk dodged everything, parried effortlessly, and never once broke rhythm. He wasn't reacting. He was controlling the fight. Anubis's eyes widened. The man wasn't relying on luck. He was calculating every movement through sound itself. Sweat poured down Jinhyuk's body. 1 minute passed. His skills returned. The dance ended. Jinhyuk's expression hardened as he lunged forward, hacking into the monster's limbs. Green blood sprayed across the floor. A claw flew off and skidded away. Anubis snarled, baring his fangs. His representative could regenerate in seconds. If Jinhyuk exhausted himself, it would be over. Jinhyuk clicked his tongue, annoyed. He admitted that killing the mantis outright wasn't possible right now. But, he added, grabbing his knife, I can make it want to die. The fight turned brutal. Limbs were severed again and again. Mantis screamed, coughed up blood, and finally began to sob. Alice watched in disbelief. She knew Jinhyuk was strong, but not like this. Not to the point of casually breaking a god's champion. Then she understood. A faint smile curved her lips. Her cheeks warmed with a blush. Hope bloomed, real hope, that this man could help her take revenge. Mantis collapsed, crying on the floor. Anubis roared at him to stand and fight, forbidding him from running. The mantis trembled, a proud warrior once chosen by a god. Jinhyuk walked toward him slowly. This was the final stage. He didn't just destroy the body, he crushed the creature's faith in its own invincibility. Suddenly, Jinhyuk sat down casually on the mantis's head. Mantis jerked upright in panic, flinging Jinhyuk into the air. Then, in a moment of utter despair, the mantis turned its blade inward and ended its own life. Silence. Anubis froze. His representative had killed itself. Jinhyuk landed, wiping sweat from his face. His level climbed. Among the remains, he picked up a skill book, one that normally only appeared on the middle floors of the tower. He smiled, thoroughly satisfied. Ice crystallized in the air around him as he learned the skill of ice creation. He squeezed the book and remarked that it was a worthwhile purchase. Anubis narrowed his eyes, finally acknowledging that the hero was no ordinary man. "But do you truly think you can win?" the god asked coldly, "by betting everything on ice?" Jinhyuk clenched his fists and reminded him that the hound couldn't even attack directly. "Or am I wrong?" he added lightly. "You're sitting comfortably on the 42nd floor, aren't you?" Anubis frowned. Then asked why the man had challenged him at all. Jinhyuk smiled. "Because I'm having fun." The statue surged with power. The god's voice thundered, asking whether she, his representative, had been nothing more than entertainment. Insects began crawling out from every crevice. As Anubis screamed in fury at the lack of respect, the hive was finally unleashed. The boss of the 0 floor let out a furious scream, its voice cracking the air as it ordered its swarm to tear apart the impudent human before it. Ice shards burst outward, smashing bees mid-flight and shattering them into glittering fragments. Jinhyuk grinned, genuinely impressed by their absurd numbers. Then fire crept up his arm, licking his skin without burning it. He lowered his stance. The creatures swarmed from every direction, a living storm. Jinhyuk moved his hands calmly, weaving fire and ice together. The elements twisted, fused, and compressed until a blinding white sphere bloomed between his palms. The insects, driven by instinct alone, piled onto him without a shred of caution. Alice gasped. Jinhyuk vanished beneath a writhing mass of wings and fangs. A system message chimed. Skill acquired, daylight. From the heart of the swarm, beams of light exploded outward, piercing in every direction. Energy collapsed inward, compressing to a single point. Then, boom. A colossal beam erupted, vaporizing everything in its path. The insects didn't feel fear. They simply watched, soulless, as the light erased them. Jinhyuk steadied his arm, guiding the beam like a weapon. Anubis shielded his eyes, snarling. This wasn't working. He needed a new tactic. Dark power gathered in his palm as he activated a chosen creature. From within the hive, something far stronger began to emerge. Red newborn eyes snapped open, locking onto Jinhyuk at impossible angles. A massive hornet burst forth. Jinhyuk pointed lazily. Ice bullets formed and fired. The hornet was torn apart mid-charge. Too easy. But the chosen ones didn't just die, they multiplied. Now dozens of hornets flooded the air. Jinhyuk watched them calmly from the ground. No matter what skill he used, it barely mattered anymore. With a cheerful hum, he pulled out a reinforcement pill, one that enlarged objects tenfold. Instead of using it on himself, he tossed it forward. The pill vanished straight into a hornet's mouth. The creature crashed into the ground. Effect activates in 1 minute. Chaos followed. Bees slammed into each other, wings tangling, formations collapsing. Jinhyuk leapt onto a hornet mid-flight, grabbed its antenna, and squeezed. Just like that, he took control. Anubis slammed his fist against the armrest, barking orders non-stop. Jinhyuk ignored him and charged straight for the hive. He knew the trick now, these monsters didn't die. They multiplied. A mechanic designed to grind hope into dust. He used it against them. The rider glanced back, forcing the hornets chasing him to collide and sting one another. In that absurd mess, the enemy couldn't think straight. Jinhyuk activated incomprehensible cube. Several hornets froze in midair, trapped. He opened the system window and created more cubes. One after another, insects were sealed away. Jinhyuk landed lightly on the ground. Endless repetition had taught him everything: patterns, flow, outcomes. Fire ignited inside the cubes. With an excited grin, he made a decision that would make any sane strategist faint. He triggered it. An explosion roared from within the combined cube. At the same time, the pill took effect. From the blast spilled an absurd sight, giant pills scattered everywhere like candy from a broken jar. To fight a boss commanding an infinite army, you needed numbers to match. And Jinhyuk was farming them. Level up notifications popped non-stop as endlessly multiplying monsters died again and again. Perfect. Absolute efficiency. Anubis stared, utterly baffled. He finally understood. The man had prepared everything in advance, studied the hive, its mechanics, its weakness, and turned it into a trap. Jinhyuk smiled, completely satisfied. The god's fist slammed down in rage. He had been provoked from the very beginning. Snarling curses, Anubis clenched his hand and crushed the hive itself. It shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the chamber. Jin-hyuk sighed. Honestly disappointed. I was just getting warmed up. Anubis screamed about disrespect, about insolence, smashing the floor again and again like a furious child. He pointed his sickle at Jin-hyuk, roaring that the man must survive and climb up to face him. Jin-hyuk smiled politely. No need to shout. I was planning to do that anyway. Anubis returned the smile, cold and vicious. He closed his eyes. Cracks spread across his face as the vessel began to collapse. The receptacle of Anubis was destroyed. Conditions fulfilled. System notifications flooded in, announcing a new skill, displaying descriptions, and warning that the gods of Egypt had begun to take interest in him. Jin-hyuk exhaled slowly. Great. Now he had divine haters. Alice stared at him in disbelief, asking what in the world had just happened. Jin-hyuk walked forward calmly, checking his stats. He nodded in satisfaction. He had never gained this many levels in one place before. Without hesitation, he pumped every stat at once. A video call request appeared. He motioned for Alice to step aside. Yusung appeared on the screen, scowling hard enough to crack glass. He demanded to know where Jin-hyuk was, complaining that he didn't recognize the location at all. Then the swordsman calmed himself and made an offer. In 24 hours, the martial arts tournament of the Awakened Association would begin. All players of a rank and above, including Jin-hyuk, were invited. The timing, as always, was perfect chaos. They still went ahead with the tournament, even though the world had far more urgent problems breathing down its neck. Yusung frowned the moment the call connected. He directly challenged the hero, asking him to participate and fight him again. Jin-hyuk tilted his head, clearly confused. Why would he waste something as precious as time on a flashy competition? The only thing that interested him was one simple question: were there any skills worth copying? Yusung smirked and said refusal was not an option. A black pass materialized in his hand. That single item answered everything. Moments later, a hammer slammed down against a metal plate. Sold, the host announced cheerfully. Yusung explained with practiced ease. The black market wasn't some shady stall where players traded coins. It was a hidden auction house where only invited guests could bid, and only with real money. No discounts. No mercy. Jin-hyuk took his seat, watching quietly as the so-called test tower, once just a game mechanic, had completely turned into reality. Auctions, sponsors, relic trading, people were already preparing equipment just to challenge the third-floor boss. If this was a playground for the rich, then maybe he could pick up a few useful toys. The system chimed again. His video had gone viral. Someone unknown had uploaded it on a freshly created channel. The masked player stood front and center, with Teresa and the leaders of major guilds visible in the background. Conveniently edited. No guild was painted in a bad light. No one was stupid enough to start beef with organizations that powerful. The reaction was exactly what Jin-hyuk expected. A mysterious masked player. Guild leaders who had failed raid after raid. A calm declaration that he would go alone. That kind of confidence naturally drew attention. The video could only be watched once per day, yet it still pulled 50 million views. The math was easy. 100 coins per 10,000 views meant 500,000 coins total. After the absolutely criminal 90% commission, he still pocketed 50,000 coins. Jin-hyuk smiled. The commission was robbery, but profit was profit. After a short calculation session, he yawned and leaned back in his seat, staring at the arena. So when does this stupid tournament end? On the field, fairly ordinary fighters were clashing. The organizers had selected 24 players, all A rank or above. After repeated failures on the third floor, the Awakened Association and the major guilds had decided to broadcast the tournament worldwide. They wanted to remind the public that humanity still had monsters of its own. Jin-hyuk watched calmly. Not everyone spent their days on video platforms. This was a clean way to restore morale and ease public fear. He understood the strategy instantly. His mind drifted back to his conversation with Yusung. Back then, Jin-hyuk had said he wasn't even A rank yet, so participating made no sense. Yusung had responded seriously. This tournament's winner would get two privileges. First, a relic of their choosing from the National Museum. Second, the right to challenge anyone, even someone who hadn't participated. Yusung had practically shouted, promising that this time, he would defeat Jin-hyuk in front of everyone. The next match began. Two fighters clashed, arguing mid-battle, then froze. One of them noticed something towering behind his opponent. A summoned creature. The monster swung its arm and slammed into the arena. The impact scattered the fighters like bowling pins. The explosion sent shockwaves that threw bodies straight to the arena's edge. Elsewhere, Old Man Wu and his assistant finished their match cleanly. The managers returned to their seats, updating statistics in real time. Watching players like this, they could finally breathe a little easier. Humanity wasn't helpless yet. Recruitment offers were already being drafted. Daipyo, the leader of the Black Cloud Guild, smiled lazily. He said there was only one player he truly liked. His gaze locked onto Yusung, praising his performance. Wide vision, precise control, versatile attacks, he was impressive. Yusung ended his fight decisively. Daipyo clicked his tongue, irritated. He remembered clearly, this was the first man who had ever rejected his guild. Behind him, a subordinate adjusted his glasses nervously and muttered that he couldn't keep watching. If he were out there, he'd crush everyone and make the man who rejected the guild kneel. John chuckled and removed his glasses. He turned sharply toward the younger man, his smile fading into something cold and serious. He told him to forget the tournament battles and focus on the upcoming interview. None of this was free, every move was an investment. Daipyo, the guild leader, leaned back. That boy had everything it took. Given 3 years, reaching S rank wasn't a dream, it was an expectation. If word ever got out that he had personally nurtured a rising star, the prestige of the guild would skyrocket. Of course, it would be even better if that star didn't shine too loudly just yet. Fame was useful, but control was priceless. While such thoughts brewed behind the scenes, the tournament rolled on without mercy. Steel clashed. Mana flared. One fighter stormed forward with blades mounted along his forearms, spinning like a living weapon, only for both him and his opponent to be pierced in the same instant by a devastating strike. The shockwave sent the remaining fighters flying across the arena. Yusung stepped forward and finished the exchange with a clean, overwhelming blow. He exhaled slowly, faint particles of mana drifting from his lips. The crowd held its breath. The broadcast commentators were already preparing to announce the winner. Yusung lifted his sword and began to speak, then abruptly pointed the blade toward the audience. A ripple of confusion swept through the stands. Who was he choosing? Eyes followed the tip of the sword. Some gasped. Others leaned forward, squinting. Yusung gave a short command, ordering someone to step forward. Jung jumped to his feet instantly, shouting that he approved of the choice. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder. The boss pressed him back into his seat, calm but firm, and told him he wasn't the one being called. He tilted Jung's chin upward slightly and told him to look more carefully. Not where the sword was pointing. A little higher. John stiffened. Yusung shouted from behind, telling him to stop pretending and just go already. He was convinced, absolutely convinced, that no one else here was worthy except himself and Daipyo. Then, reluctantly, someone stood up behind him. Jinhyuk. Hands tucked casually into his pockets, he sighed and muttered that the swordsman really knew how to get on people's nerves. Yusung slowly lowered his blade. It wasn't a mistake. He had really chosen him. A wave of murmurs swept through the arena. Managers frantically ordered agents to pull up data. Screens flickered. Statistics appeared. Then the crowd froze. F rank. The horror was immediate. Before anyone could protest, Jinhyuk casually hopped down into the arena. If Yusung had challenged another A rank, the duel would have been legendary. But choosing someone so low-ranked? Daipyo narrowed his eyes, uneasy. Was this arrogance, or something else? Jinhyuk planted his hands on his hips and tilted his head. If you lose again, he said lazily, maybe it's time you learn how to admit defeat. Yusung stared at him, eyes sharp. He asked if Jinhyuk really talked like that while standing in front of a clear victory. Jinhyuk smiled, sharp and sarcastic. You've gotten stronger, he admitted. I'll give you that. Yusung's teeth clenched. He had chased that gap relentlessly. Power surged around him as his aura erupted. He dropped into a fighting stance and told Jinhyuk to fight seriously, only if he was prepared to do the same. Sword soul stance. The blade ignited with a blue flame. Jinhyuk rubbed the bridge of his nose, exhausted. Seeing that technique again made his head hurt. He pressed his lips together, sparked a kula, and nodded. Fine. Fire met blue flame. Both fighters moved. The day outside was bright. Calm. Peaceful. Then the world exploded. A deafening roar split the sky. The roof shattered. A massive hole tore open overhead as ice and energy blasted through the structure. Debris rained down, burying half the arena. Yusung staggered. His legs gave out. Barely standing, he gasped out one question. How many skills did he even have? Then he collapsed. Jinhyuk casually reached into his pocket and smirked. Thanks for the black market invite. The crowd went insane. People screamed about the ice projectile, the beam, the ceiling being blown apart like paper. Cameras shook from excitement. Jinhyuk knelt down beside an old man and greeted him casually, saying it had been a long time. The old man raised an eyebrow and replied that this was actually their first meeting since the incident at the museum. Jinhyuk laughed, scratching his head, admitting that the first meeting had been rough. He hoped that was all water under the bridge now. He turned toward Yuri, sat down comfortably, and said that since they were aiming for peaceful coexistence, she could at least hear him out and give him her number. Yuri coughed into her fist, face heating up. Jinhyuk calmly flipped the screen toward her and said she didn't have to give it, unless she could handle the consequences. She froze. That wasn't a request. That was blackmail. Suddenly, someone leapt from the stands and landed in the arena with a heavy thud, shouting about how incredible this all was. Jinhyuk activated the Eye of Truth and looked at the newcomer coldly. The system displayed Jay's stats. Jinhyuk laughed. He hadn't expected to see something this entertaining today. But copying required more than stats, it required understanding intent. John waved his hand, smiling, and told him not to look so hostile. He hadn't come to fight. They shared the same field, after all. Colleagues were bound to cross paths sooner or later. He extended his hand for a shake. Polite. Calm. Too calm. Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Behind that expression, everything was visible: anger, jealousy, ambition, hatred. Reporters were already leaning in. The extended hand, the hidden ability, the weight behind the smile. The strength of a giant. The leader of the Dark Fortune Guild wasn't here to greet him. He wanted to defeat him in front of the cameras and claim the spotlight. Jinhyuk read him like a children's book. The system chimed. Hidden intention identified. Copy conditions fulfilled. Back when the tower was just a game, skills like this were rare. Now, reality had cracked it wide open. Skills people struggled for were lining up, waiting to be taken. Jinhyuk smiled. So this is a greeting from Dark Fortune? John smiled wider and said they'd be happy if Jinhyuk joined them. They stepped closer. Jinhyuk asked casually if there'd be a signing bonus. John laughed and told him to name the price. They reached out. John froze, anticipation burning in his eyes. Jinhyuk's grip tightened. He leaned in and asked quietly if John really believed brute strength alone was enough to defeat him. A red aura exploded around Jinhyuk. Of course, he replied calmly. The skill activated. Shockwaves rippled outward. The cord of Anubis flared behind John. His knees slammed into the ground. Jinhyuk watched closely. Impressive. He was holding on. He stared down at him coldly and asked where that confidence went. Where was his pride, writhing on the floor like this? The grip tightened again. Electricity surged. John screamed. He begged him to stop, fist slamming uselessly against Jinhyuk's arm. Jinhyuk released him, and punched him square in the stomach. John spat blood and flew across the arena, crashing into the far edge. Jinhyuk walked after him and told him not to pretend this was friendship. A red aura brushed John's neck. Another presence landed in the arena. Jinhyuk turned, Eye of Truth active. Daipyo. Furious. His event had been ruined. Jinhyuk slipped one hand into his pocket, unfazed. He knew the man was angry, though honestly, he could have been more polite about it. The berserker engulfed himself in flaming mana and demanded to know if Jinhyuk was scared. Jinhyuk waved him over lazily. Not today. I'm not beating a guild master yet. Daipyo's eyes went black. He cursed and launched himself upward, blood rage exploding, hand reaching out as he asked if Jinhyuk really thought this was possible. Jinhyuk extended his hand calmly. Daylight. The arena flooded with blinding brilliance. A knife flashed into his free hand. At the last instant, the blow was blocked, reflected by sheer instinct and skill. Daipyo stared, fury mixing with disbelief. He muttered that the youth had even reflected his energy. Something he had believed was impossible. During the raid against the Divine Warrior boss on the second floor, Daipyo stood at the very front of the vanguard. To Jinhyuk, this man was not an ally, but an opponent he would eventually have to face. Daipyo roared, his voice filled with fury, warning Jinhyuk to stop mocking him. Jinhyuk merely glanced sideways, unimpressed. Before the situation could escalate further, a sharp voice cut through the tension, ordering them to stop. The berserker at the center of the confrontation was suddenly enveloped in green magic. Both fighters turned toward the speaker, who calmly explained that this tournament was being broadcast to the entire population. If they were to stand on this stage, then they had a responsibility to prove themselves worthy of trust. Moments later, a staff struck the ground, echoing across the arena. Sang Jin stepped forward at the head of the group. Jinhyuk frowned slightly. He recognized him instantly. This was the man known as the leader responsible for unifying Korea's Awakened. At the same time, Sang Jin's brows furrowed as he studied Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, realized something else. This man wasn't just a figurehead. He was the leader of the Awakened Association itself. Daipyo pointed a finger at Sang Jin and scoffed, saying his timing was perfect. After all, this was the guy who had just turned one of their guild members into a complete wreck. Sang Jin frowned and told him to calm down. This wasn't a theatrical performance. It was a tournament. Injuries were expected. Sang Jin then turned his attention to Jinhyuk, greeted him politely, and introduced himself. As he did, memories surfaced. He recalled sitting in his office for nearly 20 minutes earlier that day, listening to an urgent call from Director Park, the man overseeing the tournament, who insisted he come immediately. At the same time, a bespectacled man from the audience had been calling for him non-stop. Then the blue-haired official spoke again, stating there were too many inconsistencies in the data. They had rechecked the test results and discovered that the examiner had been influenced. His expression hardened as he announced the conclusion. Jinhyuk was officially ranked 16th in Korea. An S rank. Sang Jin and his entourage bowed deeply. He apologized sincerely for assigning the wrong rank earlier. For a moment, silence gripped the arena. Then the entire audience exploded. People leapt from their seats, screaming in disbelief. Amid the chaos, sprinted past Daipyo, shouting for everyone to clear the way. His opponent lay unconscious behind him. The white-haired man clenched his teeth, struggling to understand what had just happened. This tournament was meant to be a grand stage for the Dark Fortune Guild. Instead, they had been completely trampled. Leaning forward, he realized he needed to regain control of the narrative. Daipyo suddenly grabbed a reporter's wrist and announced that their guild would soon be launching an attack on the third-floor boss. Shrugging off his jacket, he tossed it aside and barked orders to contact them later before storming away. The white-haired man's face darkened. Hundreds of cameras now surrounded Jinhyuk. Daipyo closed his eyes briefly, then turned and left without another word. A system notification rang out. The conditions for copying had been fulfilled. Jinhyuk obtained the unique ability, Blood Rage Energy. News outlets immediately released articles about the emergence of a new S-rank player. In the comments, people laughed mercilessly at how one fighter had collapsed from a single blow. Jinhyuk smirked. The reaction was perfect. Sang Jin turned to his subordinates and stated that, as an apology, they would provide him with a private plane. Jinhyuk leaned back in his seat, finally understanding why everyone chased high ranks so desperately. The difference in treatment was absurd. The plane soared through the sky. A stewardess approached, carefully placing food and a drink in front of him. Jinhyuk stared at the spread and thought to himself if this was really first class. His mood instantly brightened, and he began eating happily. Alice contacted him. He asked what she wanted, turning toward the blonde as she told him to pay close attention to someone nearby. A strange aura radiated from a green-eyed man not far away. The vampire wrinkled her nose and remarked that his blood smelled awful. The brunette looked at her suspiciously and asked why she was complaining. Alice replied calmly that the man was dangerous. Jinhyuk frowned. If Alice, who usually viewed humans as nothing more than walking blood bags, said something like that, then something was seriously wrong. Another system alert appeared. Eye of Truth activated. Jinhyuk's eyes widened as information flooded his vision. He read the man's characteristics, then froze when he reached the copying conditions. To copy him, he would need to join the Association of Manes. The blonde smiled faintly. Jinhyuk was stunned. He was a man. The brunette looked at him with excitement, barely believing it. Despite being one of them, he spoke so calmly, so naturally. The man noticed Jinhyuk staring and tilted his head slightly. "Are you Jinhyuk, by any chance?" That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.